Well, welcome everyone to this is Howard University's Symposium on Reshaping U.S. Africa Policy and the Role of HBCUs. It's wonderful to have you all here today. My name is Krista Johnson, and I'm the director of the Center for African Studies here at Howard University. This event is also being co-sponsored with the Department of African Studies, the Ralph Bunche Center for International Affairs, and also the Ron Walters Leadership and Public Policy Center here at Howard University, as well as the Black Professionals in International Affairs. And so we're delighted to welcome you all. I want to, before I give a few brief remarks, turn it over to, we're very pleased to be and honored to be joined by our Provost and Chief Academic Officer of Howard University, Provost Anthony Wuto, and I'll turn it over to him to make some brief remarks.
Morning, everyone. And I also want to say a good evening. I was looking at the chat and see that we have colleagues joining from Japan and from South America and from all over the world. And so I want to also greet you and say good evening and good afternoon, wherever you may be joining us. I certainly want to thank you for joining and participating in this really auspicious event. I want to particularly thank Professor Krista Johnson for her leadership, the Center for African Studies, the Department of African Studies here at Howard University, as well as the Ralph Bunche International Affairs Center and the Walters Center. I think Professor Johnson had also acknowledged BPIA, so I certainly want to thank each of you for your participation in putting on this really critical symposium. I think we were all aware that we live in an interconnected world, and the events that occur on one corner of the world significantly may impact those of us in another part of the world. But I believe that the coronavirus pandemic has even enlarged and made us more fully aware of the impacts, how we are impacted by events that occur in other parts of the world, and the way that that may positively or negatively influence us. And so I don't know that there's any better occasion or opportunity for us to focus on the reframing of the US relationship with Africa, the absolute importance of that relationship, and also consider what is taking place in Africa and how Africa has become another battlegrounds, if you will, with engagement, increasing engagement by China, with former colonial powers looking to reassert their influence. And unfortunately, over the last several years, the waning of the US's influence and relationships in certainly a number of very key African countries and regions. So I think this is an excellent opportunity for us to really reframe and look at that relationship, to consider what are the policies that will help better the lives of the people of Africa and extend in a more positive way the interaction between American people, American governments, and the people and the governments in various African countries. So again, I want to thank Professor Johnson and the Center for African Studies for organizing this event. I'll have to jump off and quickly get on another Zoom, but I hope to return because I'm very interested in hearing the engagement and the critical discussions that will be taking place. And there's no better place for this to occur than at Howard University. So we certainly welcome you, even if it's virtually, to Howard, and we hope that when the circumstances permit, that we'll be able to re-engage in a physical way here on campus. Thank you again. Welcome to Howard University and welcome to the symposium.
Thank you very much, Provost Wuto, for those remarks. And indeed, this is really a very timely and I think consequential conversation that we're going to be engaged in today. And I want to thank certainly all of our speakers, panelists, and moderators and the audience. Of course, we have a large audience who's joining us for this event. So the context for the symposium is probably, I'd say, manifold. We're meeting at a time, obviously, when the Vice President of the United States, for the first time in our nation's history, is an alumna of an HBCU. In fact, this HBCU, Howard University. And of course, I say that to plug Howard, but also to highlight the confluence of domestic political alliances that swept the Biden-Harris ticket to office and international priorities that present new and unprecedented opportunities to engage HBCUs, especially in a revitalized relationship with African countries. This is also a moment when the new Biden administration is beginning to unveil its foreign policy. The United States has an opportunity to restore American leadership in the world, and that requires that we reshape it in content and in image to better reflect our society and our values. After 4 years of being hollowed out and under siege by its own executive, the State Department and diplomatic corps require fundamental rebuilding. Ambassador Thomas Greenfield and fellow career veteran of the Foreign Service, Ambassador William Burns, identified the lack of diversity in the diplomatic corps as a national security crisis and encourage a new administration to think boldly about ways to reinvent the power and purpose of US diplomacy by investing heavily in a new crop of people with diverse backgrounds and experiences. As the United States reestablishes leadership in an evolving international system epitomized by China's rapid ascendancy, multilateralism and alliances will be key to sustained progress and stability. In the looming post-hegemonic world, the national interests of the United States have never been more aligned with those of the continent of Africa. Fortunately, African countries want mutually beneficial relations with us, especially in areas like democratic governance, trade, climate change, and global health. But US policy towards Africa will need to be transformed to keep up with a quickly evolving landscape where cities, regional, and continental partners are becoming prominent actors, and where real connections based on mutual respect and understanding with African publics and the next generation of African leaders will be key. African American intellectuals, as independent and deeply informed advisors, have a history of critical engagement with US policymakers on African issues. Relatedly, HBCUs have played a pivotal role as an institutional and intellectual hub in which diverse policy and ideological perspectives have been debated. An assessment of those critiques and the missed opportunities of US Africa policy is important as the Biden administration looks to reset America's relationship with Africa. And these are issues that will be discussed further in the first 2 morning panels. Looking forward, House Foreign Affairs Committee Chair, Congressman Meeks, has already laid out a bold agenda for US Africa policy in his editorial in the Mail and Guardian this month. His plan highlights both government to government and people to people cooperation, emphasizing, and this is a quote, a unique opportunity to foster partnerships between the US and African civil society organizations that transcend domestic and foreign policy. HBCUs are uniquely positioned to partner in this regard. And as director of the Center for African Studies, which is a Title VI Department of Education funded National Resource Center, I would be remiss if I didn't tout the work that we are doing here at Howard, but more importantly, to highlight really the talent pool that we are blessed to be working with here at Howard. At Howard, we now offer 7 critical African languages, and in this semester alone, we have 450 students enrolled in African language courses, 450. This is by far the largest number of students studying African languages on any US campus. We have another 450 students taking African studies courses this semester as well. So these students represent a critical mass of young talent who are international in their focus and often already engaged in Africa and with African publics in a variety of fields and in a variety of ways. Our afternoon panels will look to the present programming at HBCUs and opportunities for HBCUs to engage with this constituency. So today we've brought together really a stellar lineup of diplomats, activists, and scholars to engage around these issues. We've also selected moderators whose work and institutional affiliations are important voices to have in the conversation as well. And I've asked each of the moderators to not only introduce the panelists, but themselves and their work. We will, however, keep the introductions of the panelists short so as to have more time for conversation. So I want to bring your attention to the fact that on the Symposium webpage, we have the full bios and photos, headshots of all of the panelists and moderators for today, along with the schedule of events for today as well. That's been put in the chat, so be sure to reference that. Also, before we get started, I want to acknowledge the passing of one of our panelists, Dr. Keith Jennings, who was supposed to join us today. We got word earlier this week that he had recently passed. And as all of us who knew him know, Keith was really dedicated his professional life to promoting a better understanding of Africa. And his passing is indeed a big loss. The Howard Africanist community certainly sends its condolences to his family. And I want to just quickly turn it over to my colleague, Anita Plummer, to give a few additional remarks on Keith, who knew him better than I did. Anita?
Hi, Krista, thank you so much. I, along with many of the presenters and panelists today, mourn the loss of Dr. Keith Jennings, or as he was known by his friends, Camus. He was a remarkable person. He contained a vast amount of knowledge, and his analytical ability was unparalleled. He knew how to organize around complex issues, yet he was warm, encouraging, relatable, noble, and decent. He was salt of the earth. I only knew him for 5 years. I met him on Howard's campus in Douglas Hall. He taught a class directly after mine. And we struck up a conversation. The next thing I knew, we were having deep conversations about African politics and development. We would give each other feedback on each other's work, and he was very supportive of my own research and activism. So for 2 decades, Dr. Jennings worked at the National Democratic Institute in 30 countries, working on a range of issues surrounding governance, civil society, and elections. He worked closely and collaboratively with a host of development partners, particularly the U.S. Agency for International Development, the Development Fund for the United Nations and Development Program, and the National Endowment for Democracy. And prior to joining NDI, he worked at the World Council of Churches, the NAACP, and Amnesty International. I mean, his resume and bio is so vast. I wish I could get into all of it, but I know he went through multiple passports very quickly in his lifetime. Most recently, he actually decided to move back to Atlanta and go back to his roots to serve as the president of the African American Center for Global Politics and Human Rights, where, among other things, he aimed to train the next generation of African American leaders in politics and international development. He was also working on efforts to make voting rights more equal and accessible for all Americans. I'm personally inspired by his commitment to Black liberation in Africa and here in the United States. He understood how similar systems of oppression and patterns of exploitation impacted ordinary people globally, including Asia. So I'm inspired by Camus' ability to make those global and local connections and empower people to put in the work to enact change. He was one of our best, and now he's been elevated up to our ancestors, and his legacy will carry us forward. If you don't mind, Imani Countess actually knew him a little bit longer, so if she could say a few words, I'm going to pass it over to her.
Thank you, Anita. And I just want to particularly thank you for your very true and warm and heartfelt tribute to Keith. So Keith was a friend, He was a brother activist. And from 2010 to 2012, he was my boss. And at that time, he was the regional director for Southern and East Africa at the National Democratic Institute. And he hired me to be the resident director for a new office in Zimbabwe. And 2 years before, in 2008, NDI had essentially been run out of Zimbabwe, right? But by 2010, there was a government of national unity, and Keith thought it was a good idea to hire someone to open the office who knew a little bit about the country and who, like him, came from a different place. Someone who had a different set of historical experiences relative to Zimbabwe. So he hired me. Keith, as Anita indicated, was extraordinary. In Zimbabwe, when we had our first meeting with the clerk of Zimbabwe's parliament, who was a stalwart in the ZANU-PF, who came out of the liberation movement, who had been a fighter. In our first meeting with the clerk, my first meeting, Keith entered the room. He shook Mr. Austin Juma's hand, and then following cultural tradition, he took a knee, a sign of respect before elders in Zimbabwe. He treated Zimbabweans with respect, regardless of political party. He charmed everybody with his humor and deep knowledge. I don't think I was ever in a meeting with Keith where there wasn't humor, even when there was passionate disagreement. That charm and respect endeared him to political and civil society leaders throughout Africa and Asia. He was brilliant and tireless, and he is missed. Thanks, Anita.
Thank you very much for those kind words. It's apparent, I know, well, it's certainly apparent to all the panelists and to the speakers, but to the audience as well. I mean, this is a real loss, and I think you'll probably hear more tributes to Keith throughout the day. We're certainly going to have, I think, a moment of silence. He was supposed to be on the third panel. I know Tania Hope of the Bunch Center wanted to have a moment of silence for him. So I think it's certainly appropriate for us to take some time to really collectively mourn his loss. So thank you very much for that, Imani. But we can now turn it over to our first panel. And I want to introduce to you Brenda Thomas Arrington, who's with the Black Professionals in International Affairs. And she's going to be the moderator of our first panel, which is Critical Assessment of U.S.-Africa Policy in the Post-Cold War Era.
Thank you, Krista, and thank you as well to Provost Wutu for allowing us this opportunity. And good morning to everyone. Again, I'm Brenda Arrington. I am president of Leading Managers, which is a leadership and management development firm, and a member and past board member of Black Professionals in International Affairs. So I'd like to give you a little background on BPIA, Black Professionals in International Affairs. It's a charitable nonprofit membership association that seeks to increase the involvement of African Americans and people of African heritage in the field of international affairs. Today, our 30-plus-year-old organization is led by Ambassador Sylvia Stanfield, who had a distinguished career spanning over 30 years in the U.S. Foreign Service. Our services and events are responsive to changing foreign policy, security, educational, and commercial needs. Our major program areas, education and exchange, business and economic development, professional development and mentoring, are geared to promote interest in foreign affairs and to support students and young professionals who are working in or have career aspirations in international affairs. Along with an annual Africa Economic Forum and an annual International Affairs Career Fair, BPIA programs feature speakers on topics, issues, and trends in international affairs. We offer businesses and organizations an exceptionally diverse talent recruiting pool. BPIA also offers social and networking opportunities with foreign affairs professionals, as well as opportunities to connect with hiring decision makers and to learn how best to position oneself for potential employment, internships, consulting opportunities, and career advancement. Our vision is a more diverse representative group of international affairs professionals actively engaged in addressing the challenges of the 21st century, particularly in policy formulation and reform. And lastly, BPIA is an all-volunteer association of committed individuals with a sincere passion for supporting and equipping students and young professionals to become the next generation of leaders in international affairs by connecting them with current and future leaders in the field. In addition to my work with BPIA, my past and former federal and nonprofit work experience is focused on managing international development portfolios and supporting HBCUs at UNCF, the College Fund, and the National Association for Equal Opportunities in Higher Education, which is known as NAFIO, in pursuit of international connections for those HBCUs. I had the opportunity to support Howard University's Republic of South Africa project, which is where I had the pleasure of meeting and working with Dr. Joseph E. Harris, Distinguished Professor Emeritus, Department of History at Howard University. And if you would allow me, I'd like to just take a minute or two to just remind us of some of the accomplishments of Dr. Harris's work. Dr. Harris pursued the study of relationships between Africa and its global diaspora since his participation in the first International Conference of African Historians in Tanzania in 1965. In 1984, UNESCO funded his publication of the African Diaspora Studies newsletter that appeared in English, French, Spanish, and Portuguese. He later started concentrating on the African diaspora when he convened the first African Diaspora Studies Institute at Howard University in 1979, where over 100 delegates from the US, Europe, and Africa assembled to discuss the need for a more formal and sustained relationship to study the diaspora. 2 conferences followed in Nairobi, Kenya, and Bogota, Colombia, that focused on historical relationships and policy issues that led to courses on the African diaspora being introduced at universities in Zambia, Malawi, and Zimbabwe. In the meantime, Dr. Harris had already helped to develop such a course at the University of Nairobi in Kenya. He was a founding member and first president of the West African Research Association, which was housed for several years at Howard University, and later moved to the University of Wisconsin in Madison. It is presently located at Boston University. Dr. Harris established the South African Research and Archival Project at Howard University and extended it to Fort Hare University in South Africa to conduct research pertaining to the anti-apartheid movement in the United States. But of all this great work, the part of Dr. Harris's work that fascinates me the most is his African diaspora maps that were published by Rand McNally. Those maps appear at several schools and universities and at the African Museum in Bahia, Brazil. UNESCO is also a fan and very appreciative of his maps and has presented them to various international institutions. So thank you. I just thought it would be important to just recognize a lot of the contributions that have already taken place on behalf of Howard University by Dr. Joseph E. Harris. So now we can turn our attention to the to this panel. The topic of this panel is critical assessment of U.S. Africa policy in the post-Cold War era. This panel will offer a broad overview and critical assessment of the evolution of U.S. Africa policy over the past 40 years, including key policy initiatives such as AGOA, AFRICOM, PEPFAR, and others. And now I would like to just quickly introduce our panelists. Ambassador Johnny Carson, Senior Advisor at the U.S. Institute of Peace and the Albright Stonebridge Group. Ms. Imani Countess with U.S. Africa Bridge Building Project. Mr. Francis Cornegie, Senior Research Fellow at the Institute for Global Dialogue at the University of South Africa. And Dr. Anita Plummer, Assistant Professor of African Studies at Howard University. Before we begin, I'd just like to remind our panelists to please try to keep your remarks between 12 and 15 minutes because we'd like to have time for questions and answers. And I'd like to thank each of you for your participation in this wonderful discussion. And if you're ready, let us begin in that order with Ambassador Carson. Thank you.
Brenda, thank you very, very much. And thank the staff at Howard University and the Africa Center in particular for inviting me to participate in today's conference. Howard has a very special and important place among HBCUs and also in the history of U.S.-Africa relations. Today's program is a continuation of Howard's active engagement in helping to shape American views, attitudes, and policy towards Africa. I was asked to say something this morning about U.S. policy in Africa in the post-Cold War era, which effectively ended with the dissolution of the Soviet Union. I think it is important that as we look ahead to a new era in U.S.-Africa relations, that we need to look back to learn the lessons from the past, as well as to make sure we avoid mistakes in the future. My remarks this morning are my personal remarks and not that of any organization or group that I am associated with. But let me start by saying that the collapse of the Soviet Union in December of 1991 marked a significant inflection point in U.S.-Africa policy. It is worth remembering that prior to the downfall of the Soviet Union, U.S. political engagement in Africa was heavily influenced by the intense confrontational relationship between Washington and Moscow. Although there were some bright spots in Washington's engagement with Africa, including the assignment of hundreds of Peace Corps volunteers around the continent and the provision of millions of dollars of food aid and foreign assistance to different African countries, Africa was nonetheless frequently caught up in the middle of East-West tensions between Washington and Moscow. And the issues of democracy, human rights, good governance were not on the agenda or the dialogue very much in those early years. The U.S. befriended a host of corrupt, brutal, and authoritarian African leaders in exchange for their votes at the UN, continued support for Taiwan, and their refusal to grant the Soviet Union and its proxies military basing facilities in Africa. As a part of its anti-communist strategy, Washington also opposed many African liberation movements and continued to support white minority rule in Southern Africa. It joined South Africa's apartheid government in labeling Nelson Mandela a terrorist and the ANC as a terrorist organization. It also refused to support the independence of Angola and Mozambique, largely to protect U.S. access to naval and air facilities in Portugal and in the Azores. The collapse of the Soviet Union was a major turning point in U.S. policy in Africa for both Republican and Democratic administrations. With the Soviet political and economic system totally discredited, Africa ceased to be a battleground in Washington's competition with Moscow. Politically, Washington began to advocate for multi-party rule, stronger democratic institutions, and greater respect for human rights. The United States stepped up its call for African states to implement meaningful market-based reforms, and it launched a series of development initiatives designed to spur economic growth and improve trade. After two early setbacks in Somalia and Rwanda, the Clinton administration set the tone for Washington's post-Cold War engagement by three successive Democratic and Republican administrations. The Clinton administration increased foreign assistance to Africa, welcomed Nelson Mandela to Washington, convinced Flight Lieutenant Jerry Rawlings to embrace term limits and multi-party governance in Ghana, and established the historic African Growth and Opportunity Act, AGOA, a landmark trade deal that still continues to work on behalf of African economies. The Bush administration carried on and established PEPFAR, the president's emergency plan to stop the spread of HIV and AIDS, the president's malaria initiative, and the Millennium Challenge Corporation to provide major grants for infrastructure to African countries. And the Obama administration went even further, launching Power Africa to speed up electrification across the continent, Feed the Future to help generate a green agricultural revolution in Africa, an economic trade initiative aimed at East Africa, and YALI, the Young African Leaders Initiative, to bring hundreds of young, talented, and creative African professionals to the United States to bolster their entrepreneurial management and technical skills. Washington also collaborated with African countries to deal with a host of transnational issues, including terrorism in Somalia and the Sahel. Following the catastrophic terrorist bombings on the U.S. embassies in Nairobi and Dar es Salaam in 1998, and the 9/11 attacks in Washington and New York, the United States, under both Democratic and Republican administrations, elevated its military engagement in Africa and made security cooperation an increasing aspect of its policies. As it sought to eliminate the Al-Qaeda cell in Somalia and to train African militaries to deal with emerging threats in other parts of the continent, the Bush administration opened a new military facility in Djibouti on the East African coast in 2001, and followed that up in 2007 by establishing AFRICOM, a unified military command responsible for U.S. engagement across the continent. Military and security engagement in Africa continued under the Obama administration, giving rise to a growing perception that the U.S. was militarizing its policies across the continent. And following the outbreak of Ebola in West Africa, the Obama administration responded by dispatching medical experts from CDC, as well as US military units to Liberia and Sierra Leone to combat that disease. As the crisis wound down, the Obama administration helped Africa set up its own Center for Disease Control in Addis Ababa. Certainly in 2016, after 8 years in office, President Obama had elevated Africa as a priority and had undertaken a score of new high-profile public initiatives involving Africa, including hosting some 50 African heads of state in the first US-Africa summit in Washington, D.C. When Obama walked out of the White House on January 20th, 2017, Africa's standing in Washington probably had never been higher, and there was a strong feeling that things were going to go in the right direction. Most of us know that that changed abruptly at noon on January 20th, 2017. The last 4 years under the Trump administration marked a low point in US-Africa relations, reversing the steady improvement which had followed the end of the Cold War. President Trump's policies uprooted US foreign policy around the globe, and his policies and vulgar comments about Africa were laced with contempt, personal disdain, and even racism. While the Trump administration left in place many of the major African development and trade programs of its predecessors, many of Trump's America First policies demonstrated a very strong anti-African bias. His visa ban on 7 predominantly Muslim countries included no less than 5 African countries, Sudan, Somalia, Chad, and Libya, giving the appearance that the ban was not only anti-Muslim, but anti-African. The administration's visa policy, are we finished? Should I? 2 minutes.
You have
okay.
4 minutes.
Got it. The administration's visa policy also targeted Nigeria, imposing major visa restrictions that included all but short-term business travelers from that country. The Trump administration's hostility towards multilateral organizations also had a negative impact on Africa. This was particularly true in pulling out of the Paris Climate Change Agreement. The Trump administration also backed away from democracy promotion in Africa, which had taken on greater importance following the end of the Cold War. One of the most disturbing aspects of Mr. Trump's foreign policy towards Africa was his reintroduction of great power competition in Africa. In a major speech in December 2018, former National Security Advisor John Bolton, using language reminiscent of the Cold War, asserted that the greatest threat to Africa's progress and success was not poverty or Islamic extremism, but an expansionist China. The Trump administration's effort to put Africa into the middle of Washington's complex relations with China was a major mistake and a dangerous return of a bad policy from the past. For Africa to succeed, for America to succeed in Africa, the U.S. must show up and, most importantly, recognize the intrinsic importance of the continent and its people. Africa is not interested in being caught in the middle of a new Cold War between Washington and Beijing, and to insert Africa into America's complex relations with China does little to advance U.S. interests across the continent and throws the United States into an unhelpful and probably unwinnable debate and competition about which superpower is doing the most for Africa at any one time in any one country. Let me say that President Biden's victory on November 3rd is absolutely good news for Africa. Africa will find the Biden administration to be an enthusiastic partner looking for opportunities to work with leaders to revitalize and rebuild the frayed U.S.-African partnership. The first step in that process has started. The Biden administration has rolled back and reversed some of Mr. Trump's most egregious policies towards Africa, and he has already started to restore America's standing on the continent by reaching out to the AU leadership and to a number of senior African presidents. The president has backed that up by putting in place a first-class team who will work on Africa, including Ambassador Linda Thomas Greenfield when she is confirmed for her position at the UN. The Biden administration will build on a bipartisan set of policies from the past: MCC, PEPFAR, Power Africa, Feed the Future, and YALI. And it will be bolstered by the arrival of the International Development Finance Corporation. But this is an inflection point in U.S.-Africa relations when doing more of the same may not be enough, and when creative policy making and serious engagement may result in significant gains in the partnership that should always exist between the U.S. and Africa. I'll stop right there.
Thank you, sir. Ms. Countess.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning, Ambassador Carson. It's really hard to go behind you. Let me tell you that. Dr. Johnson, Ms. Arrington, co-presenters and participants, good morning to all. I want to express real heartfelt thanks to the Center, the Howard University African Studies Department, and also the department holds a special place in my heart. In 1982 to 1984-ish, I worked at the center as an assistant in the outreach program, and I have many, many fond memories of that time. As Ambassador Carson stated, to talk about the post-Cold War period, you must start with the Cold War. And we need to draw upon earlier history, because from where I sit, the two driving forces that shape US foreign policy, Eurocentrism and US exceptionalism, are deeply rooted in US history. This country began as a white settler state whose identity was formed by conquest of a continent and whose economy was built on slavery and appropriated land. Elite assumptions about a unique American destiny of unrivaled global leadership were solidified with the post-World War II global order. In the post-World War II Cold War, where tensions between the USSR and its sphere of influence and the United States and its sphere was responsible for or contributed to low-intensity war or hot wars in far too many countries in the developing and non-aligned world. Not to mention the impact here in the United States vis-a-vis the investment, the heavy investment in military hardware as opposed to social development. In these hot wars, the interests and legitimate aspirations for independence from colonial rule were viewed through the lens of superpower competition. In every African region, these tensions resulted in the loss of life from those wars, the death of the political aspirations for self-determination, and the economic underdevelopment that reverberates today. I used to work for a labor organization. And in 2014, I traveled to an international labor organization. And in 2014, I traveled to Ghana to introduce myself to the Ghana Trade Union Congress, the Ghana TUC, which is the primary union federation in that country. I had an hour-long meeting with the leadership. For 45 minutes, they vented with me. Because in 1966, the US helped facilitate a coup which removed Ghana's first president, Kwame Nkrumah. Before the coup, the TUC's predecessor had about 700,000 members. Following the coup, the membership dropped to 300,000 members. And in 2014, the membership was about 350,000. In the 48 years between the coup and my visit, the labor movement suffered stagnation in many sectors, job loss in other sectors, and the country's informal economy had increased dramatically. Like here, around the world, decent work with decent pay creates a class of workers able to provide for themselves and their families. Formally employed workers pay taxes, which are used by government to invest in essential social services like education, health, and roads. Those taxes are also used to invest in social protection, social security for everyone, the unemployed, the elderly, pensioners. Large numbers of unemployed, informally employed, or precarious workers means countries don't have a tax base from which they can grow. I didn't have anything to do with US policy toward Africa in 1966. I was 6 years old, okay? Yet the weight of that policy decision had repercussions on Ghana's economic and political life for 50 years. And as an American, those unions wanted me to know the impact because I was a US American and it was important for me to understand their context. Less research, but critically important, I think, is the impact of trauma. And I've been thinking a lot about trauma. And we're in the midst of a global pandemic. And for a variety of reasons, the US has been particularly hard hit. I'm not going to go there. We know that we're living that. Medical and mental health professionals have released studies and articles explaining the impacts of this crisis on our collective mental health. They note the growing problems of substance abuse, increased anxiety and depressive disorders, feelings of isolation, worsening chronic conditions. Life expectancy in the United States has dropped just in the first 6 months of 2020, the largest drop since World War II. And according to the New York Times, this is a signal of deep distress. Trauma studies in Africa are rare, but looking at the few studies that exist, the impact of trauma it's likely impossible to calculate. Low intensity warfare of the type experienced in many African countries during the Cold War caused more civilian casualties than military. Gender-based violence directed to women was a weapon of war. Depression and anxiety disorders are reported. In addition, psychological problems, for example, substance abuse, personality changes, and general psychosocial dysfunction is noted in life after trauma. The effects may be lifelong, and secondary effects may span generations. I traveled to Zimbabwe in 1990, 10 years after independence, and I was there for personal reasons, not research. So my observations are purely anecdotal. But I believe I saw a nation traumatized by war. The physical and environmental impacts of the war were visible even then. If 1 year in a pandemic produces signals of deep societal distress in the United States, what about Zimbabwe? What about Mozambique, which following a war for national liberation was further victimized by apartheid South Africa and its Western allies in a proxy war that displaced 3 million people, created nearly 500,000 excess child deaths, and separated 200,000 children from their families? What about the generational impact in those countries? As any discussion, I think, of post-Cold War relations has to start with this backdrop. For many Africanists, certainly those of us that were working in the advocacy sphere in the early 1990s, those were exciting times. There was dramatic change underway in South Africa. There was a potential for, in Southern Africa to really develop outside the constraints of Cold War policy. Namibia was independent. And we, as Ambassador Carson has outlined, we believed that US foreign policy was at an inflection point, that there might be a real openness to working with African countries as opposed to ignoring their material conditions, aspirations, and desires. But I believe that the same belief system that undergirded US policy during the Cold War remained in the post-Cold War period and actually holds fast today. Activist scholar Betsy Schmidt gives a very thorough and accessible study of the post-Cold War period in her Foreign Intervention in Africa After the Cold War book, in which she defines a number of defining points, and I'll just highlight a couple. First, coming into that post-Cold War period, there were a number of new societies with huge disparities. Think South Africa, huge economic inequalities, along with other inequalities. There were countries with vast reservoirs, with access to vast reservoirs of money and weapons that had been distributed by Cold War patrons, which made conflicts even more deadly. And then again, Africa became the object of external struggle in which local concerns were frequently subordinated to foreign interest. Think the global war on terror. And I believe that widespread unresolved trauma needs to be factored in as well. Most countries don't have the resources to deal with basic health, much less mental health. For the past 30 years, the US has viewed itself as the sole superpower, presiding over the international order. And while many on the outside of US foreign policy government structures looked at the 1990s as an opportunity for a peace dividend, instead, we've witnessed a rather unprecedented US military activism. As Ambassador Carson noted, in 2007, AFRICOM was launched. And AFRICOM is responsible for US military operations in the continent. According to a 2020 article in the Mail and Guardian, in 2019, US Special Operations Forces were deployed in 22 African countries, from Algeria to Botswana. Operations in Africa account for 14% of US Special Operations Forces global activity, the largest percentage of any region outside the greater Middle East. Special Operations Command Africa Forces had seen combat in 13 African nations. In formerly secret 2019 AFRICOM planning documents show that there were 29 bases located in 15 different countries or territories, with the highest concentration in the Sahel and the Horn of Africa. While post-Cold War administrations have, as the ambassador noted, they've crafted policies towards Africa, launched signature initiatives, framed those policies with the appropriate rhetoric. The underpinnings of the relationships have been shaped by history, including a deeply embedded and rarely questioned thread of militarism. It didn't begin with AFRICOM. AFRICOM was a continuum. In conclusion, I just want to restate that, in the beginning of this post-Cold War period, I and many others believed that we would be able to usher in an opportunity for a new relationship with Africa. Then and now, as the Biden administration crafts its approach, Africanists, some are calling for a new Marshall Plan, reparations, increasing levels of assistance, new programming, new approaches, foreign aid reform, increased debt cancellation. And at this point, I do still believe that all of those calls are important. I may be a little bit jaded in terms of whether or not they're possible, but I do think that they're important. But I do want to say that as of right now, my advocacy is really otherwise directed. I'm really focused on this at this point in time on just stopping the steal. Now, I know that slogan comes with a lot of baggage, but in this context, it is at least accurate. Alternatively, Africans have been creatively campaigning with a different slogan, Stop the Bleeding. And that comes from the realization, very well captured in the 2020 UN Conference on Trade and Development report, that every year an estimated $88.6 billion leaves the African continent. And for almost 10 years, these flows are generally grouped under the big umbrella term illicit financial flows. Illicit financial flows rob Africa and its people of their prospects, undermining transparency and accountability and eroding trust in African institutions. From 2000 to 2015, the total illicit capital flight from Africa amounted to $836 billion. Today, Africa is a net creditor to the world as outflows exceed its external debt stock. These same practices that make Africa creditor to the world negatively impact the United States as well. So it's actually in our interest, right, to try to figure out ways to halt these flows. Because the theft is facilitated by US and international laws that hide corporate ownership, and also that protect the enablers of corruption, accountants, lawyers, real estate agents, and so on, who help hide the illegal proceeds and unethical behaviors. So if we can stop the capital flight that reduces dollars that countries can invest in infrastructure and actually begin to resolve some of the drivers of conflict, we all benefit. And perhaps increasing Africa's ability to harness its resources to address the drivers of conflict, build more sustainable development, our demands for more human-centered priorities, less military oriented, will help shift this overarching frame. It takes time, but after decades of the Cold War and then decades of the post-Cold War, changing that framework might help move change overall. So, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Countess.
Thank you. As an alumnus of Howard and of the African research, African Studies and Research program, at a time when I was also a classmate in 1966 with Ron Walters and Ann Holloway, who worked with Andrew Young, and the three of us worked together over the years when I was on the Hill with Charles Diggs and Walter Fauntroy. I'm really gratified and thankful to the conveners for inviting me to participate in this important symposium on rethinking Africa policy and the role of HBCUs. I think this is long overdue. Let me start by saying that such a symposium could not be more timely, at a more timely moment and more fitting venue of historical engagement in academic African era studies and African American African affairs. That said, what I want to attempt briefly is to relate in contemporary as well as historical terms, and perhaps more contemporary, looking into the future, challenges facing Africa within global strategic context, and how US policy may require or does require reconceptualizing. Although my brief is to address US-Africa trade, I will range a bit more broadly. This is in contextualizing trade as a major, if not the centerpiece component of Pan-African continental integration, but also as a trajectory occurring within a dynamic geopolitical landscape of external influences interacting within the complex inter-African terrain of the African Union. In so doing, the basic point is to work toward Africa policy prioritizing the strategic over the programmatic, in as much as we already have a proliferation of very important programs, some with more strategic significance and potential than others, none perhaps more so than in the area of trade and the future of the African Growth and Opportunity Act. This is at a time when the African Continental Free Trade Area has been launched. This is an area relating directly to the regional and continental integration imperative in defragmenting the colonial map of Africa. Within this context, it is urgent that national sovereignty becomes shared sovereignty. This challenge, in turn, is at the very heart of the AU's Agenda 2063, which needs to gain more prominence in our discourse, which aspires to transform the continent in anticipation of the centenary of the AU's founding predecessor, the Organization of African Unity. Agenda 2063 should then inform US-Africa policy in keeping with the AU's aspirational aims of the continental free trade area on its way to realizing the African economic community as laid out in the Lagos Plan of Action. This is where the Biden administration might consider focusing efforts within a context informed by the need to strategically as well as programmatically transition AGOA into a US Africa Continental Free Trade Area relationship that also factors in the fast changing global geoeconomic and geopolitical landscape of trade. Given the complexity of this challenge, the Biden administration should, in conjunction with the AU and the UN Economic Commission for Africa, begin engaging the Continental FTA Secretariat in Accra, headed up by South African Wamkele Mini, in a post-AGOA dialogue of transition into the next phase of Africa trade relations. This should factor in a strategic role for the AU's regional economic communities. Such a dialogue would necessarily unfold against the backdrop of reviewing how Africa has benefited from AGOA while reversing the transactional bilateralism of the Donald Trump administration's highly politicized Africa trade agenda into one placing the Continental FTA at the center of US-Africa trade strategy. Now, I am not going to delve into a lot of detail about the Trump bilateral approach with Kenya, which will be fleshed out in my written submission, except to point out that Trump's bilateral trade reciprocity approach in negotiating a trade deal with Kenya represented what was promising to unfold as a major setback for African trade integration in moving beyond the unilateral trade preferences of AGOA. On top of that, Trump had vetoed the World Trade Organization appointment of Nigerian Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala as new WTO General Secretary. This Biden reversed, thankfully, and she is now in that post as the first woman and first African, which should benefit the Continental FTA. But there are complicated geopolitical challenges facing the integration agenda and US-African relations. It may be too early to discern where the Biden administration may be headed in Africa policy, although suspending bilateral trade negotiations with Kenya ought to be one of the obvious places to start, pending the administration staffing up its Africa team, its State Department, and undertaking a thoroughly comprehensive review of the Trump agenda and initiatives. However, it seems safe to venture that the outgoing administration's Africa agenda had much to do with its pro-Israel Mideast priorities in close collaboration with Egypt, Saudi Arabia, and United Arab Emirates in pursuit of its counterproductive maximum pressure campaign against Iran, more than it had to do with Africa. Hence, its decision to violate international law and consensus in recognizing Moroccan sovereignty over Western Sahara. Its bolstering of the military wing of Sudan's fragile transitional government in maneuvering Khartoum into normalizing with Israel in exchange for delisting it as a state sponsor of terrorism. Suspending aid to Ethiopia to force Addis into conceding to Egypt in mediating the stalemate over future operationalizing of the Grand Ethiopian Renaissance Dam, and making the already problematic trade deal with Kenya conditional on a higher profiling of Nairobi's already normalized relations with Israel. Reversing these Trumpian geopolitical complications for Africa's strategic autonomy and integrity in relation to the Middle East, and specifically Persian Gulf sub-imperial aims, cannot be separated from a broader strategic agenda advancing the continent's aspirational 2063 economic integration revolving around continental FTA implementation. An equitable compromise in resolving the Western Sahara stalemate after the referendum that needs to happen could kickstart the Arab Maghreb Union as a functioning regional economic community within the AU system and continental FTA, resolving the Nile Dam standoff between Egypt, Sudan, and Ethiopia in conjunction with securing Sudan's civilian democratic transition while supporting Ethiopia's democratic consolidation and stability are all combined crucial to advancing the Cape to Cairo, Eastern and Southern African component of CFTA. This in turn has wider Afro-Asian geostrategic economic potential of convergence with mega trade trends in the East Asia, Indo-Pacific, where Biden will have to revisit what is now the comprehensive Trans-Pacific Partnership on the one hand, the Regional Comprehensive Economic Partnership on the other, both of which factor in the Association of Southeast Asian Nations Economic Community. With Africa's demographic dynamism set to eventually overtake both China and India in population by mid-century, a continental African Southeast Asian geoeconomic convergence could reshape the global strategic landscape. But let's not leave out the Atlantic, where if Biden can overcome the foreign policy establishment's North Atlantic bias fixation in favor of a whole of transatlantic vision, continental FTA relevance enters the equation as well. As such, Africa's diaspora, as well as Africa itself, has a major stake in affirmatively promoting accelerated regional and continental integration. How might these projections inform US-Africa policy and Africa-US relations? Perhaps a closer diplomatic and aid US-AU relationship might be the place to start, given Washington's posting of an ambassador to the AU and an AU ambassador posted in exchange to Washington. However, it is not clear how deep this relationship is and whether or not it might be upgraded into the centerpiece of US-African relations, in a manner also factoring in a greater role for the AU's regional economic community pillars. These are in need of major strengthening and capacity building, as well as rationalizing as building blocks for accelerated continental free trade implementation. This is where new chairman of the House Foreign Affairs Committee, Black Caucus member Gregory Meeks' suggestion should serve as a starting point. Congressman Meeks recommends, and quote, "We should establish dedicated U.S. Embassy country teams for the regional economic communities, separate from the bilateral mission and staffed by representatives from the State Department, U.S. Agency for International Development, the Department of Defense, and the Commerce Department. America will not be relevant if we're not present in these bilateral and multilateral fora. Perhaps legislative follow-up might be considered in this regard, especially with AGOA's transition in mind. In relating such an outreach to a post-AGOA transition, might it not be possible for such a transition into a continental FTA-US agreement to involve regionalizing the AGOA forum within the regional economic communities? Hence, the possibility for the Biden administration engaging the AU and its triumvirate governing partners in ECA and the African Development Bank in establishing a high-level AU-US integration forum accompanied by regional economic community US forums for
Mr.
dialoguing.
Yeah. You're almost out of time.
Okay, well then I'll wrap it up.
Thank you.
Yeah. For dialoguing and brainstorming possible differentiated regional phasings of AGOA into a U.S. continental FTA architecture. Okay, now in concluding, let me just say that U.S.-African relations should not be approached in isolation from overall global strategic security as well as geoeconomic dynamics. A new Cold War style scramble for Africa must be avoided at all costs. Given the continent's demographic trajectory, an integrated Africa can be viewed as increasingly central to a more stable global governance, federalism of regionally interdependent nation states within the international system, where conserving the global commons on land and sea mandate the pooling and sharing of sovereignty. Such a calculus might inform how America views the future of its own hemisphere in North-South transatlantic terms, as well as in relation to the Asia Pacific. Africa's future figures significantly in both equations, as does America. In closing, this shared future should be a post-primacy global peace and cooperation pluralist order rooted in Africa's Agenda 2063. Hence the need not only for a new and more dynamic US-Africa policy, but more broadly for a reconceptualized US foreign policy and national security strategy overall, and in synergy with America's domestic renewal imperatives, and finally, for a more positive, more decisive African-American intellectual input in reshaping American foreign policy, as well as domestic priorities and their execution. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
So I want to thank the Center for inviting me to participate in today's session. I've been cutting as I've been listening, so hopefully we'll have a robust Q&A, but I'll focus my remarks today on US-Africa policy vis-a-vis China. So in August 2014, President Obama held the Africa Leaders Summit in DC, which hosted 51 African leaders. Ambassador Carson already laid out his platform, so I don't have to do that. But President Obama's summit was modeled after the 2006 Forum on Chinese-Africa Cooperation conferences. The largest convening of African leaders outside of Africa was in 2006 in Beijing, which attracted high-level leaders from 48 African countries. Presidents and foreign ministers returned home saying three things. One, the Chinese government treated us with more respect than Western countries ever have. Two, we signed bilateral agreements in trade and infrastructure, which the Chinese label as development aid. And three, it's time for us to look east. China had started courting African leaders in the early 2000s and not so subtly presenting itself as a non-hegemonic alternative to the US. So today I'll provide some of the context within Obama and Trump's foreign policies in Africa. So as Dr. Cornegay referenced, in February 2020, a state visit to the US by Kenyan President Uhuru Kenyatta sent a clear and direct message that Africa was not willing to be a site for a new proxy rivalry of the kind the world powers imposed on the continent during the Cold War. He said, quote, "I have noticed in the conversation in Western countries and their counterparts in Asia and the Middle East, a return to competition over Africa. In some cases, weaponizing divisions, pursuing proxy actions, and behaving like Africa is for the taking. It is not." Kenyatta targeted his message in part to African audiences beyond Kenya. During his visit, the Trump administration announced that it would negotiate a free trade agreement with Kenya that would have been the US's first signed with a sub-Saharan African country, because the existing trade policy is facilitated through AGOA and trade and investment framework agreements. Purportedly, the proposed US-Kenya agreement was intended to serve as a model for future engagements between African nations and the US, which Dr. Carnegie pointed out would have weakened intracontinental economic integration. But also negotiations between China and the East African community to set up their own free trade zone had stalled the previous 2 years. So China is courting regional economic bodies. They've been trying to do so for some time. So in this speech, Kenyatta reflected on the impact of the Cold War, saying, quote, "Democracy retreated in many parts of Africa and authoritarianism rose that exploited the Cold War to entrench itself. Our leaders failed to succeed in building strong economies. We watched as Asian countries that had started off poorer than some of us become rich in less than 2 generations." Kenyatta went on to warn the US that it should not, quote, "be drawn into the mistakes we made then." By inviting Kenyatta to the White House and the Atlantic Council, where he made the speech, the US was angling to counter the influence of China. Kenyatta navigated the interstitial space between a superpower and its close rival China with the message that despite the new competition in Africa, Africa was not for the taking. Kenyatta instead articulated the position that Africa is open for business, but at this time, we're at the table. So in 2009, China became Africa's largest trade partner. In 2018, China's total import and export volume with Africa was $204 billion. That's a 200-fold increase from 1978, when the trade volume was only at 765 million. However, foreign direct investment from the US remains higher than any other country in Africa. So the final major area of economic engagement, and the one that's most visible in Africa, is China's development finance, which has transformed Africa's infrastructure. Between 2000 and 2014, China funded 2,390 projects totaling $121 billion. And most of that went to fund transportation projects. So China's economic growth has fueled the demand for resources by Chinese individuals and firms who have been aggressively pursuing them, not only in Africa, but also in Asia and Latin America. Both large and small scale trade deals, aid, and investment packages often have the power of the Chinese government supporting them. And the impact of these economic interventions often contravene good governance, labor, and environmental standards. China has somehow created a model where capitalism and authoritarianism have functioned hand in hand. In 1978, when Deng Xiaoping launched the economic reforms that included opening up China to foreign investment, that country's GDP was less than half of Kenya's. By 2014, China had lifted 800 million people out of extreme poverty, and its GDP was 5 times higher than Kenya's. These figures provide an incomplete but telling snapshot of why African policymakers are engaging in robust conversations around China's path as a development model. China's development strategies are the subject of a significant amount of research in China, Africa, and here in the West, who debate the Chinese state, its institutions, policies, culture, and history. These debates matter in Africa where Western imposed development models have failed. China's reemergence in Africa signifies the possibility for an alternative approach to development, despite the debates, even the contradictions within the Chinese system. Xi Jinping's opening speech of the 2018 FOCAC conference began with the 5 no's in Africa, 3 of which directly address the idea that China has a replicable development model. They were no interference in African countries' pursuit of development paths that fit their national conditions, no interference in African countries' internal affairs, and no imposition of our will on African countries. But despite China's insistence that it does not impose a model on Africa, the country often sends contradictory or confusing messages about its global rise. China's economy is the 2nd largest in the world, and with its size and scale, the Chinese state has the power to influence and alter political interactions and economic transactions of partner states. The Chinese government publicly states that it does not seek hegemony, but its actions in international organizations, its political engagements, military investments, and economic power is a clear expression of dominance. And those aspects, coupled with its soft power, and China's actions and rhetoric are not always coordinated, but they also may present a different model of governance in Africa. So Ambassador Carson referenced National Security Advisor John Bolton in his speech, in which he criticized China's activities in Africa as creating a debt trap, right? He cast the specter of China's predatory rise in Africa against the image of Africa as backward and as a passive region where corruption, violent conflict, and terrorism have arrested development, a region into which past US administrations have poured billions of dollars of aid. So the Trump administration's Prosper Africa initiative, it was a vague framework for US Africa policy, tried to promote US investment in Africa, which was actually similar to the Obama administration, with a focus of courting African leaders to choose US firms over Chinese firms in some of these infrastructure projects. But in response to Bolton's speech on, Trump's policy and these narratives that characterize Sino-African relations, academics like David Monnier from South Africa wrote that the speech echoed Cold War accusations that China and Russia are threatening Africa, and an extension of the US crowding out US interests and values. Monnier argued that Trump's Africa policy reinforces the idea that Africans are, quote, children lacking agency, will, strategic vision, and plans to develop. Another op-ed out of Nigeria by David Tukumbo criticized Bolton for not consulting African policymakers or even public opinion on China's role in Africa, in which a 2008 Pew survey in 3 African countries, Kenya, Nigeria, and South Africa, showed very favorable views toward China. Tukumbo's piece was in conversation with a common critique that US Africa policy largely neglected trade and infrastructure. And this has resulted in the new scramble for Africa that has set the US against China. Tocumbo concluded with the intimation that China's rise in Africa, explaining that if Bolton and other US officials land in any airport terminal in Africa, drive on highways, travel on newly built railways, it's likely because of China's development assistance. Ignoring such facts, Bolton's speech exemplifies a hegemonic discourse that corresponds with paternalistic ideas about how Washington and Beijing can remedy Africa's problems. So I'm not going to talk about US foreign policy, but I do want to end by saying, if we look at Trump's and Obama's policies retrospectively, there are a few conclusions we can make. One, democracy makes foreign policy messy, but there are major differences in terms of policy outcomes between Obama and Trump. But in comparison to China, the US does not have a coherent agenda, let alone a long-term vision of how it wants to engage both African leaders and African public. Secondly, it appears that African leaders feel that they have more agency in their engagements with China because of the paternalist rhetoric from the West. Third, the Biden administration's engagement of China will have an impact on Africa. At a minimum, in terms of how African leaders perceive US hegemony versus Chinese hegemony. And this is directly linked to increased military presence by China and the US in Africa. And finally, related, we need to unpack the so-called new Cold War and what it means for ordinary people in Africa, economically, politically, and militarily. If we take cues from civil society, how can we chart a US policy that's markedly different from China and our past mistakes, that considers how non-elite forces conceive their vision of development and democracy? So it comes from below and not from above. So I'm going to end there. Thank you so much. So I'll turn it back over to you, Brenda.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Dr. Anita. At this time, I would just like to thank all of the panelists. This has been such a vibrant and fruitful panel. We have so many questions that have surfaced, and people are just really engaging in the chat. So thank you all for your presentations. I won't even bother to do any kind of a wrap up because in the interest of time, I think it would be better to just go directly to some of the questions. And I would just ask that the panelists try to be as brief as possible in your responses because we do have quite a few. And I know that, and first of all, audience, please accept our apologies if we don't get to your specific question, but we are on a rather tight schedule, but I'll do my best to get through these as quickly as possible. So let's start with a question that came in for Ambassador Carson. Thanks for pointing out the East-West tensions and their impact on Washington's policy to Africa. What are your comments about the potential similarities to the current US-China tensions and their impact the US policy on, in, or with Africa? Bob from African Center for the Study of the US at BitSwit.
Thank you very much. The US has a very complex relationship with China. China is, in fact, America's most significant competitor globally, but it is absolutely important that the US learn the lessons from the past. Africa should not be viewed through a Beijing or Chinese prism. It is important for the United States to recognize Africa's intrinsic importance. Africa is a major player at the UN. It has the largest regional bloc. It is a significant player at the WTO. It has the youngest and fastest growing population in the world. It is an enormous economic and commercial market for the US. It is also a continent with which many Americans have a direct lineal relationship, both old and new. We must recognize Africa's intrinsic importance and not view Africa through a new Cold War lens or through the eyes of any of its foreign European colonialists.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. The next question is, it seems that anti-terrorism today is used as a pretext for intervention, much in the same way as anti-communism was once used. Within that context, why should the African world trust the United States, and particularly AFRICOM, to be of any benefit to the masses of African people? I believe I have someone by the name of Renee Odanga would like to answer the question live. Renee, are you there?
No, it's for the panelists. I'm just
Okay.
helping to give you the questions.
Okay, go right ahead. Okay, is there a panelist who would like to answer that question?
I'll sort of take a stab, although I think that everybody probably has an opinion to offer. I don't think that African countries should trust anybody. I think that relationships have to be built on mutual respect and for mutual interests. And in terms of U.S. military engagement, I think that unfortunately part of the reality that we've seen is that, again, as I noted, it is more sort of relationships built upon perceptions, sort of narrow perceptions of what U.S. interests are and how those interests play out on an African landscape. I don't want to at all excuse African governments in this. It's not as if, for the most part, it's not as if governments, it's not as if the U.S. just like lands in Botswana and says, hey, let me train your troops. Those governments make those decisions. And I think that part of the antidote for that is greater transparency and greater dialogue within countries, both in the United States and in Africa, regarding regarding priorities. So yeah, trust is important, but I don't think it is. I don't think that it's the essential piece. It's really about accountability, transparency. What does real partnership look like? And that accountability is not just the one that flows between countries, but it's within countries, between governments and their citizens.
Thank you, Ms. Countess. The next question, what role can HBCUs play in unifying the African diaspora? This disunity is the chief reason that Africans in the United States, including African Americans, are limited in the impact we have in driving US policy towards Africa. Would anyone like to answer that?
At it. I think that that one of the important dimensions of this conference is that what should happen is that there should be some follow-up among HBCUs in looking at well, first of all, let's look at what comes out of this conference in terms of the kinds of recommendations and so forth that emerge. This then could kickstart a process of dialogue among HBCUs in which some kind of a division of labor is developed on how different universities will engage with the continent. I don't think that this should be a go for yourself. I think that this has to be done collectively among HBCUs, and this dialogue should include a number of us in trying to figure out where relations on the continent can have the most impact. There are a lot of institutions and organizations on the continent with which networking can be very beneficial, both in Africa and in the US. Just one possibility, take the regional economic communities. Why shouldn't there be something like a Friends of ECOWAS, or Friends of SADC, or Friends of the economic community, Friends of the East African community? You see, which could then be a constituency that reinforces some of what Congressman Meeks has proposed in terms of strengthening our relationships with regional economic communities. Not only that, but this is the kind of thing I think that needs to be focused on, rather than whether or not we are out-competing China or someone else in Africa. Instead of being preoccupied with what another external power is doing, we need to come up with our own ideas. And I think this is where Howard and HBCUs can really bring to bear an independent African-American, Pan-African perspective.
Can I also respond to that really quickly? Because I really think it's just important to just lift up that so much of the answer to that question is what we're doing right now. You know, the fact that an HBCU is holding this conversation, right? The fact that historically HBCUs create infrastructure for activism. They create an environment for intellectual discourse. I worked for Howard in the 1980s, and I will tell you that every day for a year in the afternoon at about 3:30, I left the campus, right, to go and protest outside the South African embassy. And I didn't get on the bus because I didn't have a car. I didn't get on the bus and go and protest. My supervisor drove me, okay? And because she was protesting too, and we had to carry the sound equipment for the protest, right? So, you know, there is a rich history of engagement and nurturing that is so much a part of HBCUs. And this event is an important example of that.
Mm-hmm. Can I add just one thing to that? Can I just add one thing to that?
Sure.
HBCUs incubate activists, and it's not just about transnational activism, it's about local activism too. So our students, faculty, some staff members have been involved in the Black Lives Matter protests and making the connections within SARS and police violence in Africa. So transnational solidarity is rooted in local struggle, and HBCUs are a space where that happens. And I just want to say that we've been focusing on, you know, the history, but it's actually happening now, right? In terms of, you know, making these international connections that at its core are Pan-African, right? So bringing forward the spirit of Pan-Africanism to the 21st century and making it our own, you know, young people making it their own. So I'll just stop there. Thanks.
Great, thank you.
Can I just add just another thought, and it goes runs through all of these. A consolidated voice is always a stronger voice. And if HBCUs speak together on issues of importance related to Africa, that voice is no longer a lone voice in the wilderness or on the sideline, but a voice that is heard and echoed further afield into the power circles that make policies. I think there are a lot of things that HBCUs can do, not only being an incubator for activists, but it can also be a driver of policy, and it can be an implementer of programs. But it is best done in a very strong, consolidated voice that carries the weight of all. And in those numbers, the all have much more significance and power.
Thank you. Thank you all. I'm going to pose this question. It's a little different, but I'm going to put it out there. It says, where are we on the battle to get equitable treatment for persons of African descent working in the Foreign Service for the U.S. State Department? A woman recently quit because she was treated like a criminal every time she needed to return to the U.S. by border agents who ignored and even mocked that she was a diplomat. This border racism is just a needless, tired hurdle at this point.
If I can, let me say something to this. There have been over the last year at least 3 or 4 major studies completed by the Council on Foreign Relations, the Academy on American Diplomacy, and others that have all urged reform within the Department of State and a greater commitment to make the representation of U.S. American diplomats abroad more like the demography of our country at home. The State Department has been deficient in terms of the efforts that it has made and been able to sustain with respect to diversity. But there is a clear understanding in the broader community that more has to be done. And I think that in the current administration, there is a commitment to do this, to increase the number of increase the level of diversity within the Foreign Service at all of its ranks. I think the elevation of Linda Thomas Greenfield as the nominated ambassador to the UN is a good step forward. Hopefully in the weeks and days ahead, we will see more diversity emerge within the State Department. It's not only important for us at home, it is most important for us to be seen that way abroad.
Thank you, sir. The next question. What is the U.S. going to do to enhance the legal and institutional ability and capability of the 54 African countries to stop illegal outflows of money? In some places, the legal structure is not robust enough to deal with this multi-billion-dollar outflow of money that could be used to provide local health, education, and domestic needs of those countries. Well, first, I think the person who asked the question would like to hear from Ms. Countess, and then I believe Dr. Plummer, you might want to chime in as well.
Well, thank you for the question. I have 2 quick responses. The first has to do with the U.S. could actually work with others to enforce international law. So one major source of income or revenue loss in Africa, affecting every country around the coast, is illegal fishing. In West Africa alone, the decimation of the fishing waters cost those countries around $2.3 billion. And those waters are overfished, not by African trawlers, but by fishing fleets from as far away as Asia, parts of Europe, and likely some American fishing fleets as well. One can simply come together and figure out how you support and respect international law and curtail that kind of activity. That overfishing is edging out small-scale fishing in Africa, which is then fueling migration, forced migration, right? And then secondly, look internally. Look at the ways in which building US law, particularly around corporate transparency, can be used to halt the illicit flows. One really quick example. The IRS just won essentially a case against Coca-Cola. In 2015, they notified Coke that it owed more than $3.3 billion to the US in municipal, state, and federal taxes because of practice called in which Coke masks its profits, okay? It essentially said that all of its subsidiaries in Africa and other parts of the world essentially was where Coke made its money. And so instead of being taxed on the true value of its profits, it's taxed on a much smaller tax base. So now what in the world does that mean for Africa, right? You know, Coke lost its court case. So at some point it will pay the IRS. What does that mean for Africa? In Southern Africa, Coke has one of its largest plants where it produces syrup. Coke is one of the largest employers in Africa, over 70,000 people. It has 145 bottling plants in Africa. It's one of the largest private employers. That manufacturing plant is based in what was Swaziland, Eswatini. And it has a relationship with the government, with the monarchy of former Swaziland, in which there is an unknown, a private, a non-transparent, a secret arrangement whereby Coke pays directly to the monarchy some percentage of revenue and taxes. That money goes directly into the hands of the monarchy. And the monarchy, not only is it the last absolute monarchy on the African continent, but is also one that is known for repression, anti-worker violations, human rights violations. So we have a US company, multinational company, isn't paying its fair share here, isn't paying its fair share in Southern Africa, and in fact is supporting a repressive regime. We can do something about that, even with the weak tax laws and tax infrastructure that exists in many African countries. There's a lot that we could do, and that's just two quick examples.
Thank you very much, Ms. Countess. And unfortunately, we have run out of time. I would like to thank the panelists and of course the audience. This has been a very vibrant discussion and we really appreciate your participation. So we're going to actually have to close at this time. There will be a 5-minute break, I believe, and then we will reconvene for the next panel. So thank you all very much.
Mm-hmm. Thank you.
Thanks.
I think we're back. I hope everybody had a chance to get a glass of water and kind of get situated again. Let me also add my thanks to the panelists of the first panel who really did an excellent job, I think, providing some of the historical context and really laying out really where we need to be going with regards to U.S.-Africa policy. This is excellent, an excellent start. And as expected, we're never going to have enough time to answer and to fully engage in all of these questions and issues today. This is the first of many dialogues and conversations that we expect to be seeing working papers, these occasional papers, and the remarks really being developed into policy frameworks and documents that we certainly plan to share broadly with both the policy community and the scholarly and academic community. So that's wonderful. Let me quickly, though, then turn to our second panel, which again, stay tuned because it's the first panel was great. The second panel is going to be great as well. Our second panel is on lessons learned from African-American engagement. And the moderator for this panel is my colleague, Dr. Elsie Scott, who is director of the Ron Walters Leadership and Public Policy Center here at Howard University. Elsie, are you now on our screen or?
I'm here.
Okay, sorry. Sometimes you never know exactly who's there and who's not there. How are you? Good. Well, I'm going to turn it over to you. Great. I'm going to turn it over to you to introduce yourself and to introduce the panelists for this next panel. Thank you.
Okay. Are all our panelists here, or do you know yet?
All of our panelists look to be here, yes.
Okay, great. Okay. Good morning, everybody. I am so pleased to be here. On behalf of the Ron Walters Leadership and Public Policy Center, we are thrilled that we were invited to be a part of this symposium today. And I want to thank Dr. Johnson for planning the symposium, the Center for African Studies, because it is a much needed dialogue for today. Many people knew Dr. Ron Walters, and many of them, not the people on this call, but many other people primarily know him for his work around American politics, especially after he served as the strategic manager for the Jesse Jackson presidential campaigns. But before he was known in American politics, he was engaged in international politics. Dr. Walters came to Washington, D.C. to study for his doctorate at American University in International Affairs. He had an interest in becoming an African diplomat when he came to Washington, but after spending time as an intern at the State Department, he said he changed his mind and became more of a scholar activist around Africa issues throughout the rest of his life. After he came to Washington, he met Congressman Charles Diggs. And through his work with Congressman Diggs, he got very involved in some of the key movements and activities around African policy and liberation struggles in Africa. While working for Congressman Diggs, he helped to found the Congressional Black Caucus, and he continued to do work with Congressional Black Caucus members around Africa issues for the rest of his life. He also helped with the organization of the first major demonstration by African Americans in support of the liberation movements in Africa, the African Liberation Support Committee. And after that, he worked on the plan for the Gary Convention in 1972. And after the Gary Convention splintered into different factions, he stayed engaged with the Pan-Africanists, the Pan-Africanist faction that came out of the Gary Convention. He was one of the founders of Trans-Africa, and he was active in the anti-apartheid movement. He served as one of the founders, or I mentioned that he was founders of Trans-Africa, and he served as an official observer for the free election at the end of apartheid in South Africa. With John Henry Clark, Lynn Jeffries, Jim Turner, and others, he founded the African Heritage Studies Association to make certain that African Americans and African scholars were heard and their research was recognized. His book, Pan-Africanism in the African Diaspora, is still being studied by young scholars. We don't have time to talk about all of his involvement, but I thought I would start this panel with just giving a brief overview of why the Ron Walters Center is engaged and what for the younger people who didn't know Ron Walters, to know a little bit about his engagement, and you can read more in his biography. The Ron Walters Center opened in October 2012 to preserve the legacy of Ron Walters. Since the founding of the Walters Center, we have been involved in a number of activities related to Africa and U.S. Africa policy, etc. We have been one of the sponsors on the campus of the YALI program, the Young Africa Leaders Program, and we have kept in touch with many of the young people that came through that program since they have gone back to their various countries. We participated with the South Africa support group that had functioned here on the campus for many years, worked with them on sponsoring programs. We traveled with them to South Africa for meetings with various colleagues and government officials. We also were pleased to sponsor a discussion about the Free South Africa movement here on the campus, and that was before Ron Dellums died, so we were pleased that Ron Dellums and Sylvia Hill both came to the campus to talk with the students about the Free South Africa movement. We hosted the conference, the National Conference of the African Heritage Studies Association, about 3 years ago. We've also participated in the World Conference of African Mayors in Ghana. We've gone back to Ghana and met with women elected officials to talk about policies and to talk about connecting women in the US with our colleagues and fellow scholars on the African continent. Before the pandemic, we were in discussions with the South African government about a formal collaboration between the Walters Center and a proposed policy center they were considering in South Africa. So hopefully, once we get past the pandemic, that we will get back to that discussion. So this panel today will revisit some of the pivotal moments, actors, and organizations in African American engagement in South Africa policy, including the anti-apartheid movement, Trans-Africa, and others. And we have a very distinguished panel here today. And I've been told that because of the interest of time, to give them the time to talk and don't read their bios, since so many people are familiar with them. So I will just introduce them, and they will go in the order in which I introduce them. You each have about 15 minutes, and because I'm not sitting beside you so I can slip you a note and say your time is up, I will probably have to do like the first moderator who just called people out on the screen and say your time is up. So, but hopefully we won't have to do it, that you'll have a little ticker someplace that's telling you your time is up. Our first presenter will be Professor Robert Vinson. He's at the University of Virginia, the Carter G. Woodson Institute for African American and African Studies. We're happy to have you. Then we will hear from Professor Pearl Robinson. Professor Robinson is a professor of political science at Tufts University. Then my old friend, who I haven't seen in a long time, Professor Mary Frances Berry, who's the Geraldine Siegel Professor of American Social Thought and Professor of History at the University of Pennsylvania. And then our last presenter will be Professor Joseph Jordan, who's the director of the Sonia Stone Center for Black Culture and History at the University of North Carolina, Chapel Hill. Okay, Professor Vinson.
Thank you, Dr. Scott. Thank you, Professor Johnson, and the whole HU community for organizing this wonderful symposium. I am so proud to be here, and I come to you as a proud Howard graduate, twice over, MA, PhD, out of the history department, where I worked under Dr. Harris, who Dr. Arrington mentioned earlier. But I also spent time in the African Studies department too, working with Dr. Edgar. So I got around at Howard, and it's wonderful to be back, even virtually. So I suspect that some of our distinguished fellow panelists will maybe perhaps talk about their longtime engagement with Africa, particularly Southern Africa. So I'm going to restrict my comments in the short time that I have to focus mostly on African-American, Black South African connections as a quick historical overview. So I'm going to get started. I'm going to share my screen so that you all can see this PowerPoint, the very short PowerPoint with some of the images that I have to share. And are you able to see my screen?
No, you have to select the bottom share screen and then select which window you would like to share.
Sure, sorry about that. Let's see, there we go. This is the one. Now, perhaps you may be able to see my screen. Lovely. Okay. All right. So thank you so much. The title of the talk presentation very quickly is Up from Slavery and Down with Apartheid, African Americans and Black South Africans Against the Global Color Line. And the relationship between African Americans and Black South Africans go back centuries. I think in earnest, it starts really in the 19th century. We do know that American slavery actually came to South Africa during the American Civil War in the form of the Confederate raider, the Alabama, that terrorized Union vessels in the Atlantic as part of that Civil War, this naval part of the war. This Confederate raider actually docked in Cape Town, South Africa in 1862. And we know that there was at least one enslaved person, a man named David White, on that Confederate raider. Other reports suggest that there were others enslaved African Americans who were forced to perform minstrel shows for local Cape Townians. And so we see American slavery actually coming to South Africa during the American Civil War. But really in earnest, this relationship begins in 1890 with the arrival of the Virginia Jubilee Singers. And these are Hampton graduates, another HBCU, who many of whom had been enslaved before. And so they were really personifying a type of up from slavery narrative in their own personal lives, who had come out of slavery, been educated at now Hampton University, and between 1890 and 1898 made several tours of South Africa. They gave over about 1,000 performances of spirituals, African-American spirituals. And in these spirituals, they told the stories of their own histories as African-Americans, and they framed the spirituals as part of a type of providential design, where like the biblical Israelites, they had been taken out of their homeland, enslaved in a foreign country for many, many years, hundreds of years, and then were delivered providentially by God, ultimately, out of slavery. And so they contextualized the spirituals like Go Down Moses as part of their own history. And Black South Africans dealing with their own forms of segregation took this African-American history as inspiration for their own struggles. And so we see this relationship developing in the 1890s with the Virginia Jubilee Singers. And not only the Jubilee Singers there as inspirational racial models, if you will, they're also internationalizing civil rights because, of course, they're coming out of Jim Crow, the US, and they're battling for their civil rights, not just when they're in the United States, but also in South Africa. They're appealing to American diplomats to recognize their citizenship rights as American citizens. They're appealing to the Constitution of the US that theoretically said that African Americans and whites were equal under the law. And so they internationalized the civil rights movement in South Africa, seeking to be exempt from South African segregationist laws that negatively impacted Africans, right? And so they were arguing for a type of American citizenship over racial discrimination. And they had this dubious, they had to carry these passes that claimed them to be honorary whites. And so, this was a dynamic here where the color line is in South Africa, and they have to be exempt from this segregation, have to be classed as honorary whites, right? But the larger point that I'm going to make here is that they're internationalizing the American civil rights movement, even at this time. They're also opening up educational channels because they're sponsoring South African students to go to their alma mater, Hampton. And one particular person that I want to mention is a woman named Charlotte Manye. She was the first Black South African graduate of a US college. She graduated from Wilberforce in 1901. We know that Wilberforce is another HBCU headed by the African Methodist Episcopal Church, an African-American denomination. Charlotte Manye was there with several other Black South Africans. One of their professors at Wilberforce was a young W.B. Du Bois. And these Black South Africans opened and accelerated an educational pipeline that meant that hundreds of South Africans, Black South Africans, attended universities like Howard, Wilberforce, Tuskegee, Hampton, Columbia, Yale, et cetera, between 1890 and 1930 and even beyond, right? So they opened up these educational channels. There was also a religious connection, institutional connection, because the AME Church and Baptist denominations coming out of Afro-America also established themselves in South Africa from the 1890s on. They combined with African Christians who often called themselves Ethiopians, leaving white-led Christian denominations, leaving the racism of those denominations to establish their own churches. They call themselves Ethiopians because Ethiopia is mentioned in the Bible. The prophetic Psalm 68:31 speaks of African deliverance. Princes shall come out of Egypt, and Ethiopia shall stretch forth her hands unto God. And in the 1890s, they were aware of the fact that in 1896, the Ethiopians had repelled Italian invaders in the scramble for Africa. So Ethiopia was the shining symbol of African independence and a sea of growing European colonialism. And so this relationship between African-American Christians and African Christians is institutionalized in these churches and in these prophetic politics. Speaking of politics, W.B. Du Bois, again, influenced by Black South African students that he taught, was able to, through their firsthand accounts of what they were experiencing in their countries, was able to enlarge his ideas of a color line. And so that famous saying that he makes in 1903, the problem of the 20th century is the problem of the color line, he actually meant a global color line, understanding the connections between African Americans and Black South Africans. And of course, Booker T. Washington, the Tuskegee educator coming out of Hampton University, was also a deep influence on Black South Africans like Pixley Seme and John Dubé, who also studied in America and went back to become founding members of the African National Congress, the leading, ultimately, anti-apartheid organization in South Africa. African Americans were also influential in sports. The fight films of the first Black heavyweight champion, Jack Johnson, circulated throughout South Africa. And the enduring image was that if Blacks could be given an equal chance, if the playing field was level, Blacks could compete with whites, defeat whites. And so sports had a larger sociological and political meaning that Black South Africans took, looking at African Americans as a type of racial role models and this larger struggle that was local, but also transnational. This idea of African Americans and Blacks, and including Afro-Caribbeans as well, like Marcus Garvey. So there were these ideas of Garveyism. We know about the UNIA, the Universal Negro Improvement Association, the largest Black-led movement in world history, over 2 million members in 43 countries. The Garvey movement, the UNIA, was very large, obviously, throughout the world, particularly in Africa. And in Africa, it had its greatest influence in South Africa. And Africans, like I like to say, indigenized the diasporic ideology of Garveyism. They were just not passive recipients of these ideas of Africa for the Africans, but they shaped and molded them. Garveyism was a type of potter's clay, which Africans applied to their localized situations. So some started independent churches and schools. Others used Garveyism to propel their trade union activity. or to accelerate the African National Congress, right? And so it was a two-way relationship of Africans indigenizing diasporic ideologies for their own benefit in the larger Pan-African project. Moving forward now, before World War II, the relationship was primarily Black South Africans looking admiringly at African Americans as racial role models, potential liberators. But after World War II, that relationship becomes a bit more balanced. African Americans are looking very closely at Africans in this age of decolonization after World War II. One example, Martin Luther King was at the 1957 independence celebrations in Ghana. The first president of Ghana, Kwame Nkrumah, was an admirer of Garvey, had also graduated from another HBCU, Lincoln. And so Martin Luther King was one of these African Americans who, in the words of one author, suggested that proudly we African Americans can be Africans, can look at the African freedom struggles and learn lessons from those struggles, link up and contextualize civil rights, Black power as a part of a larger struggle against decolonization. Martin Luther King also admired Albert Luthuli, who was the president of the ANC from 1952 to 1967. Albert Luthuli was the foremost advocate in South Africa of nonviolent civil disobedience and international human rights. And for his efforts, he won the Nobel Peace Prize in 1961, the first African to do so. Luthuli, too, understood the global color line. In 1948, he had spent 7 months in the US. He had toured HBCUs like Howard, like Tuskegee, like Virginia State. He had toured the American South, and he saw firsthand racial discrimination in the South. And he connected Jim Crow segregation in the US with South African segregation and apartheid. So understanding that global color line, Albert Luthuli, who, by the way, had visited and spent time in the King home in 1948 during his time in the US, understood this global color line. Martin Luther King was an admirer of Albert Luthuli. We often frame Martin Luther King as sort of the leader who others were following. Martin Luther King said on several occasions that if he had been in South Africa, he would have been a follower of Luthuli. They shared these ideas of nonviolent civil disobedience. And King followed Luthuli's model of engaging in an early global anti-apartheid movement, agitating for sanctions and boycotts and embargoes against South Africa. Right? These strategies, of course, became accelerated and became into global prominence and became very effective in the 1980s. I'm sure my fellow panelists will speak more about that going forward. Right. So this relationship in the age of decolonization, developing a global anti-apartheid movement continues. And I'll stop here. I'll pause here because I don't want to run out of time to give you this image here. And this image here is Nelson Mandela and the fabulous anti-apartheid activist, Gay McDougall. Gay McDougall, of course, was also a child of Jim Crow segregation. Was born in Atlanta, and in her activism, anti-apartheid activism, efforts to decolonization in Namibia as well, her longtime activism, she was informed by her own Jim Crow upbringing and understanding the global color line. And this picture here that I'm showing you, she is an international elections observer on April 27, 1994, where Black South Africans like Nelson Mandela could vote for the very first time. Here is a picture of an African American and a Black South African symbolizing the ties that bind between African Americans and Black South Africans. Up from slavery, African Americans engaging in their own localized freedom struggles and connecting them to the larger Pan-African politics to overturn the global color line. This is a very short overview of this longer relationship between African Americans and Black South Africans. Thank you for listening, and I look forward to the Q&A.
Thank you, Professor Benson. We'll now hear from Professor Robinson.
Unmute. try to, okay, now I'm unmuted. Hello, everybody. I'm going to do two things. I have a presentation that I want to show, but I'm going to show it first because I'm uncomfortable with manipulating the screen while I am reading. So I'm going to share my screen now, and hopefully we'll be able to pull up the presentation very quickly. Where is the presentation? And just a second. I am being Can you see my screen?
Yes.
All right, I am going to talk about two legacies that I think are very important as Howard University looks forward and decides that it wants to build on its own legacy and the legacy of the HBCUs in US policy interest in Africa. I'm going to talk about something that we are now referring to as the Howard School of International Affairs. And the major, this was what was going on at Howard's campus between the 1930s through the 1950s, when you had Elaine Locke, Ralph Bunche, Rayford Logan, E. Franklin Frazier, Merce Tate, Eric Williams, Dorothy Porter were the main actors in developing a curriculum here at Howard that infused international affairs in a number of disciplines. And whatever the discipline, whatever the political orientation of the particular scholars, there were two things that were distinctive in the way in which they approached the study of international affairs. They treated race as a variable in the study of study and explanation of international relations, and they always focused on empire. A number of events took place on campus. Raikin Chapel, I'm going to talk about a conference, very briefly, a conference that took place there. Rayford Logan, who was the chair of the history department, was also a consultant for the NAACP on the United Nations and colonial affairs. He was actually involved in the writing up of the initial legislation to create our first foreign aid program. And I will say a bit about his testimony related to that. This is Randall Robinson. Some of the papers of Trans-Africa are in the archives at Howard. And Randall Robinson was for 25 years, the executive director of Trans-Africa, the African-American political lobby for Africa and the Caribbean. Randall had this vision after doing the sort of activist lobbying that to move to the next stage, what was required was a think tank. And he tried to create a think tank as an arm of Trans-Africa called Trans-Africa Forum, but it didn't last. I will argue that Howard University has the infrastructure and the people and the time is right for you to think about the ways in which Howard, working with other partners, can provide this function of a think tank that supports both the work of activists as well as helps to make direct inputs into the policymaking process. You've got a Ralph Bunche Center, you've got the African Studies Center, you have disciplines, and my suggestion is that as you look forward, that the plan should just not be, well, we're going to make some inputs on whatever the policy is of the administration and get more people in the foreign service, but that you have a strategic plan that thinks about a way in which you bring together these various units and you build on these legacies of the past and you transform them into an effective foreign policy engagement for the 21st century. Now, stop sharing. Okay, so we're going to go back a bit and talk about legacy. starting with the Howard School of International Affairs. On April 8, 1947, 1 week after the first official meeting of the United Nations Trusteeship Council, Professor E. Franklin Frazier opened the 10th annual conference of Howard University's Division of the Social Sciences. A star-studded roster of academics, politicians, policy activists, government functionaries, and diplomats convened to address the theme, which was trust and non-self-governing territories. Over a 2-day period, the university's Rakin Memorial Chapel bristled with spirited discussions centered on the work of the newly established UN agency and the role Black civic engagement might ultimately play in the decolonization of Africa. Eleanor Roosevelt gave the opening keynote. W.E.B. Du Bois delivered the closing address. Papers by Howard University historian Rayford Logan, Max Jurgen of the Council on African Affairs, George Middleton, first secretary of the British Embassy, and Dr. W.A. Timmerman, a health professional from the South African Government Supply Office in New York City, rounded out the program. Several of the presenters, along with many of those in attendance, were riled by the South African government's reluctance to put Southwest Africa under international trusteeship. Presiding over sessions that showed case history in the making were Howard's president, Mordecai Johnson, dean of the graduate school and editor of the Journal of Negro Education, Charles Thompson, as well as the department heads of sociology, that was Frazier, and history, Logan. Howard's first female international relations scholar, Merz Tate, edited the papers, which Howard University Press published a year later. Approximately 2,100 people attended the conference. That's legacy. The caliber of the speakers, the hands-on involvement of the university's senior administrators, the public appeal of the event, all signified the convening power of the institution that had come to be known as the capstone of Black higher education. But this capstone had community links and was sustained by an institutional infrastructure. The foreign policy literature of the audience was something to behold. Many attendees came from neighborhoods beyond the Hill. And when Frazier explained that the Department of Social Sciences, the Division of Social Sciences inaugural Depression era conference addressed the economic crisis of the Negro and resulted in a Senate investigation, the audience was primed to fully engage efforts to secure rights for peoples in the non-self-governing territories. 3 weeks later, the pews of Rankin Chapel were again filled with an internationally attentive audience. This time, the Howard University Forum was the host, and Professor Ralph Bunche was back on campus as the evening's featured speaker. Bunche at the time was Associate Chief of the State Department's Division of Dependent Areas, on loan to the United Nations as Acting Director of the Secretariat's Trusteeship Division. The Howard Forum was a relatively new lecture series. Established in 1944, it brought distinguished speakers to campus for the purpose of providing the community with opportunities to hear and participate in the discussion of important national and international issues. Bunche put a practical face on issues raised at the Conference on Trusteeship. Speaking in an easygoing conversational style, his topic was the United Nations and the colonial problem. He focused on the machinery being developed by the UN Secretariat to breathe life into the trusteeship system. This was one of a series of more than 20 speeches Bunche would eventually give in the US and Canada to spell out a rationale for advocating decolonization as a new international norm, a rationale grounded in the human rights of subject peoples. In his remarks, he detailed the aims of the project as follows. Plans were underway for the advancement of the inhabitants of trust territories and other non-self-governing peoples, advancement toward self-government or independence, the encouragement of respect for human rights and freedom from discrimination. The new system would provide for periodic visits by the United Nations to the trust territories for purposes of on-the-spot inspection. Finally, specific provisions were being made for the right of petition on behalf of people living in UN trust territories. And he told the audience that petitions could come from any source, whether in or outside the trust territories, and could be submitted directly to the United Nations and need not be conveyed through the administering authorities. In other words, Bunch was lobbying for support of this provision, a provision that would become highly controversial and eventually overturned by the guardians of empire. I want to say something about the institutional architecture that made this possible. It wasn't just that there were people, but the institution supported these activities and the outreach. The combination of these two high-level history in the making events within 1 month of each other in 1947 would have been a spectacular accomplishment for most US universities. At Howard, this was taking place at Howard, historically Black university. And the people who came to fill Rankin Chapel would have been schooled on Bunch's book, A Rural View of Race. The Journal of Negro Education was another part of this institutional architecture of the Howard School. It was edited by Charles H. Thompson, and it was purportedly it existed as a publishing outlet for Howard professors in disciplines related to education. But it set for itself a broad mandate of addressing educational issues related to Black communities, which it extended to Africa and the Caribbean. A critically important feature of the Journal of Negro Education was its book review section, which included books on international topics about Africa, the Caribbean, South Africa, China, and India and Japan. Most of the international reviews were done by Howard's International Affairs faculty, especially Rayford Logan, Ralph Bunch, Merz Tate, Eric Williams. The librarian Dorothy Porter was very important. What she did, she was credited with building up the first university collection of materials by and about Black people, cultures, and societies. And she decolonized the Dewey Decimal System, because initially there was only one number dealing with everything related to Blacks in Africa. So she developed a system to suggest that there was a broad array of materials written by and about Black people. The Howard University Forum was a lecture series that brought distinguished speakers to campus, as I indicated. And what was interesting to me about this forum is that the planning committee for the Howard Forum included student representatives, the president of the Student Council, the Women's League, the Men's Dormitory Council, and the United Nations Club. Faculty worked with some of the students in advance of the sessions. They read together background materials by the speakers who were to come, so that the students would be well prepared and well informed to engage the speakers during the Q&A. 2 years later, we find that Rayford Logan is on Capitol Hill testifying on behalf of the NAACP about the Point 4 program. And Logan's testimony, what was interesting about his testimony is that he did not simply go and give testimony. He included input about how certain principles of human rights and labor rights should be incorporated into the legislation for the bill. One of the things that he famously said, he argued, was that the people who had testified before him on that day were insisting upon the importance of the protection of property rights and intellectual property. But he noted that no one made any comment about the protection of labor. He cited statistics from official UN reports that showed that wages in the areas in which these programs would work were as low as $2 a month, and that he argued that there actually should be an attempt to raise the wages for people in these programs as well. And he tried to get a fair employment practice clause in there as well. That eventually was defeated. But the point is that you had Logan working together with the NAACP, involved in the making input into the formation of foundational legislation, trying to bring in points that would make the world a more just and equitable place. Those are the sorts of things that Howard faculty could do even today. Finally, my comments, a few comments about Trans-Africa. Trans-Africa was established in 1977 as a nonprofit, nonpartisan foreign policy lobby. Its co-founders sought to create a distinctive African-American voice to address US policies affecting the Black world, defined as Africa and the Caribbean. Trans-Africa grew under the stewardship of Randall Robinson, but by 1992, Robinson had the sense that there was something more needed, a think tank. In 1992, in fact, it looked like they had accomplished a lot. And yet in looking around at Washington, what Randall Robinson said was that there was a proliferation of think tanks, and they had transformed official Washington's landscape. That major Washington-based institutions such as Brookings, the Council on Foreign Relations, CSIS, were positioning to challenge Trans-Africa's claim to be the best source of reliable analysis of US policy toward Africa. Randall took note of these developments and determined that Trans-Africa needed a think tank. And he explained that this town, meaning Washington, now produces policy as a result of the competition of ideas. And he felt that Trans-Africa had never competed evenly on an institutional basis in that arena. And that's why a think tank was needed.
Professor Robinson, can we wrap up?
Yep, I'm winding up. Trans-Africa tried but failed in this effort. Howard University has the institutional infrastructure on which to build a wealth of relationships with the executive and legislative branches of government, the talent pool to take the lead in this endeavor, and it is well positioned to take up the challenge. I urge you that as a US Africa policy think tank, that should actually be put on the agenda for this conference and looking forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Professor Berry. You need to unmute and
unmute. Can you hear me now, Elsie?
Thank you.
Okay, let me just say that I won't be long because I have very little to say. I told Krista when she asked me to come, I had no idea what I was supposed to be doing anyway. And I have had so many kinds of media things and everything else in the world, aside from my academic work over the last few months, that I haven't had time to even think about. I couldn't write anything even if I wanted to, and even if I knew what to say. I am so pleased to see folks that I love and know, all of you I love, but Joe Jordan, Elsie, we go back, way back to all the police issues and everything else. And Ron Walters was one of my dearest friends, and he and I worked on a whole lot of issues together. And I loved even seeing, Pearl, behind you, the picture of Rayford Logan, who taught me, and so did Merce Tate, and all those good people at Howard. Even people like Chancellor Williams, who you didn't have a picture of because he was sort of radical and sort of déclassé. But all that you said about Howard and what you said about Randall, my dear, dear, dear friend and comrade, Randall Robinson, I loved all that. Now, let me be fast because I know people have taken time and I don't want to take much. the best way for me to do this is to sort of tell you this paragraph and a half in my book, History Teaches Us to Resist, the chapter on the Free South Africa movement, in which it talks about my experience with Africa and what I know. What I know, I learned at Howard, and I also learned by being in Africa and in countries around the world where people were trying to influence, undermine Africa, including this one, the United States. And what I am is not a scholar of Africa. I am a disruptor, okay? So I don't even know if I should be here at Alma Mater, where the first time they gave me an honorary degree at Howard, they told me I couldn't speak. And when I got there, the president then told me that the reason why he wouldn't let me speak is because they never knew what I would say. But the next time I came, the Carter administration sent me to speak on behalf of the invited cabinet officer who had to go to a funeral somewhere. And I got up and I said, okay, this time I'm speaking. So watch out. Everybody hit their heads. Anyway, here it is. My experience with the African liberation struggle as a disruptor. I was at the 6th Pan-African Congress where Sylvia Hill, who Elsie, I think, mentioned earlier, somebody did, I think Elsie did, who came to speak to you, my dear sister, who was the Secretary General for the North American delegation. There, of course, we debated whether we should have socialism, whether we should have capitalism. All the heads of state were there, both the ones who were corrupt and the ones who weren't, who were mighty few, and still are, in my opinion. And after that, traveled around Africa. During the Carter administration, I was a government official running education, and I went to South Africa on a mission. And while I was there, I went to meet with all of the guerrillas and the freedom fighters and all the folks in the basement of a department store, big department store, which I won't name because somebody will find out what it was anyway, and caught up with what was going there. After that, I went to Zimbabwe, which was in Rhodesia. And at University of Maryland, where I was teaching before that, I had some Zimbabweans, Rhodesians, students from Howard who were in African studies and who a couple of them got PhDs from the department at Howard. One was Mario Nazua, who I brought in as my sort of chief of staff. And he and I went to Zambia and met and took material support to the guerrillas who were freedom fighters in Rhodesia to Zambia more than one occasion. When independence came, I was still in the Carter administration, and at the White House, when Mugabe came, he and I had long conversations about what I thought was his stupidity and thinking that the British were going to compensate the farmers, white farmers, and that everything was going to be fine. I said, this is never going to happen. And it didn't happen, and I think it drove him crazy. I also went to Zimbabwe after he became president and watched as he drove down the street going to government building and had white people refuse to get their cars out of the way and call him a monkey out loud as he was president, as he was going down the street. After I was also in Ethiopia when Haile Selassie was deposed. I happened to be there. I was on my way back from someplace else. And Nazua and I stopped off in Addis. And we were down there in the square, for those of you who've been there, when the little Volkswagen came by with Haile Selassie in it, who came as close to me as here. And was taken away, and we stayed at that hotel up there on the Hilton, on the hill. In any case, and have followed one of my other graduate students from Howard, who worked with me, a guy named Shababe Yemenu, who was Ethiopian, had us involved over there. He's still back in Ethiopia now. So I have been around to all of these places, and the South African and the Free South Africa movement was just part of my experience. Here's my conclusion about all this. My conclusion from listening this morning before we came on and from thinking about what's been said here it is true that we need a lobby, a Black folks lobby on South African issues. And it would be nice if we had a think tank. I think the work that Randall did was fantastic. And it's just a tragedy that the think tank didn't continue. But I don't think Howard can do the think tank in the way that I want it done. Howard and the Black colleges can be part of it because of the politics. Howard University cannot come out and say something that is directly opposite with what the federal administration is saying. As an institution, it cannot. It cannot as an institution. Students can mobilize, people can protest. I would like to see the students at Howard and the ones at the other HBCUs get together and form a group to, in fact, make their voices heard on issues having to do with Africa and people in the United States and the diaspora. The other thing is that I think the biggest problem for Africa is that the leaders and the countries are expected to remain capitalists. And my experience, and I've been in every African country except 2, and everywhere I go, I have met with ordinary people, as well as people who are in government and all the rest of that. The people are poor, and capitalism has kept, for the most part, them poor. There needs to be a debate, a serious one, which they can't do because of the ties that they have and the competition. Someone earlier said quickly that it shouldn't be a matter of competition for Africa between the great powers and so on. Well, whether we like it or not, it's going to be a competition. And in fact, when I was in Tanzania in 1974, China had just built the Tanzam Railway already. They were already, this is not a phenomenon that started later. It started way back then, the competition. And so with all of that, I can say that I'm so glad that you're having this symposium. And I hope that events like this can continue. Thank you. Did I go fast enough, Elsie?
You went too fast almost. I wasn't prepared. But before we go to our last speaker, I just need to emphasize that we need you to put your questions in the Q&A. Do not put your questions in the chat, and we'll try to get to as many as we can after we hear
the Q&A.
All right, before I begin, I'd like to thank you all for inviting me to the Church of Mary Frances Berry. May I say an amen? You make my presentation seem so much tamer, so I appreciate the fact that you went before me.
Thank you.
Also, I want to join everyone in thanking Professor Johnson and her staff and the other co-sponsors for pulling together this very important and timely project. I appreciate the opportunity to share with you. I want to stay as close as possible to my time allotted, and I am actually turning on my clock so I can help Professor Scott a little bit here. My focus today, however, is going to be on lessons from the roles that were played by community-based organizations and NGOs, particularly those organizations who identify themselves as solidarity organizations. By extension, and I really want to acknowledge the commentary on the previous panel of Imani Countess and Professor Plummer, who reminded us of this, and I refer to the historic role of HBCUs situated in urban and rural locales across the US, who were really a major source of political, intellectual, and material engagement with all of the continent, and whose transgressive political action work often took place, as Mary has noted, after work cross town from the back of a Chevy station wagon. I want to focus now primarily on nations that remained under colonial rule after the decolonizing wave of the late 50s and early 60s. I will not be speaking as much about those states, even though I know they were important. And as a final caveat, I also want to speak from the position of a solidarity worker. that is, I and those others who in their central engagements identified and allied themselves with movements and actions designed to support a progressive and revolutionary notion of self-determination for African peoples. Although governments can be sources for this dynamic, these organizations like that I was privileged to be associated with, the Southern Africa Support Project, were above all else people-to-people groups, and our work supported foreign policies that recognized the primacy of the aspirations of those people. What I'm going to try to show you here was that at that time and today that there are still roles for that kind of intervention in foreign policy by civil society and ordinary people. I guess the overarching, I actually had 3 lessons that I guess I was going to focus on. I think for this presentation, I'll focus on one. If there is one pointer idea that I would like to place on the table for consideration, it would likely be this, and I think it's a kind of truism. In the period from roughly 1958 to 1994, African-American political, social, and intellectual engagement with Africa and with foreign policy towards Africa owes much, if not all, to the development of Africa's own political sense of itself, which then served as a classroom and education and process for those of us here in the US. I say this and present it to you as an indicator of the dialectical challenge we face in the political movements in that time span, particularly at a moment when there were struggles for the liberation of Mozambique, Angola, Guinea-Bissau, and Cape Verde, South Africa, Zimbabwe, and Namibia. All of this captured the imagination of African-American activists. Even though our political study had ranged far and wide, and we were able to learn a great deal from those in our groups who had the opportunity to travel to Africa and to interact with some of the representatives of those movements, we still had much to learn, but fortunately we were eager to do so. Therefore, when representatives of the movements began to travel to the US to interact with us in very intimate and collaborative ways, there's no doubt that our practice changed and our understandings deepened and our resolve to be effective solidarity workers was strengthened. I want to also go back. There was a question that I think, and a shout out from Professor Navis about the importance of language proficiency in international study. I want to relate to you that one of the frustrations that was faced by those visitors to the US at that time, and even though they were understanding, they often had frustration with our lack of second language proficiency. So I want to say right now in the middle of this, as a teacher as well, I fully support all efforts towards pushing our students to international and study and language immersion experiences, that it is an essential element of their development now, and it's no longer an option. Oh, okay, that's an aside. Let me get back to the central piece. I do want to emphasize that in the African-American community, that there were a number of different kinds of organizations that concerned themselves with African foreign policy and that were engaged in various types of issues, issues of activism on the continent. As you might suspect, there were also a number of different tendencies among us. Those tendencies tended to range from the most conservative and somewhat reactionary to those who invested deeply in various notions of Pan-African internationalism, or even revolutionary nationalism, or for some, revolutionary internationalism. The article of faith among all of us, however, is that most of us hope for and work for a free and independent continent. And there are those of us who even dare to dream of a united Africa. Most, however, know, that when people think about African-American engagement with African people in that period, they almost certainly think solely of South Africa and the Free South Africa movement, and the actions that many would agree were a key element in the change of US foreign policy towards that nation in that period. I want to extend that example, however, and argue that there were important and previous engagements with Africa apart from South Africa that provided touchstones for African-American engagement and involvement, and that also encouraged and demanded a more critical understanding of the roles that ordinary people could play in changing or reorienting US policy towards the continent. We all had almost certainly been taught that we were not empowered or in some cases even capable of understanding the intricacies of foreign policy, and therefore were incapable of participating in the construction or elaboration of any kind of policy prescriptions in the foreign arena. Those individuals who actually became involved in the anti-apartheid struggle throughout the life cycle of FSAM and other projects will tell you that one of the most difficult tasks they had was to convince everyday people in faith communities and schools, colleges, and universities that they not only were capable of influencing foreign policy, but in the case of Africa, it was their responsibility to do so. This was not an easy task, but it was a necessary task, and you will find that hundreds and thousands of small community engagement and education projects in Black communities across the nation were undertaken by solidarity organizations who focused on just that task. I would like, however, to go back to my initial point and say that the engagement with the most politically dynamic movements on the continent delineates an important historical era. It also is a key to an understanding of why radical movements in the US and in the diaspora are so effective today. Okay, I want to make this important point. I think that in the interest of time, like everyone else, I want to cut a few things. So I'm going to try to move to what I feel is another important point and then move towards an end. I share a theoretical and analytical perspective with others that argues that the development of a political consciousness about the condition of Africa among African Americans comes not as an isolated or magical process, but rather in response to the challenge to our sensibilities about ourselves as citizens of the US engaged in our own struggles that was posed by African struggles. African movements for independence and for liberation and for self-determination challenged us to better analyze and understand why a particular form of internationalism that emphasized human rights was required of us if we were to evolve past notions of struggle that isolated us from Africa and the rest of the diaspora and mired us in self-congratulatory exercises limited to civil rights. It was those struggles in Southern Africa and in other parts of Africa, and not simply South Africa, that provided the lessons necessary to wrench us away from American dreamism to a broader understanding that has long been preached by various individuals in that long history of African advocacy shared by HBCUs, faith communities, pioneers of African policy mentioned here, who worked in the public sphere, and of course, the ordinary, everyday community-based organizations. The latter, to me, constituted the ethical Black heartbeat of African-American advocacy for Africa. Our condition in this country was, and in many ways remains, linked and connected to the condition of Africans on the continent, and we understood that one could not be separated from the other without abandoning a sacred responsibility. I think that the lessons we learned from those episodes were not always celebratory. Many were painful. Not only were we new to foreign policy and to the vagaries of politics that surround it, we were also in many instances not fully understanding of the conditions of those in the nations we sought to advocate for. The learning curve was steep. We felt that the time was short, and the sense of urgency moved us forward, not always with a clear understanding of the appropriate goals and objectives, but with the courage of our convictions and a complete belief in the nobility of our cause, we forged ahead. Our study groups, I know many of you remember that term, the kind of study groups we had, became more purpose-driven, and that study that we undertook then directed the writing in our newsletters. We produced and distributed on primitive reproductive devices. I speak of typewriters, mimeograph machines, rotary dial telephones, telegrams. See, some of those who are old enough to remember, I know it brings a smile to your face. However, in our hands, all of these devices became weapons of the movement. But little by little, we began to develop a revolutionary practice of our own. We learned how to harness the various elements of our community whether from the faith community, whether from other community-based organizations, whether from universities, whether from HBCUs. We learned and then unlearned the chauvinism, the paternalism, and the assumption of privilege that came with our nationality when dealing with international colleagues and friends and our African counterparts. We still had our divisions around socio-political tendencies, but we were still united in the notion that an independent Africa would be an empowered Africa capable of serving as a resource for the entire African world, as well as for other nations and other parts of the world who also suffered under colonialism and imperialism. I leave you with this thought. When solidarity became the organizing principle of our organizations, and particularly for the Southern Africa Support Project, we consciously or even maybe unconsciously injected a new component into our practice that often was not spoke of because it became kind of a part of what we did every day. This notion of solidarity demanded that we develop an ethical notion of struggle. That ethics was inserted into this cycle of examination, of understanding. This was a notion that connected us not only to Africa, but also to struggles in the Caribbean, in Latin America, to Asia, and to diasporic communities from Argentina to Vanuatu. Amilcar Cabral and many of the other Pan-Africanists that were important to our understanding were almost always manifested in that thought. And I also want to say that the teachers who in many cases are not aware of how influential they've been, oftentimes live in the actions that we take later on. So I'll end there, but I really want to emphasize that the ethics in the cycle of our analysis, of our practices, of our engagements is probably the most important piece for us to remember. Thank you very much. I think I did 13 minutes.
Elsie?
Yes.
Since I didn't take up my time, can I have 30 seconds?
Okay.
Can I have 30 seconds?
Yes, you may.
Let me just say that listening to everybody, Chairman Meeks, who now is a big shot because he's chairman of the Foreign Affairs Committee, could play a role like Charlie Diggs did in helping to get Trans-Africa off the ground. There's money out there in the foundations to fund things now, ever since George Floyd got murdered. Money has been flowing everywhere. It may be that he could become sort of the godfather of trying to get people together, or some people who are on this program call could initiate some idea of a think tank and get him to help promote it. And the HBCUs could be involved, including Howard, and that might be one way to get it done. So that's just an idea I have. Thank you.
Okay, well, you started where I was going to start, since there seems to be so much interest around this whole concept of think tank. I wanted to come back and have each of the panelists speak about, if one, you think that we should try to create a think tank, and if you do, how do you think it should be organized, around what issues, etc. I see there's a student who has asked the question in the Q&A about, how students would get involved. So Pearl, you want to start with, because I think you're the one that stirred the pot here.
Okay, the first thing I want to suggest is the think tank is separate from the lobby. We need a lobby. Almost every day of the 8 years of the Obama administration, I kept saying, this is a time when we need this African political lobby, African-American political lobby, because I sort of think that that was a lost 8 years. So think tank, and then what, the more politically aggressive lobby will do. But what I think, part of it, I think, is to say that several things need to happen. It needs to have a place. And maybe your center is a place, maybe the university is a place. I think it needs to be done so that there's some kind of a partnership with HBCUs. At one point, I was on the advisory board for the International Center at Lincoln University. And every time I walked on the campus, you know, I could feel Nkrumah and Zeke and a long history. But there are other, you know, each HBCU has some kind of a history. So some thought needs to be done in terms of the collaborative structure. I think it needs to also be combined with things like professional training for languages. I think languages at Howard are the center stone of this. I spent a long time trying to learn how to speak Hausa through education here and being in Peace Corps. And it makes a big difference if you can go and live with people and speak to them in their own language, if you want to understand what they are doing. I think that there should be fellowships. One of the things I learned from Trans-Africa as it was transitioning into this, before it got into the fancy building, there were human rights fellowships for lawyers at Harvard got some money, and they provided some of the most productive staff people there who supplemented the work that Randall had to do. And you get people who were founding the legal practice, the legal references for human rights in things like health and everything, and goes on. So, and then there needs to be a really a thoughtful way of how one does the community outreach. I used the conferences they had at Howard in the 40s and 50s because I liked the way in which, reading the proceedings, people came in and they were educated. The Q&A are produced in these proceedings. The most sophisticated questions the community came in and asked. And most certainly those people went out and did other things. And I think it's important to figure out how you do this so that people have, the think tank creates space for some people who want to have ideas that are counter-hegemonic. To me, it's not a real think tank if you can't think. So that's where I would start. And the connection with the people you have, Meeks is the guy, and their staffers. That was the other thing that was very clear with the start of Trans-Africa, is that you have Blacks who were working on the Hill who also had their commitments, and they supported these people in Congress. That's how Randall got his start.
Thank you. Before we move on, Dr. Johnson, how much time do we have?
Sorry, so I thought I had sent you a note. We have more time than we allotted. Let's go for another maybe 10 or 15 minutes because I know there's a lot of questions in there. And just seeing as though, if you don't mind, since you called on me, I'm not able to actually type questions in the Q&A, but let me just, I had just asked Pearl in the chat, and maybe Elsie as well. Maybe you guys could speak a little bit to the history of the Joint Center and also the historical conversations that took place there in terms of folding in Africa lobbying and Africa policy into that, because that history might be interesting for the rest of us to hear. Thanks.
Okay, either one of the panelists want to talk about the Joint Center?
I don't have a lot of experience with the Joint Center, but at one point when they were transitioning and trying to look toward their future, I was invited to write a note. I've taught at the University of Dar es Salaam and at McKinney. And University of Dar es Salaam has a public opinion survey, and they've got this interesting thing where they work with community to produce Swahili language newspapers on issues. And I suggested that they might consider connecting the activities of the Joint Center with a place like the center that was existing at Dar when I was teaching there. But there are universities in Africa that are doing similar things. And this is one of my things. I think that it's really important to try to develop linkages with your opposite number. So a university should have some kind of linkages with at least one major university on the continent, because that's where the majority of Africans are being educated, and it becomes a place in which you can make constructive alliances on various sides of the water. And that's hard to do. I know it's hard to do, but it should be done. And as you say, when there's money out there, sometimes that's the way in which you do it. I did it by facilitating the construction of the first computer center at McKennedy for the Faculty of Social Sciences, and introduced online learning, and co-developed a course on regionalism and African international relations that connected students at DAR and McKennedy, and the course I was teaching at Harvard. Where do I teach? At Tufts. And what that did is it created connections with the librarians who were doing IT, people in Uganda and Tanzania and at my university. And there's a lot of spread that comes from institutional development. So my big deal is looking at the institutional architecture of different places like that, if you wanted to do something with African universities.
Okay, I'll just make a comment, then I want to go back to the panelists. On the Joint Center, I know that Dr. Johnson had tried to connect with them when we were working on this conference. The Joint Center is probably the think tank, the Black think tank that we have left, but they don't do anything in international relations as far as I see from my relationships with them. But, you know, it might be something to have a discussion with Spencer, the president, now to see. But I agree with whomever said that didn't think that a think tank at Howard on African affairs might be the appropriate place because of so many things, the politics and where we get our funding, etc. So, but I think it should be connected to Howard, but maybe not sponsored by Howard, maybe not located at Howard. And definitely need some lobbying around Africa issues, because you know it seems like a lot of the things we're doing now, those of us who were engaged in the freedom, the liberation movement, now our relationships with Africa often are tied in with leaders there, and we're not engaged in pushing them to do some things. And as well as when we get a president, like somebody mentioned, we had Obama for 8 years. Was that a lost 8 years where we did not push? We didn't have a lobbyist group. We didn't have anybody that was pushing him in that area. Like we did perhaps during Bush. I think there was more pushing of Bush when he was president by the Black community, and therefore he did more than what some people expected him to do. But I'm going to shut up and let Professor Jordan or Professor Vincent, you want to say anything about this whole concept of a think tank lobbyist group?
Well, I'll tell you what I think. As Trans-Africa Forum was going, was beginning to go out of existence, I, along with Clarence Luzane, were co-chairs of the Scholars Council for the forum. And one of the last great things I think happened, and actually this was edited by Imani Countess, and this was a document of policy prescriptions that we prepared for the Obama administration when it came in. So many of you, I think, understand the possibilities for think tanks. If you even go back to the Reagan administration with this mandate for leadership that came out of, I can't remember the conservative think tank there. I don't know if it was the American Enterprise Institute or the other one. But either way, I think in a sense, at least in my opinion, we are somewhat past that era where you will have a single entity that will be able to have that kind, I mean, the kind of resources that are available to us at this moment, to me, sort of militates against some one place as a site when you have enormous amounts of intellectual and other kind of capability in different sites around the country. Our colleagues in Chicago would rise up and scream. Those in New York would rise up and scream. Those in other parts that are becoming more prominent in the South. So instead of having a single kind of notion, I think someone already has mentioned the idea of having several that are connected. And I do agree with Mary. They have to have the freedom to be audacious. If they feel that US policy towards Afro-Venezuelans in Venezuela, or Afro-Cubans in Cuba, or towards Grenada or any other place on the continent is lacking, then they need to be able to call out what might be seen as unpopular approaches. But I'm very, very much for the concept and the idea of the think tank. I think it needs to be modernized to take account of current realities. But I also think that it needs to be decentralized. I mean, if we're lamenting the loss of one place, I think what we should be analyzing are why do we only have one place?
I think very much that whatever we do needs to be not only 21st century, but we're already in the first fifth of the 21st century, so that it has to be updated. And I thoroughly think that since there are people in more than one place who are doing not just doing work, but where some of the best work is coming from, it would be great to have a way for everybody to be a part of that conversation. And so it's the coordinating mechanisms. You have 21st century means of communication, but beyond just knowing what everybody is saying, you do need to have some way to move forward and do something. So if we're going to be connected with Meeks or whoever it is, if we're going to be connected with some people on the continent, one of my issues is our policy toward this Islam in Africa, which is just, murdering, which is bombing a lot of people whose faith is Islam. I just think it's horrible. And where can I say anything about that? Who is doing anything about that? There are probably individual people in different parts of the globe who are saying something, but somehow we're not coming together. So maybe the key word is coordinating mechanisms for mobilization and mechanisms that make audible the multiple voices, but make doable policy.
But that's right, but we got to get a simple label for it. That was too complicated.
More than one brain.
Anyway, what I was going to say was that listening to all this, it seems to me, and I'm learning, it seems to me that if we could get both a lobby group, a lobby organization, with the imprimatur, some of the staffers on the Hill that work on foreign affairs and on Africa, and with Meeks as the chairman, as sort of the godfather kind of thing, and go to foundations. If somebody would have to write this up, go to foundations and get some money, then we might be able to start, or from the corporate responsibility people, be able to start a lobby group, which I don't want a think tank that is producing information that isn't used by anybody. You see what I mean? Mm-hmm. That's why it has to be funneled into the folks who are trying to make policy. Otherwise, to hell with it. Excuse the expression. And so now I think that, so if we got some people who are willing to do that, then we could have the scholars who are already doing the work around the country that Joe Jordan talked about, have them understand that they are part of this process and that the information that they produce will be used, and have a coordinating mechanism related to the related to the lobby group. It's like, for example, the NAACP Legal Defense Fund has now a Thurgood Marshall Institute, which for years, I've been on the board forever, we've been trying to get. The Thurgood Marshall Institute does policy and all kinds of different stuff, which is then used by the litigation group and the LDF itself. It doesn't have to be exactly like that, but I'm just saying it's one example. There's People for American Way that I'm on the board of. We got a nonprofit think tank kind of thing, and then we got a lobby group kind of thing. And this is the way organizations roll. The main thing is not to offend all those people who are out there already doing good work, use their work and have a, as you said it, Pearl, coordinating mechanism, but I don't like that word, those words, something simple. And students, what role do they play? Somebody asked that. Students can be interns. Students can be people who we raise up to do the protests and use the information and put pressure on people. That's what students do. And they may even write papers and get credit for some of the work that they're doing on the campus, wherever they are. That's a model that could be used. So all we need now is somebody to write this up, to agree that we're going to do it, have some meetings about it, that's always necessary, and get somebody to get Meeks, somebody out there who's in his district, and people to get him on board, okay, and to get it done. So there.
Okay, that's the plan. And Howard is making this conversation possible.
Professor Vincent, did you want to comment on this particular? Professor Vincent, did you want to make a comment on this, or had you seen some questions?
Yeah, very, very briefly. I think I want to reiterate the earlier points about language and questions of ethics. And I think Professor Robinson spoke about a think tank has to be counter-hegemonic. What do we think? So I think we still have a hegemonic master narrative about Africa in this country that is pervasive, right? That dark continent, all this dynamics, right? And I think, and that's, we don't have enough formal education about Africa in our formal educational systems. And so how we think about Africa, I think is really important. And I think the historical lessons have been in African-American engagement with Africa and Africans, yes, deeply Pan-African, often with the best intentions, but sometimes with a type of missionary complex, sometimes with a celebration of a historic Africa and ancient Africa, but not an understanding of a contemporary Africa. And so in the past, there has been a type of missionary complex at times in the past. And I think there may be still legacies of that. So I think to come to a conclusion on this is, I think the question of language is vitally important, because if you don't understand folks' language, you're really not going to understand the cultural frameworks that they're coming out of, the conceptual frameworks. So language training is really important for us based in the US, particularly those who are monolinguals, right? And then two, having a receptivity and a humility and a clarity about why we're doing what we're doing. So what are we thinking about when we think about Africa? We have a think tank, and have clarity about what we're lobbying for, right? And to be, so I think that's a really important point that may be self-evident to many, but I think it's really important to really be careful about that dynamic based here in America. What are we lobbying for, and how are we thinking about Africa, past and present and future? And language, I think, is absolutely central. And Howard has been a leader in that dynamic. So that's what I'll say about that.
I think well, we're running out of time, but I just want to say to the Center for African Studies, I think that you have opened up a whole can of worms here, and you're going to have to take some leadership. We're trying to figure out how to deal with this. There are a lot of questions, a lot of good questions and a lot of good comments in there. So perhaps you can pull these out and ask those of us who participated in this conference to reconvene in some subsets or whatever to tackle some of these and get some direction as to how do we want to go from here. And you might already have some ideas. Maybe that's the reason why you brought us together, that you already have some ideas and you just want to make sure that you have all of us signing on with it. But I am excited, and I think everybody here is excited about coming together. And we all are concerned that there's not that voice out here from the Black community dealing with many of the Africa issues, and whether we are losing ground in that we are not unified. We don't have the Trans-Africans anymore. And many of us who have been engaged, we are maybe looking for younger people to become more engaged. But we see that students are putting in the chat and in the Q&A as to how they can be engaged. So I think it's a great idea. We have a lot of great ideas, and Howard University has always been at the forefront of many of these movements. And I look and I see Dr. Dempsey up there. I was going to say if she was still at CBCF, I'd say, okay, let's pull Congressional Black Caucus Foundation in here too about this. But I don't know whether they are going to be engaged in the Africa issues. But anybody have any last things you have to say before I give it back to Dr. Johnson? I think each one of the panelists will give you a minute. So we have that to go round robin. Okay, Jordan.
All right, so in my minute, let me say this. One of the things that I want to emphasize, there are hundreds of individuals, if not beyond hundreds, at institutions and universities across the US who are doing this kind of work. In there, oftentimes in places that are hostile to them, oftentimes without support. Trent, who is president of ASWAT, knows this, that the kind of papers and the kind of studies that we get for the biannual conference are remarkable. And these are people who do speak the language, who do go to the country, who do interact and do have that kind of cultural humility that he's calling for. So I think what Mary and Pearl and Elsie and everyone else is saying is what they lack is that place where they can come together and have that generative moment with like-minded people that allows them to put things out. What I would argue that these kinds of units need not be singularly for that level of individuals. I think what Dr. Berry has said, and I want to second it, that I'm going to end, that having resident scholars and resident policy folk there, as well as visiting, which would capture the energy of these individuals who are, in their individual universities or communities or community-oriented organizations, as well as student fellows, not interns. I don't like to call them interns anymore. They doing work. I used to hate when I was quote unquote an intern that I would go out and do like 2 weeks of work and then they would come back and present it. Hell, I did just as much as the other dudes did. I mean, give me the credit. So let's give everybody the benefit of that title and make them at a very early age understand that what you're doing is significant and important.
I see that Sister Afia, the president of the African Studies Association, is on this call too. So I would definitely pull them into anything that we're putting together. Okay, who wants to go next? Vincent?
I would second what Professor Jordan is saying, that we have this group of folk who do have these abilities, including a very large post-1964 African diaspora here in the States, who are coming out, a first generation, coming out of African households, speak African languages. Perhaps they grew up here, their parents came, et cetera. So they are, but they're being racialized in this country in ways that sensitize them a bit more to what's happening in this country as Black. And so we have this post-64 African diaspora that I think are natural bridges and conduits and connectors that can be very much a part of this idea of a think tank and a lobby. Folk who are deeply informed through their own personal experiences, their own movements back and forth, their connections on the continent, and their engagements and understandings and deeper sensitivities to specific African-American experiences as well. That's a powerful, we have collectively a powerful group of people who could comprise such a think tank in the lobby.
Mary, you want to have some closing remarks?
I just want to say that Joe's right, and I won't call people interns anymore. I'll call them fellows. That's all.
Okay, Pearl, last word.
My last word is 21st century think tank, and something that I love the three types of people who could come together in the same space: resident scholars, visiting scholars, and student fellows. And then the community. The thing about what I said about the symposia, 2,000 people showed up to talk about trusteeship system or whatever it was they were having. So the community people, that it has to be also, and once you get the think tank, maybe they'll think about that as well, but the structure needs to be something that reaches out and invites in. And what brought people in was the desire to learn and be engaged. So this is a think tank that added to its functions, as you describe it, that there's this larger community that wants to be better informed so that they can be engaged.
I want to thank all of our panelists, and if we were in a room, we could give them a big clap, but we thank them for the discussion today, and we look forward to what will come out of the discussion. We'll turn it back over to Dr. Johnson.
Wow, thank you. Thank you all. I know, I'm sure everybody else feels as uplifted and hopeful as I do. And this has been a wonderful morning conversation with two really excellent panels. You may have surmised by now, I don't know if I said this to all of the participants, but we were expecting to be able to host a keynote address by Ambassador Linda Thomas-Greenfield during our lunch break. As all of you should know, she is actually literally in the process, in going through the confirmation process now. And we were hopeful that that would be over, but given that it's not, her schedule is really not her own. So she was not able to be with us today, but she has committed to joining us later on this semester to engage in this conversation. I think maybe well, we will talk we can talk about what kind of format that will take, but we'll obviously certainly invite you all back to have that conversation specifically with Ambassador Thomas-Greenfield. I do want to, and so then the schedule, just to kind of bring you, I guess, back up to date in terms of our moderate or our modified schedule here. We do have, though, video recorded remarks from Congresswoman Karen Bass, who's the chair of the House Subcommittee on Africa and African Affairs. And I think we'll reconvene. Let's take a bit of a break now, and we can reconvene. Let's reconvene at 1 o'clock. So that gives us about 20 minutes to take a lunch break. Everybody can go and get, something to eat at least, and then come back and watch. Pearl is laughing like, gosh, she's a taskmaster. But we're trying, as you can see, we're trying to fit so much into just one day. And then of course, we could do many more days. We'll reconvene at 1 o'clock, and we'll begin with, we also wanted to share with you a quick video of the work we do here at the center, but we'll also, in the interim, we'll share with you a quick video of the work that we do at the center, but we'll reconvene at 1 o'clock to listen to Congresswoman Bass's comments and remarks, and then go straight into our two afternoon panels, which you also will not want to miss. I think, the two morning panels were a bit of a historical perspective. You're going to hear, just echoing a lot of what has been said, even in terms of the first two panels. You're going to hear from some of this new diaspora, right? Some of the young millennials and young folks who are at HBCUs now, and really doing, this is not the HBC of old, right? So those of us who work here know, just as Robert Vinson said, we know that, in fact, a growing percentage of the Black population here in the United States is of African immigrant descent. So that is the largest percentage of increase, the largest percentage of increase of the Black population is coming from that constituency. And so that's changing the dynamics of Black domestic politics, as we're seeing in movements like Black Lives Matter, the Black Alliance on Just Immigration, and other racial justice movements. But it's also affecting and impacting our programming and what we're able to do here on HBCUs. So the afternoon, do not miss the afternoon panels. There's going to be a lot of really interesting ongoing discussions there as well. So let's take a 20-minute break. Let's reconvene at 1 p.m. and we'll have the quick remarks by Congresswoman Bass and then move on to our afternoon panels. Thank you all for being with us.
For African Studies
at Howard.
My name is Krista Johnson, and I'm the director of the center. Designated by the United States Department of Education as a comprehensive national resource center for the study of Africa, the Center for African Studies coordinates and develops interdisciplinary interests in all areas of African studies across Howard's campus, and promotes an understanding of Africa and its diaspora in the university, in the DMV metropolitan region, and beyond. The center's mission includes the enhancement of curriculum, the sponsorship of research, the organization of conferences, the promotion of special projects, and the acquisition of library and related resources. The center also coordinates an outreach program aimed at expanding and enhancing knowledge of Africa in educational K-12 institutions, the media, business, and government and civic groups in the Washington, D.C. region. Be sure to check out our website to see all the exciting work that we've been doing.
Hi, I'm Wheeler Winstead. I am the Assistant Director for the Center for African Studies. The Center for African Studies offers foreign language and area studies fellowships for students interested in studying an African language and an area studies course. These are offered to both undergraduate and graduate students.
FLUS is a great fellowship program for students interested in learning foreign languages or specializing in area studies. I am a proud beneficiary of the program. It helped me improve my fluency skills in Kiswahili and enroll in graduate courses in African studies. Through the awards, I learned to discover new peoples and new cultures. And I believe that I am a better person today, a better scholar, able to integrate and understand various dimensions of human experience.
Hello, everybody. This is Dr. Leonard Mwaka, the chair of World Languages and Cultures, where we house all languages taught at Howard University. We offer 7 African languages: Amharic, Arabic, Somali, Swahili, Wolof, Yoruba, and Zulu. These languages are offered by a very experienced group of faculty members, and they are also trained in so many aspects of language acquisition. And in the summer, we also have study abroad programs.
Berle amarre, Yahwali Sigotat, Befikrish Tasri.
And Wasahlan fi Matar Al Kahira Al Dawi.
Oh, useless go on.
Oh, فعنا حنمسدها.
الحمد لله أنا في عناي.
Ibariki Africa.
Juwalo. Mangi Fataleku.
Ekurole Awan Oluko ni Howard University.
Sani Bona.
Yebo.
Yebo. Yebo. Yebo.
Hello, my name is Brenda Randolph. I'm the Outreach Director.
Hi, my name is Vanessa Oyugi. I am the Assistant Outreach Director. Our work here focuses on K-14 reading, teaching, and learning about Africa. We offer professional development opportunities, including our Summer Institute, teaching resources, for example, the Gold Road Project and Discover Africa in the World, as well as literacy initiatives such as the Children's Africana Book Awards and the Read Africa program.
We also serve as a hub for educators to exchange ideas on teaching about Africa, particularly through our Mwalimu teaching community. See our website to join.
So the idea around the music and its relationship to that community, being the music has to serve a function that's within the context of those roles being affirmed, right?
Generation after generation shall look people in the eye. Generation after generation shall argue until their saliva dries out of their mouth. Those who say Africa is a country.
Welcome to the 26th of our authors panel.
Please visit our website, cfas.howard.edu, and subscribe to our newsletter. Follow us on Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, and YouTube.
Okay, everyone, welcome back. I hope you feel free to bring your lunch and whatnot and sit in front of your screen one more time, and we get to continue the discussion. So we're going to start now. I really am very pleased and honored that Congresswoman Karen Bass agreed to make some video remarks for our discussion today, especially on such short notice, given our change in schedule. So Congresswoman Karen Bass, most of you should know because she has really been a longstanding ally of and advocate for Africa in Congress for many years now. Congresswoman Bass serves on the House Foreign Affairs Committee, and she is chair of the subcommittee on Africa, global health, global human rights, and international organizations. She has also served as chair of the Congressional Black Caucus in 2019 and 2020. As chair of the subcommittee on Africa and African affairs, Congresswoman Bass has acted to build coalitions and support economic growth and partnerships with the African continent, with a goal to transform how the United States engages with African nations and to promote the many opportunities to expand trade and economic growth between the United States and African nations. She's been a regular distinguished guest here at Howard, and we really are thankful for her always offering and be willing to accept our invitations to come and participate in what are important and timely conversations and discussions. So we're very grateful to her for accommodating our request, this late request at this to offer some remarks specifically for this event. So now we'll play, it's a short video, less than 10 minutes of remarks of Congresswoman Karen Bass, and then we'll go on to our third panel and resume the afternoon panels. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. It's good to be with you today, even if it is only virtually. I do look forward to the opportunity to be on campus with you as I have so many times before. So I am very excited that we are finally have an administration that is going to recognize and respect and pay attention to the continent of Africa. If you remember, it was just a few short years ago when the last president referred to the entire continent of Africa as a group of S-hole countries. I have to tell you that after he made that comment, I went over to Georgetown because you might not know, but in Georgetown, the African Union has an office where all 55 representatives, ambassadors meet there once a month. I went, I asked to speak to all of them, and I apologized on your behalf, on all of our behalves, because unfortunately for the last 4 years, we had to suffer with an administration that unfortunately was racist at its core. But it's a new day now. President Biden, Vice President Harris came in, and within the first few weeks of the administration, they did their own Zoom call with all of the ambassadors from the continent of Africa. I am honored to chair the Subcommittee on Africa, and the chair of the full Foreign Affairs Committee, Gregory Meeks, is African American. The two of us together also did a Zoom call at the beginning of the year with all of the ambassadors because we wanted to send a signal, number one, that America is back, that we understand how significant the continent of Africa is, that we understand how significant the continent of Africa is to the entire world, because frankly, the world still goes to Africa for all of its natural resources. None of us would be able to use our cell phones if it wasn't for the minerals that come from the continent of Africa. 10 of the world's fastest growing economies are on the continent of Africa. Unfortunately now, because of COVID, I know that that has had some backsliding in the sense of the economic impact that COVID has had on the continent. But even with that, we are fortunate so far that America has been hit far harder than the continent of Africa. Obviously, not that it's fortunate that America has been hit, but the fact that Africa has not been devastated by COVID yet. However, we need to make sure that we prioritize support for the continent of Africa. When it comes to foreign aid, we need to make sure that we begin to change the paradigm, because in my opinion, until now, the United States' view of the continent of Africa was Africa's a charity case. As I've worked on African issues over the last 11 years, it feels so similar to working on issues in our country in terms of how inner city America is viewed, in terms of how Black America is viewed. The government tends to look at the deficits and never our assets, and that's the way the continent of Africa has been viewed by the US government. However, President Obama began to change that paradigm by creating programs like YALI, the Young African Leaders Initiative. And I've always been honored every year to meet the YALI leaders who are on your campus every year. And I know that they're not there now because of COVID, but having those young people come over and spend several weeks here, that initiative focusing on leaders, focusing on how do we increase the capacity of African countries so that they don't have a need always for foreign aid. Those are the initiatives that I know the Biden administration will carry through as well. We have to change how we do foreign aid. How is it that we've been providing foreign aid for decades, but yet 2/3 of the continent doesn't have electricity? Which is why under the Obama administration, he created Electrify Africa so that we could contribute to Africa's ability to have electricity. I know those are similar initiatives and perspectives that the Biden administration is going to bring to the table, and it is certainly the type of perspective that I have in legislation that I work on. I am hoping that students from Howard can travel to Africa, can go over for a semester, can bring students over to Howard and other universities in the United States so that we can build our relationships. And let me just say to all of you, if any of you have an interest in foreign service, please think about entering foreign service in the State Department right now, because diversity is a huge issue. And as a matter of fact, I'm introducing legislation to address diversity, to see so that we can have more foreign service officers that are African American on the continent of Africa. You would be shocked how few Black people are in the foreign service. And so I hope that that's something that you think about in your future. I want to tell you that I know that you are working on a symposium. I mean, you're going to produce papers, and I would really like to see the results of your papers, because hopefully it'll help me legislate. And I do look forward to the opportunity to come back to your campus to meet with you in person. When I think of the continent of Africa, I think of opportunity. I think of the fact that there are going to be more people on the continent of Africa than any other continent in the world very soon. That the largest sector of the African population are young people. And we need to make sure that we provide opportunities for young people in Africa, which is why focusing on the electricity, focusing on technology are ways that we can make sure that there will be jobs for young people so that they can thrive, because the capacity is there. It is never a question of capacity. Thank you for the opportunity to talk with you today. I look forward to the results of your working paper, and I do look forward to seeing you in person in the near future. Thank you.
Wow. Well, I want to certainly, again, thank Congresswoman Bass for taking the time to address us. as we were talking in the morning panels, we need, and we are certainly going to need to work with advocates in Congress and in government. And Congresswoman Bass has certainly been one of those staunch advocates and supporters, and someone that we can continue to turn to, in addition to her staff. So just to kind of conclude, I do want to certainly send a shout out to Dr. Corey Holmes, who's a staff member of Congresswoman Bass, also an alum of the Department of African Studies here at Howard University, and also his colleague, Zach Seidel, who were really instrumental in making sure that we got that in a timely, the recording in a timely fashion. So those are certainly, I mean, as you all know, we have advocates and we have supporters and people that we can certainly work with on the Hill and in other branches of government, and we should certainly, begin to kind of foster those relationships. So we have now 2 more exciting panels that we are going to be convening for the afternoon. And our third panel is, we're now kind of, I guess, being more reflective of the future as opposed to, kind of reflecting on lessons of the past. And our third panel is titled Building Back Better, a More Diverse and Representative Diplomatic Corps. And we have perhaps the most appropriate moderator for this panel, my wonderful colleague, Tania Hope Navas, who is the director of the Ralph Bunche Center for International Affairs. Again, I'll let her really talk a little bit about her work as well, because as will become very apparent, it is very, very germane to the topic at hand now, and her work is certainly very germane. So I'm going to turn it over to you, Tania.
Thank you so much, Krista. It's a pleasure to be with everyone this afternoon. I have been on all morning, and it has been certainly a very, very rich conversation that I'm glad I've been able to be a part of. So good afternoon to everyone from every part of the world that is joining us. Thank you for joining us for this afternoon panel. My name is Tania Hope, and I serve as the director of the Ralph J. Bunche International Affairs Center here at Howard. Before we move forward, though, I did want to acknowledge the recent passing of Dr. Keith Jennings, who I had the opportunity to meet several years ago working on diaspora issues in Latin America. Our interaction was brief, but he was always very kind and supportive. And as a powerhouse on all things Africa, he leaves an enormous void. So he was scheduled to be on this panel with us. So in his memory, I'd like to offer a moment of silence. Thank you very much. So, as I mentioned, I am the director of the Ralph Bunche International Affairs Center, which is the center at Howard University that serves as kind of the nexus of international activities at the university. As I listened to the morning sessions, I found myself talking to the screen on numerous occasions because so many of the things that were mentioned are things that are on our radar at Howard, and some of which we are actively pursuing. Last week, I actually had the opportunity to moderate a panel hosted by the Meridian International Center on the legacy of African American diplomats, specifically Carl Rowan, Edward Dudley, and a movie that's coming out about them in 2022. And a senior State Department official who was on the panel actually called for the creation of Howard University School of Foreign Service. And it's an idea that I know has been floating around for quite some time. In fact, when I first started in 2015, Dr. Clarence Lusane also started as chair of political science, and I absconded from his office with a file box full of files of conversations that have been had in previous years about the establishment and the creation of a Howard University School of Foreign Service. So I know that it's not a new idea, but it sounds like from this morning's conversation, it's certainly an idea whose time has come. So the Bunche Center is home to global programming that complements in-class learning of our students with firsthand accounts and interactions with individuals in the field working on important global issues. We host an annual series. This year, entitled Shaping Our Future Through the Sustainable Development Goals, where we're focusing on the UN SDGs. We are also home to most study abroad programs for Howard University students, participation on which has increased by 600% since 2015. Study abroad, I'm going to stop here for a minute because I think that study abroad is a key step towards careers in international affairs, especially in foreign service, which is the topic of our panel today. It should be noted that according to the Institute for International Education's last Open Doors report that was released in November, African Americans participate on study abroad at a rate of only 6.4% of all US students who study abroad, which is a terribly low number. Relationships, I think, are going to be key if on the continent, if what we've discussed this morning will ever see the light of day, there needs to be increased interaction between our students and people on the continent, vice versa, mobility both ways. So if that number remains that low, we have a problem. To that end, the Bunch Center also serves as the home of the Charles B. Rangel, Thomas R. Pickering, and Donald M. Payne Fellowship programs. And actually, I will add to that yet another new program that we were just awarded by the USDA, APHIS service, to promote diversity in the foreign service of the USDA. So they will be earning master's degrees in veterinary medicine and agricultural sciences. So, and that's in partnership with Tuskegee. So keep an eye out for that. But these programs, all of these programs were established to help diversify the foreign service of State Department and USAID and now USDA's foreign service. It pays for the cost of a master's degree and then delivers the fellows straight into the foreign service of State Department or USAID. And finally, the Bunch Center is the home of the Center for African Studies. So our colleagues that we see, well, when we're back on campus, we see every day. Additionally, from the Bunch Center, we constantly advocate for Howard and all HBCUs to prioritize comprehensive internationalization. From the Bunch Center, we are leading efforts to develop a comprehensive internationalization strategy for Howard that will better coordinate international efforts across campus. Now, at the end of the day, in order to do many of the things we discussed here, we will need economists, historians, scientists, politicians, etc. So we must make sure that students across all disciplines have the opportunity to engage in global learning, whether they remain on campus for all 4 years or they have the opportunity to travel abroad. And finally, they should all have language proficiency beyond English. I've been very excited this morning about how frequently the conversation has turned to the need for us to speak different languages. And the last Mono Languages Association report in 2016 said there were only 917 African-American foreign language majors in the entire United States, which is hopelessly low. And so we've got a lot of work to do, and there's a lot of languages to be learned, and we need to learn all of them. So I hope that the words from here trickle out into the places that decisions are made. I know that Howard is currently reviewing foreign language requirements to align better with practical application of language skills rather than kind of an arbitrary number of semesters a student should take for a foreign language. So the work is in progress here. So with that said, let's get started with this panel. Building Back Better, a more diverse and representative diplomatic corps. This panel will discuss the challenges of diversity and representation within the Department of State and the Diplomatic Corps, and will debate strategies and programming that should be implemented to overcome them. On our panel today, we have Ambassador Michael Battle, former U.S. Ambassador to the African Union, Dr. Mena Demesi, Vice President of Policy Analysis and Research, the Congressional Black Caucus Foundation, and Dr. Errol Henderson, Associate Professor of International Relations at Penn State and head of the Diaspora and Politics Project. So I think Dr. Demesi and Dr. Henderson, you all are presenting together, correct? Okay, did you all want to start? No, you don't want to start?
We'll defer to Ambassador Battle.
Okay, Ambassador Battle, and we're going to try to keep these remarks to 12 to 15 minutes because if the morning sessions were any indication, there will be a lot of questions. So thank you.
Well, thank you so much. First of all, let me say how glad I am to be a part of this. Been a Howard grad, having finished my doctorate at the School of Divinity at Howard University. I'm exceedingly proud to be a part of this. And also, since I have worked at so many historically Black colleges and universities, from the level of university chaplain at Hampton University to president of the Interdenominational Theological Center in Atlanta, Georgia, the only graduate school of theology that is a part of the UNCF. So I've had almost every administrative job there can be had in historically Black colleges and universities. I want to go back for a few minutes to part of the discussion this morning and then bridge on to the discussion for this afternoon. A lot of the focus on this morning had to do with AFRICOM and how AFRICOM as an entity fit into US strategy. Last month, the Rutledge Global Security Studies series introduced its first volume of expanding US military command in Africa, which is edited by two noted African scholars, one from the University of Witwatersrand and one from Stellenbosch University. I did the third chapter in that book, which is focusing on US multilateral diplomacy, and the attempt was to show how AFRICOM does not exist in isolation from, but exists as a part of US multilateral strategy on the African continent in order to move forward in a robust way, dealing with how Africa can reach Africa 2063 goals, as well as have a comprehensive strategy that will deal with peace and security, economics, development, dealing with trade and security and the like. So for those of you who are scholars in strategic studies, I will recommend that you pick up a copy of that book, which was just released last month by Rutledge. Now, when we focus on building back better, one has to look at that in a way that cannot be separated from, even though it is not originated out of, but cannot be separated from President Biden's thrust in his previous campaign about how he wants to build back better, and to build back better in international policy as well as in domestic affairs. And when it comes to building back better on the African continent in particular, it was amazing how he made one of his first foreign policy speeches to represent the African continent and to indicate that he was going to do 180 degrees away from the kind of nonsense that Karen Bass just spoke about with regard to the previous president. And over a 24-year period prior to Donald Trump, the 8 years of Clinton, the 8 years of Bush, and the 8 years of Obama, there was a strategic effort to look at Africa as a strategic partner, not from a paternalistic vantage point and not out of any kind of lenses that saw Africa as a prize pitted against any other international power, but looking at Africa within its own right and having its legitimacy from its own context, and thus responding to Africa from a spirit of appreciation, a spirit of partnership. When we look at the African continent and we look at the American diplomatic corps, it is absolutely critically important that building back will include intentionality when it comes to diversity. In the Biden-Harris campaign, I was a part of a group of persons who looked at diversity and national security. And our intent was to make sure that whatever the Biden-Harris national security structure and whatever the Biden-Harris diplomatic structure emerged to be, it would be a structure with intentional diversity. And I've often said that one never arrives at diversity accidentally. It has to be a philosophical position. It has to be a theoretical position, and it has to be a practical position where intentionality is throughout, where one focuses on gaining diversity by making sure that there are people in the pipeline who are taking the Foreign Service exam, who are being selected for positions both that require Senate confirmation and positions that do not require Senate confirmations, positions as Foreign Service officers and positions in the civil service. So you have to have a constant supply, but you have to also make sure that there's no bottleneck in that supply. I spent 20 years in the military, retired as a lieutenant colonel. And one of the things that used to happen quite often is people would say, well, the reason we cannot promote people beyond the rank of major is because there are not enough people in the funnel. And I've always said that if you want to create the funnel where people reach the top, then you have to make sure that the funnel is open all the way, that will include diversity. And again, intentionality defines that diversity. You have to make sure that there's diversity from the top down as well as from the bottom up. I'm on a committee with a major university, and just a couple of days ago, we were in discussion. This particular college happens to have a Black president. It's a predominantly white institution. And I said, well, now you cannot make the mistake of assuming that because there's a Black president at this white institution, that this white institution has diversity. Because what often happens is you will put a Black face at the top, but then the middle management positions, the lower management positions, the feeder management positions, the department chair positions, all of the offices in the provost office and all of the other major vice presidents will not have significant staff members who are diverse. And where you would have tenure track faculty, predominantly white faculty, who will come into the institution and will be offered a tenure track position, where Black faculty members will come into an institution and be offered positions that are not tenure track. And when many of them do arrive at tenure, they arrive at provisional tenure, where tenure is reevaluated at the end of every 5 years. Well, you cannot have intentional diversity with that kind of scenario. Well, the same thing in the State Department and all throughout the US government. When diversity is intentional, it means that you have people from diverse backgrounds, racially diverse, gender diverse, preference diverse, disability diverse, every form of diversity that one can think of. And you have that at every level, at the entry level, at the mid level, at the upper administrative level, and at the top level. That's when diversity really makes a difference. And what I'm hoping, and I have assured a whole lot of people based on my limited connections with the Biden-Harris team, is that there will be an intentional effort to make sure that diversity is a hallmark of this administration. And when it comes to African Americans particularly, it is absolutely essential that we have African Americans in key positions to counteract the nonsense of the previous 4 years, where there was a president who thought negatively, not only of African Americans, but of the African continent as a whole. So we have to focus with intentionality and with focus to make sure that when we build back with a diverse pool of people. Now, that does not mean that all African Americans, and I think it would be horrible if all African Americans or even most African Americans in the State Department were only on the African continent. We need significant African Americans on the African continent, but we also need African Americans in the European Union. We need African Americans in South America, in Asia, all over the world, because America is a diverse nation. And the only way we can live up to the true claim of democracy is if we demonstrate that in our democracy, the tent is broad enough and welcoming enough where diversity, inclusion, and equity is done with intentionality. I wanted to make sure that I intentionally did not go over my 12 minutes. That's why I stopped when I did.
Much appreciated. Thank you. See, I was so engrossed in your conversation, I actually wasn't even paying attention to the time. And that's why I'm always not the best moderator, because I really just want to listen. Anyway, thank you for your comments. I echo everything that you said.
Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. Dr. DeMessi, Dr. Henderson, the floor is yours.
Sure. Thank you, Ambassador, for your comments too. And let me thank Professor Johnson for the invitation, and to our distinguished moderator as well, and to Howard University. I think it makes sense that Howard is doing this, but I think it's also an opportunity to really interrogate why we're the only ones doing this, and why there are not more conversations like this happening in white spaces, quite frankly. And so with respect to this topic, and many of you know, Professor Henderson and I wrote a piece that was published last year in Congress and the presidency, entitled Race and Ethnicity in Black Congressional Representation, the Case of U.S. Foreign Policy Toward Africa. This piece is really rooted in a long time effort, you know, as we're all engaged in this project of deconstruction, to understand the ways in which the racial stratification and racism, quite frankly, in the United States has limited our ability to understand the nuances and diversity, if you will, of the US Black population, but even more importantly, the ways in which the Congressional Black Caucus, the theories of linked fate, this sort of community aspect that dates back to ideologies of Pan-Africanism, have been rooted in all kinds of activity when it comes to Black legislative behavior, namely the Congressional Black Caucus, the first racial informal group created of its kind. I think it's rooted in our history to imagine institutions before they've been created that allow for us to empower ourselves in opposition to racist structures that have marginalized us. And this conversation is about how that's happened in an international context, but we don't need to look too far to understand the impact of what that's meant in the domestic front. So, you know, one of the things, and I want to, you know, thank Dr. Scott, who has been amazing in her own right as a member, many of us with National Conference of Black political scientists, including Dr. Keith Jennings, to do this work as political scientists, to understand our power, to use our history, expertise, and knowledge from our colleagues in applied ways to help those who are on the front lines of representation to do more substantive work. And so I'd actually like to open up, because Dr. Jennings was a mentor of mine, and in fact, got a call from him last Thursday night, and I'm still beating myself up for not having been able to call back. And as you know, he had a long, amazing history at the National Democratic Institute, quintessential scholar activist who was unapologetically Black, who centered Pan-Africanism in the work that he did. Whether there were challenges in doing that at NDI or not. He went on to found the Center for African American Center for Global and Human Rights. And nobody is surprised by him doing that. In fact, he was instrumental in my professional development growth in the international space. I went to Kenya as an election observer because of Dr. Jennings, who led that delegation with Congresswoman Karen Bass, as well as Christine Todd Whitman, and a number of other people that he selected. And he was intentional about selecting all Black women to represent that delegation from all over the world. It meant something that we were Black women in a delegation to help assist the free and fair elections or monitor the free and fair elections in Kenya. And I've been sharing this story with a couple colleagues. And I also, by the way, should mention that I'm no longer at the Congressional Black Caucus Foundation. So I'm talking in my capacity as part of the Diaspora Politics Project that Professor Henderson oversees. But if I go back a few years to 2017, you know, we go to Nairobi, we're at the Kempinski Hotel. We have orientation for a good 3 to 5 days, and we're all meeting each other. And it was the first international mission I had been part of where everybody, at least the majority of them, looked like me. And Dr. Jennings had shared his reasoning for doing this, in addition to bringing the Africa Union on as a partner on NDI's delegation, which I'm not sure that has happened before, but he was very intentional about making sure the AU was represented in this delegation. And all of us were so, you know, what's going to happen? Is President Kenyatta going to win the re-election? Is Raul Odinga what's going to happen? Are the people going to fight if the elections are rigged? And we all want to ask these questions, and Secretary Kerry's in town. Everybody, all the media is trying to get some answers, and wishing they could be in a room with the presidential candidates to ask them what's happening. And so we study, we learn where we're going to be deployed. And the last day of the orientation, Dr. Jennings tells me a day before, he's like, I'm going to bring somebody in, to talk to the group. And we're sitting there all excited. And Dr. Jennings walks in with Raul Odinga. This is like 2 days before a major election that the entire world is watching. We were floored because what does it mean to be able to actually talk to a presidential candidate, ask him any question? That happened because Dr. Jennings was rooted in a Pan-Africanist, Afrocentric space that he used to build relationships first. Raul Odinga was in that room not because it was NDI. He was in that room because he was a friend with Dr. Jennings. And Dr. Jennings spent a lot of time on the continent building relationships. And I think that is really actually central to this idea about representation: who has the agency to speak for, who shows up because they feel invested in. And I will always lift Dr. Jennings up in that space, because it's important for us in these conversations to understand how we navigate and utilize our positions to empower other people. So as we talk about how to build a more diverse and representative diplomatic corps, and I encourage you all to look at our article, essentially we're talking about two things, namely representation, number one, and how we extend these theories of linked fate and racial consciousness that has been a driving force of Black legislative behavior that has also operated in an international space. I had many personal conversations with Congressman Dellums, who was very keen in our conversations to say that the US needs to back down from having a unilateral vision in a multilateral world, and that race and racism need to be taken into account in an international context. So when I hear these words around diversity, I actually cringe a little bit, because there's so many different definitions of that. And I'd like to think that it's not so much diversity we need, but an anti-racist necessity. Black people in international spaces of power is an anti-racist necessity to do a better job with foreign policy. It's not just to feel good to see other spaces. By Dr. Jennings having us Black women, we were able to do our job, in ways and reach communities in ways that I argue other people would not be able to do, because we were rooted in the same philosophies that got Raul Odinga in that room, so we could have nuanced conversations about what it meant, for these candidates to make sure that the country didn't, break down into war. And he was able to open up because he felt that honesty that was built out of the relationships and leadership of people like Dr. Jennings. So I think it's important when we think about this, and why I am such a big advocate for the Congressional Black Caucus is because when you actually look at who were the first kind of folks creating these relationships on the continent, they were Black people. That's not happenstance. And so when we talk about diversity and the work that has to be done, it comes back to us. It comes back to Charles Rangel, who started the program in 2002. We're very happy about that. But the problem is that the burden of representation falls on those who are not represented. And we need to break that up. The other part is to have an explicit conversation about racism. And how that has influenced or inhibited our ability to have a more comprehensive approach to the continent. Much of my work many years ago, as a child of African immigrants myself, was in an effort to really even get better data of Black ethnicity in the US population, the ways in which members of the CBC and others have been able to use caucuses to influence US-Africa foreign policy. But at the end of the day, whether you're talking about AGOA or whether you're going back to Diggs and the independence, in 1957 in Ghana, whatever we're talking about, you see Black members at the center. And so they are educating as they are representing. And we need to talk about what that means. So why are we, now in 2021 still having conversations about what it means for the US to engage or re-engage development on the continent? It's because there was a racist philosophy embedded in US foreign policy long ago. So even the relationships of negotiations were not between a Dr. Jennings and a Raul Odinga. It was between the European folks and the American US white folks about what was happening in Africa. We had to break that up after decolonization and after the civil rights movement. So I want to give Professor Henderson, who's much more brilliant and eloquent than I, to pick up on these points, but I do want to emphasize that we talk about Africa in the context of what US and China are doing there, but we have made progress, but there's a long way to go. There is no FOCAC version. The US has the Forum of China and Africa Cooperation. China has a strategy that they have been very explicit about, and it's to engage in economic ties only, right? And we know where they stand. And but when you look at the US engagement, there's more work to be done there. We're still trying to figure out what it is we're doing. Meanwhile, we're balancing our trade relationships, our own goals, along with what we're talking about with regard to the militarization or lack thereof in foreign policy. So representation is key. It's very key for the more Black people in the foreign service, the higher probability that we will have a more comprehensive approach to the continent. But there's a long way to go to build those structures. And part of it is having an explicit conversation about not just diversity, but the anti-racist necessity that Black people bring in the international space to put a check on what's happening and make sure that we talk about what those disparities look like and what the opportunities look like to reverse that, so that we can actually get to a place that we can eradicate these disparities, and so it matters for so many reasons. So I'll stop there and pass it along to Professor Anderson.
Thanks so much, Dr. DeMessi, and yeah, it's a blessing to be here, and I'm so grateful to Sister Krista Johnson for inviting us here. Appreciate my co-panelists and the folks the panelists who went early today. And if I just start praising y'all, I'll be here all day praising you. But I got to say something about Sister Elsie Scott and the wonderful work she's been doing there, and what you all doing at Howard is fantastic. Let's actually hand off to Dr. DeMessi. As a child of Congressman Charles Diggs, the old 13th district that ran through the Brewster projects in the east side of Detroit, where I'm from. This focus on Africa and African diplomacy, U.S. African diplomacy is something that's central to my thinking. But I want to go to look at some of this preparation. And I'm so grateful that Dr. DeMessi focused on anti-racism. And I just make it plain. It's challenging white supremacism in world politics. And one of the problems we have, I want to go straight to the curriculum, is that it's important that we ground this diplomatic preparation in solid analysis of international relations and world politics as an academic field. And I think that's being done, but the field itself needs to be retrofitted. You see what I'm saying? Building back better. No, building it right, because the first time wasn't right. You know what I'm saying? It wasn't right. It was white. It was white supremacists. And this is what Howard showed us, the Howard School, going back to Elaine Locke. In 1914, he's arguing that World War I is a race war between two members of the same of the Germanic family, the Anglos and the Teutons, deciding who were going to dominate the world. He said it's important to understand race, and if you want to dismantle imperialism. He's saying this in 1914, and then in 1915 at Howard University. This is Elaine Locke. So the foundation of world politics. When Du Bois is saying World War I is he sees the fusion of the interests of white capital and white labor in a national imperialism against African and Asian people. He's saying this in 1915 in Atlantic Monthly. But this work isn't cited in mainstream international relations courses. This work isn't cited. So even if the people are studying international relations and foreign policy, they get a white supremacist foreign policy. I think Bob Vitalis has done excellent work in reintroducing some of this work in his White World Order, Black Power Politics, borrowing from Charles Henry's moniker of the Howard School. And it is, the Howard School of International Relations is foundational, The first PhDs in political science in the United States from Harvard, Ralph Bunche and Merz Tate, they both study international relations. Hans Morgenthau is commenting on Merz Tate's analysis of disarmament, but Merz Tate is not on syllabi in most of the classes that teach international relations. So to go back to it foundationally and to challenge white supremacism. So world politics grounding, this retrofitting, it brings us back to Howard. It all comes back to Howard. It brings us back to Howard University. So even when we talk about African studies, Melville Herskovits, who's considered one of the fathers of the African Studies Centers, those and I have to be careful because I only speak for myself here. I don't want to get nobody in trouble. I see Sister Krista smiling. I'm gonna stop. Let me just move on. But Howard should have been foundational to those as well. And the ASA president, who's a white woman, actually made a critical analysis of how Herskovits skewed a lot of that funding away from Howard. Okay, that's part of the record. Y'all know Sister Pearl Robb, she's smiling, she knows. So it's important that we go back and to build it correctly this time. It was grounded in the Howard School's analysis of international relations was grounded in analysis of the disastrous impact of white supremacism and imperialism in international relations. And we see that its repercussions today. It also emphasized the major positive impact of the African diaspora and Pan-Africanism on the continent and beyond the continent on world politics. It's sufficient if it's on African politics. There's over 50 countries in Africa. You study 50 countries in Africa, they call you a comparativist. You study the foreign policy of France and England, they call you an international relations scholar. So I'm talking about Africa's international relations, that is world politics. So anyway, so the positive impact of Pan-Africanism was also oriented toward anti-slavery, of the transformation of the League of Nations, and of course the transformation of and the creation of the United Nations. So a corollary to what their work is, corollary to the Howard School's work is the importance of major racial diasporas in world politics. So what I'm saying is to go to the core of the curriculum, we need to be there. So as we're preparing folks, and I'm talking about mainstream courses in international relations, so they appreciate the importance of the Howard School of International Relations, okay? And one of the major omissions, if I can move, I'm conscious of time, one of the major omissions in understanding Africa's international relations today is the assumptions that mostly African conflict and cooperation is a function of inter-ethnic relations, resource scarcity, warlordism, greed versus grievance frameworks, instead of the rational analysis of African leaders and publics, the attentive publics. And this percolates today into what passes as scholarship in international relations of Africa. So for example, let me make this plain. If you look at Africa today, as you all do, one of the constant things we see is conflicts related to leaders reciprocally supporting the rebels of rival states. We see that pattern throughout Africa. It's been observed over 30 years. Where does that come from? If you want to understand foreign policy in Africa, it's important to understand Africa's international relations. Well, if you look at it, it's really a basic balance of power orientation among leadership. But make it plain. Leaders in Africa don't face threats from other states that may invade them. They face threats mainly from their rebels within their states. Leaders recognize this, so the way they balance power, a prominent way they balance power, is to reciprocally support each other's rebels. See, if you understand that, but it doesn't only work for international conflict, it works for international cooperation too. Because by the late 90s, Africa had the largest number of regional trade associations too. So it doesn't just explain conflict, it explains cooperation. I talked about this in a book I wrote called African Realism in 2015. It's largely ignored. You know one of the ways this is ignored? Look at this. Look what I put on Africa international relations. You see what, talking about war and conflict, the consummate example, the chess pieces, the chess players, right? And they're black and brown. But what comes out for Africa? You gotta have something like this, see? Gotta have some brooding, terrorizing African person. That's how you do Africa. Not like this, as if Africans actually think and process and rational and pursue interests, okay? Now, let me just say, it's important we demystify African relations as we're teaching it right into the mainstream. And it's important that we do this in mainstream courses so that folks can understand Africa and African relations, not through the myopic lens of white supremacism that's dominate the inquiry of Africa. I'm gonna stop there for time.
You had a couple of minutes if you want, if you have something.
Can I just say this? One thing that strikes me is I find, and I'm trying to check this on myself and check my own sexism, men, when there's women moderators, they go all types of time. Instead of saying, when sisters say stop, stop. So no, that's what I'm supposed to do. So I'm through.
Fair enough, fair enough. I had put a timer so I didn't get, lost in it, but okay, but that's great because now we have a whole lot of time for questions. And I got one, but I'm gonna go to the ones in the Q&A first. Let's see. Let's start with this first one here. While the State Department may be changing and diversifying what is being done about the racism from the what is being done about the racism from the U.S. Customs and Border agents against persons of African descent. A Black woman, Tiana Spears, recently left the Foreign Service and has spoken out in news articles because she was treated as a criminal each time she needed to re-enter the United States. How is it that this agency is allowed to hold, harass, and humiliate diplomats, even refusing to look at their diplomatic passport and credentials? How are people supposed to maintain the desire to fight for the democratic rights of others if they themselves cannot be protected and enjoy these rights?
Well, did you want to assign that question, or did you want us just to jump in?
You can go ahead and jump in. I think.
Okay, one of the things that I'm extremely comfortable about now is with Tony Blinken as the Secretary of State and Susan Rice been in charge of domestic policy for this administration, that there will be an opportunity to do domestically what we want mirrored in our foreign policy, because the two of them will work collaboratively. So persons who are immigrating into this country or persons who have left the country and are citizens of the US, but who originated from another country, the travel back and forth should be a whole lot easier, because the philosophical overpinning that affected the Trump administration was one of racism, xenophobia, non-orientation toward Africa, and non-orientation toward people from Hispanic descent. That approach will be changed. So I'm hopeful that the particular individual who wrote that question will attempt again to make sure that their travel is much more smooth, and to trust that this new relationship between the State Department and domestic affairs will bring a different outcome in U.S. Foreign and domestic policy.
Thank you for that. Did either Dr. Demessi or Dr. Henderson want to chime in on that?
Sure. It's what have we done before? Facing even greater obstacles, just traveling up and down the road from Maryland to DC. What has been done before to show the continuity of this type of white supremacism? And again, I agree with Sister Minna. It's not enough to have representation. And I only speak for myself, but I'm not. But the myopia and the white supremacism doesn't stop when you put a black face in the face. Susan Rice wouldn't even say the word genocide during the genocide in Rwanda. And the Obama administration is the one that bypassed the AU and to orchestrate, to facilitate, French especially, attacks on Libya in 2011. So what we have is a challenge white supremacism and imperialism, not beholden to a particular. I understand people who are associated with government, and I'm an Army veteran myself, but I don't speak on behalf of them. It's one of the most white supremacist institutions in the country. It's just not as white supremacist as some of the others. But we got to be clear. Our foreign policy has been made by Burns of South Carolina, by Strom Thurmond, by Jesse Helm. These were the people at the helm of making U.S. Africa policy. You see what I'm saying? And we need to make that clear. I'm not mad at the folks for dealing with the context and the hands they were dealt. But today, to speak, it's not even speaking truth to power. I'm saying just in our own, the formats we have, if it's a classroom, if it's teaching diplomats, and I've sent folks into the Foreign Service, okay? I didn't send, they sent themselves, but folks into the Foreign Service, but no illusions. Because if you won't deal with the reality of white supremacism, you won't deal with reality. And that doesn't mean you can't be tactical and even strategic in the way you do it. But I'm not, it's so important that we, I was about to say call a spade, but I'm just saying to challenge white supremacism where it is, because that's fundamental to understanding the disconnects in US-Africa foreign policy. I think that's important.
Thank you for that. I saw the question from Dr. Johnson in the chat, and it actually ties to the question that I was going to say for later, but since you put that there, I'm going to ask it now. Dr. Johnson wanted to know if you all could comment on the role of the Foreign Service Institute and kind of what we are teaching our future Foreign Service officers. But to that end, I will share that immediately following this panel, I am actually joining a call of all of the deans of all of the schools of international affairs in the United States. They formed a council on diversity, equity, and inclusion to specifically address this issue in the teaching of international relations. And I've participated in, they've been meeting for a couple of years, but they only invited me to join the conversation last fall. So this will be my second meeting. And so my question, in addition to what Dr. Johnson asked, is what message would you have? I gave them the information, when they first invited me, I gave them the information on the Howard University School of Thought on International Relations and MERS Tate, and I gave them all of that. And they were familiar, but I'm not exactly sure what the reception was, if it might be included in curricula, I'm not sure. But what message would you have for those deans of all of those schools of international affairs regarding what you're out talking about, what we're talking about today?
Well, one of the, go ahead. No, go ahead.
Just briefly, I mean, I think again, just thinking about my chair, Haynes Walton, who always emphasized the political context variable. I think it's something we need to question why certain efforts are made when they're made, right? So this is a very good, noble cause, you know, people coming together to do better. But why now? And I think, and what happens next, right? And so what we have witnessed across the board since last June, to be honest, I'm going to take it back to George Floyd's murder. I mean, we have seen a huge increase in the number of folks that have been attentive to D&I strategies in the public and private sector. Let's have meetings, let's get people to the table, let's talk. That's all well and good, but I'm focused on the sustainability of how we make that mainstream and embed that into a normalized approach to curriculum. So to Professor Henderson's earlier point, even at a very rudimentary level of what are people reading in the classroom, who are the authors, who are the teachers, what are the efforts being made, which go from curriculum to who gets tenured and what was the makeup, the diverse makeup of your institution. So, you know, I always want to stress this piece because it's happening on the Hill too. We have, you know, folks like Dr. Scott, who was seminal in highlighting the lack of diversity in Congress, right? And now Joint Center with Spencer. This is a very important thing. Again, we're doing it for ourselves, but also to the benefit of representation for everybody. And so everybody is sort of super focused on these efforts right now, but I do question what will be the lasting outcome of these kinds of engagements when it comes to the reading, the writing, the types of opportunities that students get. It's not just about increasing enrollment and acceptance rates of people of color or Black people. It's also the pedagogy, and it's the opportunities to go to the continent. Who are you meeting when you go to the continent? Are you meeting your own folks? Are you meeting other folks? I think it's something to be mindful of, but the right people have to also be at the table and not just invited when it's convenient, but invited to be put in spaces to actually dictate change and lasting change. So that's my comment.
I would encourage you as a invited member of this structure to recognize that one of the reasons you are invited is not only because you're at Howard University, but because of the expertise that you bring to the table. So whenever you come to a table, recognize that you fully are qualified to be there. Not only are you qualified to be around the table, but you're qualified to own the table. And by owning the table means that you will assure that the agenda items that are put forward are agenda items that will benefit not only Howard, but will benefit all HBCUs and will benefit the future by coming out with some strategic, doable, achievable outcomes. As African Americans, whenever we go to any table, even if the reasons for having invited us are suspect, we go to that table recognizing that, now this is from my theological background, that opportunities are created by God and created by your excellence and your expertise. Your gifts make room for you. So you go to that table fully gifted, fully capable, and help establish the agenda. Get on a key committee, not just a committee on recruitment, but a committee on that will establish policy, procedure, and practice, and let them know that you have a right to be at that table. You have a right to own that table.
Dr. Henderson, you're on mute.
This journal, I won't say the journal's name, Foreign Policy. They asked me to write a few words about a couple hundred words about race and international relations. I wrote them back. I said, I teach international relations and the study of war and peace. The U.S. has been involved in two of its longest wars in its history. It's too long, the U.S.-Afghan War, the U.S.-Iraq War. You have never invited me to comment on any of those wars. So don't send me no invitation to be talking to you about race, a couple hundred words. It's okay to turn these suckers down sometime too, and to say, if you want to do this, come build on what we do in Howard, fund what's going on at Howard, support the institutions at Howard who've been doing this all this time. I'm glad you deans want to get together down here, and we can go eat on 14th Street or something, or U Street. And you know what I'm saying? But when we after COVID, but I'm saying you can start by respecting us, by respecting the primacy of what we're doing. So I think that's important. And also to talk on the agenda, the diaspora, when I said Elaine Locke, and notice I started with Locke in the Howard School, 1914, 1915, okay? He's talking about diasporas. The African Union made the African diaspora the sixth region. What does that suggest for our foreign policy in particular, okay? And also the way some of us, many of us, got to engage where we're at. Because this is how I talk. I talk in my classroom. I don't teach advocacy, but I talk like this. And white supremacism is on the overhead and on the curricula for the 300 people mainstream international relations class, overwhelmingly white. So pick up the piece. I say, go there. Say, y'all know Henderson's book? But read it first. I don't want you to co-sign something you don't appreciate scholarship. And check out Being Black at Penn State. So you get a sense of how even those among us who are struggling like this, who keep insisting on this, ain't doing nothing but standing on the strong shoulders of so many of the people on these panels. And that Sister Krista has brought together. But to say their names, evoke their scholarship, and show them, you talking old wine and new bottles. That's why I mentioned Locke in 1915, Merce Tate 1942. We haven't even got to this millennium to show them how much they've missed. And if you're serious, you start funding these types of things as well. And okay, I was about to say table my ass, but I won't say that. But I'm saying this should be let me just start. Thank you.
I appreciate your enthusiasm. Thank you all very much. I know Dr. Robinson had a comment she wanted to make.
Yeah, can you hear me? I'm unmuted. This had to do with what you should say when you're on the phone call. What you should tell them is that the deans who are at the top need to say that the curriculum must include this material as part of the foundational knowledge. The way these schools work, the people who head the programs and put together the curriculum decide what should be there. There are actually people in the APSA who are attempting to find ways to disseminate information about the Howard School in the curriculum. And Professor Johnson and I have been talking about developing a digital package that could sort of the foundations that schools around the country could use. But at my own institution, I teach a course on the Howard School of International Affairs at Tufts. I used to direct the International Relations program at Tufts more than 15 years ago. I asked, and the course now has been accepted as a regular part of the curriculum. I asked if it could be inserted in the curriculum as one of the foundational level courses. I'm not saying that every student who majors in international relations must take this, but it should be one of the options as foundational. And I was told two things. No, we can't. If you want it, we're talking about creating a section on race. And if you would be willing to put your course in that, then we could call it foundational. But even race would be an optional part. That's a conversation that I've just had about the undergraduate curriculum. At the Fletcher School 4 years ago, they had their first conference on decolonizing international relations. And I participated in that, and I talked about Ralph Bunche. I just got an email, they're having the fourth one. They have not decolonized the curriculum, but what they have done now is they've institutionalized having an annual conference on decolonizing international relations. Last year or 2 years ago, they invited Mamdani. So you get a big speaker who comes and everybody, a full day event. You have to say it starts at the top, and whether or not, but maybe you need to rethink your curriculum, but when you do, this is something that has to be there. And to the extent that the people there who sort of still haven't changed and they control the curriculum, nothing much will change. And I sort of agree with Professor Henderson. Don't accept the annual conference on decolonizing international relations. That's a SOP that maintains the status quo.
Pass these messages along. I might actually just drop this link in the chat so they could come back and watch this whole symposium. I think it would probably be a good idea. Let's go back to some questions. Dr. Lusane, how does a racial justice ethos in international relations and diplomacy confront a neoliberal paradigm that needs a racialized frame in order to function? Who would like to take that on?
I want to give other folks an opportunity because I start talking.
No, go ahead. Go ahead.
I think it's not a racial ethos. It's challenging white supremacism. First, just call it what it is. And then you go where that takes you. To challenge white supremacism will get you to imperialism and challenging imperialism. And that's the importance of bringing these folks into the mainstream curriculum. That's so important. It's not that there shouldn't be other place as well, but the mainstream curriculum. And then let the repercussions go. This is part of Locke's theory as well about how a focus on culture can stimulate, or culture revolution can stimulate political and economic revolution. But I'm very clear, I'm not talking about advocacy. I'm talking about accuracy. The international relations field in the United States and throughout the world owes its origins largely to what was done, not solely, but largely to what was done at Howard University. If you're not teaching that, you're not teaching international relations. And then the people themselves can do individual advocacy as they want. I'm talking about getting to the mainstream curriculum. And that means overwhelmingly white professors will need to teach this because that's what's accurate. Overwhelmingly at PWIs like where I am, overwhelmingly they have to teach this. Why? Not because we advocate it, because it's accurate. It's sort of like the 1619 project in international relations, though. It's what's accurate. I'll stop there.
My only addition, I mean, when I think about even the context of my own, the challenges to even conduct my own research, which, as you know, even in the field of sort of diasporic studies, is relatively new to sort of Western curriculum. And yet when you look at influences on the continent, which are really critical when you're looking at, foreign policy efforts, we're not in that space, right? So, Professor Henderson and I share an alma mater where University of Michigan, where we both completed our degrees, where they are renowned for their statistical analysis. But I had to go through the ropes because I was told, and I won't say by who, that the African diaspora communities were not statistically significant, and so they couldn't be playing a role in U.S.-Africa foreign policy. And yet I'm working on the Hill with Congresswoman Barbara Lee. I'm seeing all of these caucuses the Nigeria caucus, the Kenya caucus. I'm seeing this correlation between descriptive and substantive representation that Hannah Pitkin pushed back on in 1967. I'm seeing now even Congressman Nagus, who started the bipartisan refugee caucus. I'm seeing Congresswoman Ilhan Omar, but before them, the CBC members did their due diligence to institutionalize, their efforts in this space to represent all Black people. And that also included African people and Black immigrants. And so in my own efforts to try to push back against a racial paradigm that said these communities are not strong enough, even though the anecdotes and members of Congress were actually making their due diligence to find out, how they can better represent the African foreign-born populations in their district. I was being told something else in the classroom. And so I think it's really important that we part of the work to push back against racial justice is to be unapologetic about it, but really more than that, we need validation. Professor Henderson is the only reason I was able to publish this article that we did together last year. And he knows, and thank God to Professor Haynes Walton, but I didn't have a lot of supporters, and I've been in the room with conversations that totally erased me and my people, like totally erased it. And I know that's counter to everything we can think about. Think about what's happening on the continent. I've been appointed by the Prime Minister in 2018 on the Ethiopian Trust Fund Advisory Council. This is, and the way I'm talking about it is, this is a for us, by us strategy, one of the first modern day mechanisms of converting formal remittances to development on the continent by Africans. And more specifically Ethiopians. And we have raised $6 million+ by 25,000 plus donors across the world who identify themselves as Ethiopians. Doesn't mean we don't have conflict and opposition in our belief. Sure we do. There's a lot of happening, as you all know, there. But this idea of consciousness and national identity and unity, you all talked about, the history of Ethiopia, it resonates with people all over the globe. So we can raise these funds simply because when it comes to our identity politics, it's rooted in the same kind of racial consciousness that African Americans have had with the CBC and representing all Black people in the United States. Is that captured in literature? It is by Black political scientists I read, but not in the mainstream courses that mainstream white folks are teaching, right? So I think there has to be a concerted effort to validate these spaces, read these books, center them, and it cannot only be us doing it. But it actually is a very serious thing to take into consideration, because we're actually seeing in mainstream political science, American political science discourse, the emergence of caucuses, the emergence of the increased visibility of Black immigrant populations as a result of President Obama are doing a lot of work, and their stories are not being told. And they will increasingly be influential in diaspora work, whether you're talking about the Diaspora African Women's Network, that has leveraged women of African descent across the globe, doing incredible work in those spaces, or whether you're talking about, the appointees and folks like Ambassador Battle and the next generation of leaders who do the work for us. But it's going to take a lot of work, and people in positions of power have to be the ones to step up. So we have to hold everybody accountable. Yeah.
May I add a point to that, just to build off of what you were just saying about the importance of the African diaspora? I've been working a political campaign since Jimmy Carter when I was in graduate school at Duke. And never before has there been as concerted an effort on the part of the African diaspora to engage in politics as happened in 2020. I was on Zoom meetings, sometimes 4 or 5 Zoom meetings a week with members of the African diaspora, not only from like the Congolese diaspora, the Sudanese diaspora, the Ethiopian diaspora, but there was a new organization that was just formed the last year called the African Diaspora for Good Governance, which attempts to unify various diaspora groups, not only to talk about politics on the national scale, but to talk about politics on the local and state scale, where the voice of the diaspora is not only being heard, but is demanding to be heard, which augments work like Melvin Foote is doing with the Constituency for Africa and what the Ethiopian diaspora is doing. You talk about Congresswoman Nagus, who's parents are from Eritrea. And just to think, here is a young descendant of Eritrea who is speaking in defense of democracy in the halls of Congress. Kamala Harris, a young woman from African descent and Jamaican descent and South Asian descent as vice president. A young man, Barack Obama, whose father was Kenyan, becomes the first African-American president. There is a lot of hope and possibility. There are also a whole lot of challenges. What I said to the NAACP about a couple of months ago is that the NAACP needs to start looking at the work that the African diaspora is doing and find ways to partner with the African diaspora. And I've said the same thing with the Urban League and other organizations as well. African Americans are not going to thrive in this environment without reaching out intentionally and being embraced by, while we are also embracing the various African diasporas. Otherwise, people will be able to isolate us, separate us, and segment us into compartments when we are one huge whole that has to be contended with.
It's a great point. I have been asking for similar things from Urban League and NAACP for years in work that I've been doing with Latin America in particular and the African diaspora there. And
well,
so,
I will join you in your efforts. If you loop me in on some of the things that you're doing, I will follow up and join you in those efforts.
Wonderful. I think they definitely need to have some international engagement. I think that's been greatly lacking for a long time. So thank you all for those comments. I'm going to turn here to this question from our Howard alum, current Foreign Service Officer Denise Kirkpatrick, who has a question for Ambassador Battle about essentially about recruitment, retention, and advancement of Foreign Service officers of color. She asks, how can we truly promote diversity if qualified candidates of color for competitive positions are intentionally not considered or left out of the process? Who is held accountable?
A couple of things. More of our HBCU schools need to list and encourage students to take the Foreign Service exam. And you don't have to major in politics. You don't have to major in history or international affairs to take the Foreign Service exam. So our schools should be encouraging the Foreign Service exam as an option. And once you get a position, and I understand that the person who raised this question is a Foreign Service officer, intentionally find people like Irvin Hicks III, who is working in the State Department, who leads that Thursday lunching group where African Americans come together and talk about the struggles that you have. Find a way to be mentored by someone else and to be engaged in those processes and not be afraid to be around Black folk. You know what happens a lot of times when some of us get into positions, we don't want to be seen grouping with other people who are just like us for fear that people will think we're trying to plot. Well, sometimes we might be trying to plot, but then there are times that we're just talking about other kinds of things. But be mentored, and in academic, but also in diplomacy and military, have been people who have refused to groom other people and refuse to work well with making other people able to climb the ladder. So I would encourage you as a young person, find somebody to be a mentor, and then find somebody that you will mentor and let the process work itself out.
Any of the other panelists like to comment on that? Very well. We're going to move to this question here for Professor Henderson. Our initial findings for a project on the teaching of America in Africa is that the curriculum in African university is quite woeful. You want to comment on that?
That's about which university.
I didn't hear it. It's quite what, sister?
Woeful. Woeful.
I agree.
Very good. Thank you. Let's go back here to a question for Ambassador Battle, if I think he's still there. The diversity question seems to apply to the African end of things. Populous nations such as Nigeria, Ethiopia, and Egypt, and small ones, middle income like South Africa and Kenya, and low income ones, war prone and peaceful ones. How should such diversity be approached from the point of view of African American policy action toward US African policy?
Well, I think when you look at smaller nations on the African continent, you have to focus, as the African Union does, in the sense of looking at the region from which the nations come, where we can have a multilateral approach. You look at Uganda by itself. Uganda is a reasonably small nation, but when you put Uganda in the context of the East African communities, Uganda is no longer small. Uganda has partners with Tanzania and with Kenya and with Burundi and Rwanda and other nations where you can work collaboratively. Same thing with ECOWAS and SADC and other regions of the continent, to look at a regional approach, which is consistent with what the African Union wants to do. But then beyond the nation from which a person comes and the region from which a person comes, the fact that they are of color, they are people of African descent, means that they are a part of this huge tent of people in the 5 regions of the continent and in the 6th region of the continent, which is the African diaspora all over the world. So we are all brothers and sisters. And because we're all brothers and sisters, we have to work collaboratively, which is what I've been encouraging people in Ethiopia with some of the tension that has happened in Ethiopia between different ethnic groups. There's a phrase in Amharic which says something, and then you can correct me because my Amharic is not perfect, but it says, Ane Ethiopia we name, which means we are all Ethiopian. And if all Ethiopians are in fact Ethiopian, then there's a way to use that philosophical connection point to overcome the ethnic strife and to see all Ethiopia's progress to be beneficial to all Ethiopians and to the rest of the world. That was a long answer, but I hope it addressed the issue.
I appreciate that, Ambassador. And I think to add to that too, I mean, especially in the Ethiopian context, there's two parts, right? It's sort of the domestic tension happening, but as a result of geopolitics, there's a story to be said for Egypt's interest in the region. There's a story to be said for the ways in which, I'm going to be frank here, the ways in which the U.S. failed Ethiopia, and which led to them turning to the former Soviet Union for support. It's going to be really important that when elections are not done in a fair way, and that's called out by the people, that they have backers by the U.S. and others. We have a grand Ethiopian Renaissance Dam that Ethiopians across religious and ethnic diverse, positions have come together on, but need the support of the United States and other countries, to be able to have sovereignty over their own country, to be able to produce the largest hydroelectric power plant to put so many 60 million plus people out of poverty. But it will be incumbent that there's consistent foreign policy engagement in the region. But there is an international story there that also has to do with some of the ethnic tension as a result of ethnic federalism that the EPRDF had brought in the early 90s under the Prime Minister Meles Zenawi, right? And so, and then there's of course what's happening on the inside story. So I think again, it becomes important to hear the voices of the diaspora, of Africans themselves, and of course, the Africa Union based in Addis Ababa, where Keith Jennings spent a lot of his time trying to negotiate new ways to integrate the Africa Union, to recenter, right? That's what this conversation is about. How do we recenter HBCUs at the center of the mainstream discussions on how to engage or re-engage and build first relationships with the continent? All of that is going to be, really important moving forward.
Absolutely.
So thank you all so much. I'm going to use my moderator's privilege for one last question, and then we're going to wrap it up. Since this conversation is about the role of HBCUs in U.S. foreign policy in Africa, I'm curious what your thoughts are on, or what you might say to HBCU leadership. I think it's clear in the case of Howard and our location and our engagement with the government and so forth. But what about the HBCUs who are not, within the Beltway or near the Beltway? What do you say to HBCU leadership when we're talking about ways in which they can support increased engagement with U.S. foreign policy in Africa through their institutions?
Well, let me start off on this. When I was U.S. Ambassador to the African Union, I had the honor of hosting the president of Virginia State University and researchers from Virginia State University who were trying to expand their USAID grant portfolio to do some things in Ethiopia. And I said to them, I want you to not only look at a single nation on the African continent, but find a way to work with the African Union. There's a whole department in the African Union that deals with educational issues. Find a way to partner with the African Union on how you could work with a collaborative of African universities on small scale farming. Well, Virginia State happens to be an agricultural institution. Nobody knows how to do small scale farming as well as Virginia State does, or at Southern University in Baton Rouge, and Florida A&M and other schools of that sort, to work with the African Union. I also had the opportunity of meeting your current provost in Ethiopia when he had come over for some a meeting, he and someone else on the staff at Howard University, where Howard University was looking at some kind of things that they could do on the African continent. I would encourage NAFIO, UNCF, and other collaborative organizations that work with large blocks of HBCUs to come together and come up with 2 or 3 major programs, either in agriculture, engineering, or small industrial development. Find a granting agency, either Ford Foundation, Rockefeller Foundation, Gates Foundation, or somebody, as well as USAID, to fund a project where a collaborative of HBCUs will work with the African Union and African universities to create a pipeline, not only for intellectual development, but for student exchange and faculty exchange. If that happens, I think it could be significant. If it doesn't happen collaboratively, it would be one university trying to do something on its own, which cannot compete in many instances with the very large universities. But if collaboratively HBCUs do something, it cannot be beat.
If I could say something, then leave it to Sister Mena to have the last word on it. When I was at Florida in the African Studies Center, University of Florida, this was in the 1990s. We developed African Studies Quarterly. We just developed a journal that we want to disseminate throughout the world, in particular to Africa, and have leading scholars commenting on African relations. But this was an online journal because to defray any type of cost from actually sending the physical journal. This is the 1990s. To develop the local capacity that can be largely digital. And Africa is one of the most, I appreciate the ambassador's point, it's an excellent point too about on the rural dimension as well. But also Africa is a place of high-tech folks and movement. You ever seen a traffic jam in Addis Ababa? I mean, good Lord. But also the use of cell phones, one of the highest places. So we can use investment in nanotechnology too, to marry on with Ambassador Battle's excellent point, to do research in nanotechnology that can get foundational support, individual donor support to identify individual fellowships for Africans or African descended folks from say 2 or 3 each year until you develop a critical mass to commit to a process. And it's going to be a process. Okay. So the journal is one. The other is to create the process for both students and for faculty, all to complement what Ambassador Battle was saying. But also just for us too, to think in terms of African. Ali Mazrui used to make this point about the pivotal states in Africa. We talk about Africa sometimes, it's over 50 countries in Africa. So to get to the point where we're also talking about pivotal states, South Africa, Congo, Ethiopia, Nigeria, Egypt, the policies directed toward them, they're going to be different than the policies that are oriented towards some of the other countries. And that's cool. But also get to this issue of power. It's one thing to get me, I'm all for brotherhood and sisterhood. At some point, you got to talk about power, the power relations and the interests there that are motivated by power and need to be dealt with on the basis of that as well. So to talk meaningfully about that as well. So I stop.
Yeah, I would just add, I'm reminded of people like Dr. Shelby Lewis, appointed to the Fulbright board in 2010, who spent her tenure on the Fulbright board exactly trying to figure out how to leverage her position to bring more Black people, African Americans into the Foreign Service and into these opportunities. So I think we need to identify who our champions are and then empower them to do the work. Sometimes it's not enough to just be on the board. You need to have, you need to make noise when and hold people accountable. So I think part of it is, these efforts are analogous to what's happening on the Hill right now. You have, people like Congressman Butterfield and Barbara Lee chairing the diversity task force. The CBC itself has institutionalized, you've got Congressman Meeks on Foreign Affairs, you have Congressman Lee on SFOP's chair on appropriations. First Black, we're still celebrating firsts in the 21st century. It's kind of old now, but but again, they are in these powerful positions. They cannot do it alone, and so internally there are dynamics there in terms of seniority, opportunity. They will need support to be able to do what is expected because they are the first Black person in this position, right? But nonetheless, the CBC itself has created these spaces, and I think it's been successful because there's many of them and it's growing, right? So you might have a Dr. Shelby Lewis on a Fulbright board, and she will do what she can and has made a profound impact, but what happens after her tenure is over, right? And how do we, and so lasting change happens when there's strength in numbers. CBC is growing every single session of Congress. We have now 3 CBC members, in the administration. This is a good thing for democracy. It's a good thing for representation. It's a good thing for recentering the CBC and its efforts at the center of what they're doing. But while they're representing the 750,000 people in their district, they haven't lost sight of their national and international constituency, and they are institutionalizing their own task forces within the CBC. They've got their own National Task Force on Foreign Affairs. It's not just about their committee position. What can they do to leverage their collective power to forward, get co-sponsorships on a bill, forward, work with the administration and bring those people to the table where they're holding hearings and briefings. I'm tired of hearing someone being the first of everything, and so we've got to make sure that we empower them to do their job. It's not enough to just say, you have diversity because you have 1 or 2 Black people in your position. What position are they in? That's what the Joint Center is pointing out. Your entry-level interns, I was at the Congressional Black Caucus Foundation. Dr. Scott knows this well. She's highly responsible for the pipeline that put more Black interns on Capitol Hill. To this day, CBCF is the only organization putting more Black interns on Capitol Hill than any other organization in the country. When you start identifying the entities that are actually doing the work, they are Black focused, Black centered, but they don't get lifted up the ways they should. So let's go to what we know, because there's a blueprint there. And so let's lift up these entities. Everybody wants to recreate what diversity and inclusion looks like. Go back to the CBCF. They've been around since 1976 doing this with the CBC members and their spouses. So I think we need to just know who do we have out there and how do we duplicate their work.
So clear. Thank you all so much. I know the next panel is going to talk about, I think, some of the things that Dr. Henderson was just talking about. So definitely stay tuned for that. Meanwhile, I am going to go join this other call and carry all of your messages to these deans. So I pass it back to you, Dr. Johnson. Thank you all so much.
Thank you, Sister Tanisha, for your moderation.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Another excellent panel, really great discussion, and I hope we're able to capture all of this and transfer all of this energy into a number of tangible actions, which is, of course, the next step. I'm going to move right along, though, to our fourth and final panel. So we might actually just end a little bit early because, of course, it has been a long day. We've tried to squeeze a lot into one day. Our fourth and final panel is titled Strategies for Engaging Africa's Development. And it's really a forward-looking panel bringing together both foreign diplomats, also Howard alum, but also academics at FAMU and Winston-Salem State, to talk about some of the programming that we're doing on our campuses and some of the ways that really these young, dynamic faculty and students are engaging African publics on the continent in new and dynamic ways, which I think are going to be really inspiring for all of us to hear about. So the moderator for our fourth panel, I'm pleased to just welcome to the stage or to the front of the Zoom meeting, my colleague, Dr. Mohamed Kamara, who is chair of the Department of African Studies here at Howard University, and he will moderate our fourth and final panel. Take it away, Dr. Kamara.
Thank you, Dr. Johnson. Good afternoon, colleagues. Dr. Johnson, thank you very much, and you and the Center for African Studies for convening this very powerful symposium. And the Department of African Studies is also proud to be a partner to the center in making this happen. Our panel number 4, as Dr. Johnson indicated, will be discussing strategies for engaging Africa's development. As a matter of a little introduction, I would say that the concept of African development, as we all know, has been debated in many quarters and circles, including in the academic world, in government agencies, in business, the business world, and so on. Whether it's during the Cold War or in post-Cold War globalization, everyone around the world is talking about development in Africa, African development. In many of those cases, the voices of Africa are meaningfully engaged. Unfortunately, in many other instances, the voices of Africa are either absent or not fully engaged. Panel number 4 is intended to engage the audience in a fresh reflection on strategies to approach theories and policies dealing with the challenges and opportunities of development in Africa in the 21st century. And the panelists are Dr. Chris Daniels of the Florida A&M University, Dr. Sia Clark of Howard University, Dr. James Pope of Winston-Salem State University, and Dr. Suleiman Conte of the African Affairs Bureau in the Department of State. And I would respectfully remind our esteemed panelists that each panelist has up to 15 minutes for their presentation. And without further ado, I would like to invite Dr. Chris Daniel for his presentation.
Thank you. I appreciate the opportunity to speak. Greetings to everyone today. I'll bring you greetings from Tallahassee, Florida. A little bit of sunshine, but not typical Florida weather. So, you know, us down here in Florida, we're crying because it's about 50, 60 degrees, but I'm sure it's worse in other places. So we bring you greetings definitely, and I hope the sunshine in the background doesn't distract you guys while I'm talking. What I want to do is kind of give a little insight about some of the things we've done here at FAMU, and also some of the things I've done through a nonprofit that I have called Motherland Connect. And kind of bring the picture together, right? So there's several different components of development. There's several different components of, when we talk about development, we also talk about like development within the academy, development within, on the continent. We talk about economic development, and a lot of what you find is that a lot of this requires a lot of coordination, right? So I'm kind of going to begin my conversation by explaining some of the challenges that HBCUs face, and where those challenges came from. Then I'll give you some examples of some of the things we've done at FAMU to address those challenges, some of the successes we've had, and then I'll also talk a little bit about some of the things that I've done through the nonprofit. And of course, we'll have questions later. So let me share my screen here. All right, so this basically just kind of starting off again, just a little bit about HBCUs and our impact on policy and also development. So, any conversation, that you're gonna have talking about HBCUs, you kind of have to put things in context, right? So right now, HBCUs are kind of like the buzzword. It's kind of become popular, but I want to always let people know that HBCUs have always produced high quality students, always have employed top-notch professors, right? However, the problem is that access to grants and funding opportunities have historically been concentrated in the hands of PWIs. So for a long time, historically, professors and students and other people who are at HBCUs didn't have access to funding. And this is particularly important when you talk about international affairs, right? So basically, because the funding disproportionately has been distributed to PWIs, that has allowed the faculty members in those areas to be considered experts and allowed them to create pipelines for their students to gain employment in foreign policy areas, right? So many PWIs have benefited from centuries, decades of racism in the allocation of funding, and the allocation of journal publications, and many other things. And that's why we have some of the imbalances that we have to this day, right? So again, in recent years, HBCUs have become a political buzzword in many government circles. Some HBCUs have been able to get medium-sized grants. There's been a lot of forums, there's been a lot of talks, a lot of discussions, but obviously a lot more action needs to be taken. So what we want to do is we want to create pipelines, right? So we want to have qualified expert faculty members. You want to have coursework and programs on campus. You want to have travel experiences for students, and you want those travel experiences to lead to them pursuing careers in foreign policy or in some variation of that. And that's what leads to policy influence. But if any of those things in the pipeline are missing, you're gonna have a problem getting down to the bottom. So creating this pipeline is very, very important. And looking at things in a holistic way is what helps to get you there. So at Florida A&M, one of the things that we did was we created the Center for Global Security and International Affairs. So we created it in 2011, and it was created through a grant from the Office of the Director of National Intelligence. So prior to receiving this grant at the university, we really didn't have a properly functioning international relations minor, right? So you could maybe take a class here, a class there, but we really didn't have much even on the minor side when it came to that. We hardly had any, area studies courses. So a lot of these things had to be created from scratch in 2011, right? So you got to think, how many schools were so much further ahead of us and how many students were so much further ahead of us. We were creating these things from scratch, 9 years ago or 10 years ago now. And the limited funds are a major impediment to creating specialized courses at HBCUs, right? So some of the larger HBCUs, you have more opportunities, but when you get into the smaller schools, they have a very limited set of courses that they can offer just because of budget constraints, other state constraints, a lot of other things that don't allow you to, really offer different types of classes. So some HBCUs are public institutions, meaning that they get a lot of direction from the state, and some are private institutions, which have a little bit more flexibility, but obviously there's still concerns that you have to deal with, right? So some of the courses we created, just for example, you can kind of see what we've done. Politics of African states, politics of the Middle East, politics of China. These were all classes that had never been taught before. We also created analytical writing courses. And we created a lot of programs on campus where we brought in, like, for example, we had a bunch of students who came from Brazil. So students got a chance to interact with them. So we had a lot of things like that, right? And I think one thing that, sometimes people forget is that, most HBCUs are in rural southern areas where there's not really much access to international, people from foreign countries and whatnot, So of course, everyone knows about, the major big HBCUs that are, in Atlanta, DC, Baltimore, the bigger cities. But, when you look at the bulk of historically Black colleges, they're in very rural southern places that don't have a lot of diversity. So, so you're really starting a little bit behind the 8 ball. So some of the highlights of our program, we were able to send dozens of students, faculty, and staff on fully funded cultural immersion trips to South Africa, to Lesotho, Eswatini, Ghana, several other locations. We visited embassies and other places so we could expose our students to opportunities in the foreign service with the State Department, with USAID, other places like that. And they also got a chance to present papers and participate in a lot of foreign policy related initiatives. And from that, we have 3 people who are now currently foreign service officers, and several other ones who are in various foreign policy roles. So we see that it works, right? So that investment in spending time, developing these students, developing the faculty members, leads to a solid outcome of having more representation within our policy standpoints, right? Policy arena. So this kind of hit on some of the kind of highlights of the program so we fully built out our minor in international relations. So now we have a fully built out minor in international relations. We created a new master's degree in global security and international affairs. So again, these were things that never existed. And then also another thing that we did that was kind of a byproduct was that we created a demand for more international travel opportunities, because studying abroad and international travel was not a big thing at the university prior to this time. But when people started seeing other people travel and get opportunities, more people wanted it, right? Now, again, that leads to another problem, all right? So at a lot of HBCUs, the capacity to handle that demand for international travel is not there. Now, at the bigger ones, it's there, at some is not. So what we ended up doing was creating a nonprofit called Motherland Connect. All right, so Motherland Connect is a nonprofit organization that was created to help expose more HBCU students, faculty, and staff to international travel experiences. So some of the things that we've done, we've led trips to South Africa, Ghana, Egypt, a lot of different places. We've sent over 300 faculty, students, and staff overseas since 2019. So it's been very, very successful. Now, kind of bringing things into the development piece, and I'm kind of want to hit on this, is that what we've aimed to do is create vertical integration in the travel industry, right? So what you'll find is that there are a lot of travel companies, but very few of them are Black owned or Black run or whatever you want to call it, right? And then on top of that, what you'll find is that when they go into these different African countries, they're not using African suppliers, right? So they're booking with, British companies, this, that, and the other. So basically, all the money that's being generated from, our students going abroad and studying abroad, very little of that money is actually trickling down to the community. So maybe your driver on the trip is from that country, or your tour guide, but all the owners of the companies, all the owners of the hotels, none of those people usually are African, right? And when we talk about development, that's a key point, right? You have to make sure that when you're spending dollars, that those dollars are being spent intentionally. So if we're coming from historically Black colleges, we should be intentional about making sure that when I go to the Gambia or when I go to Senegal, it should be local Senegalese people that we're spending our dollars with, right? We shouldn't be booking with British companies staying in a British owned hotel, everything like that. So then we're not having any economic impact, right? African Americans are spending millions and millions of dollars every year going to Africa, right? And where is that money going? Right. Ghana just had the year of the return. I think it was it last year, 2019, 2020, something like that. And thousands and thousands and thousands of people went. Right. So, if we see similar things like that happening in other African countries, that can lead to a lot of development, and a lot of other things can come from that. Right. There's a huge potential for development in tourism. There's a huge potential for development in entertainment, hospitality, so many different things, right? Because of making those cultural connections. So, HBCUs have the potential to be kind of that hub of that cultural connection between African Americans and Africans. And these trips, the trips that we do, whether it be study abroad, whether it be cultural immersions, however that looks, these can be the beginning of business enterprises that can lead to economic development. But again, we have to be thinking more strategically, right? So these are kind of some of just the key points I wanted to hit on. I don't want to speak too long, and if people want to ask questions, we can either do at the end or they can ask me now, and I'll stop here.
Dr. Kamara, you're on mute. We don't hear you.
I do apologize. Thank you, Dr. Daniels, for this powerful introductory presentation. And that leads me to our next presenter. I assume that we're having all the presentations before we start the Q&A. Dr. Johnson?
Yes, please.
Okay, thank you. So our next panelist is Dr. Nsia Clark of the Department of African Studies at Howard University. Dr. Clark?
Thank you, Dr. Kamara. I have been really enjoying listening to the different panelists, and I want to actually, foreign policy is not my main area, I think, as many of my colleagues know, so I decided I really wanted to approach this from a slightly different angle in terms of looking at ways forward and some possible ideas that for engagement with U.S.-Africa policy. And that is really kind of looking at the role of organizations in the National Pan-Hellenic Council. So for those of you who are not quite familiar with the NPHC, this is an organization that is composed of the 9 main Black fraternities and sororities. And if you have been on an HBCU campus, you are definitely aware of the roles of these organizations on that campus and the visible impact that these organizations have on campus. So as institutions, Black fraternities and sororities, like HBCUs, have really evolved together in many ways over the years. And so when you kind of look at early on, both the fraternities and sororities and HBCUs were really places of refuge for African Americans, getting away from racism and kind of finding community. And so these organizations and institutions played a crucial role. Now, you also had kind of early on, these organizations and institutions having to address and deal with accusations of elitism and colorism early on in their history. And I even kind of remember the early days of HBCUs, certain HBCUs where you had to submit your photo with your application. And so some of you who are younger, it probably dates me a bit. But I remember not knowing, like, why do I have to submit a photo with my application? That doesn't make sense. But kind of studying our history, you kind of understand, especially when you get out old yearbooks. In fact, at Howard University, they used to say that as far as administrative assistants, the higher up you go, the lighter the administrative assistants are. So by the time you kind of get to the very top, but so these are issues that we've had to deal with early on in our history. And I think a lot of our organizations, especially the sororities, have definitely had their fair share of accusations. But I do think that, the importance of these organizations can't be underestimated. So from the moment you step on an HBCU campus as an undergrad, you are aware of the presence of these organizations, from the university presidents to the presidents of student organizations, to campus queens, athletes, etc. Some of these campuses still also have kind of these organization plots. I don't know, Howard has them, but they're not really as prominent. Some of the smaller HBCUs, if you go especially into the South, you'll see that the organization's plots play a very prominent role, and they're very sacred spaces. You can't just go and sit down because you're tired, because you might, find yourself in some trouble. But I think we often also have to recognize the connection between members of these organizations in Africa. So when you look at, for example, two of the first presidents of African countries were members of these organizations. So we have Kwame Nkrumah of Ghana, who was a member of Phi Beta Sigma. He went over at Lincoln University. Nnamdi Azikiwe of Nigeria was also a Sigma. So, these are, especially with Kwame Nkrumah, it's well known. I mean, I think Sigma knows that Nkrumah was a member. And I think it's also one of the things that when you kind of talk to some Sigmas, the sense of pride and kind of this connection to Kwame Nkrumah, this connection also to Pan-Africanism. And so when we look at National Pan-Hellenic Council organizations and members, even the ones who didn't attend HBCUs, we find these threads that bond members of these organizations together that go beyond their specific chapters of initiation. So like W.E.B. Du Bois was a member of Alpha Phi Alpha. So even though he became a member at a PWI, his connection to Ghana is significant. And, he was also found a letter. He apparently was helping to pay, his daughter became a member of Delta Sigma Theta, and he was helping to pay her fees. So there was this letter that, that you can find online of the Delta Sigma Theta sorority thanking him for paying his daughter's fees for membership. And, membership fees, that's, the cost is not cheap. Additionally, the first female president of an African country, again, did not go through an HBCU, but Ellen Johnson Sirleaf was an honorary member of Alpha Kappa Alpha. And then within African countries, we see these kind of unofficial MPHC collectives. So like in Ghana and South Africa, there are members who are there because in different African countries, they're members of international NGOs, they're part of the diplomatic community, they're, they're for business, they're educators, they're students. There are all sorts of reasons why these individuals are there. Some of them are, Africans who became members of these organizations and went back home. Some of them are members of the diaspora who, went to Africa, but they're oftentimes involved in locally lobbying around US-Africa foreign policy in their respective countries. So we've seen that at various points in time where African Americans, diaspora communities in these countries will engage in US-Africa foreign policy. There are actually official chapters. Now there is a chapter of Phi Beta Sigma and Zeta Phi Beta and Omega Psi Phi that have been chartered in Ghana, in Accra, Ghana. So they have 3 official chapters. Zeta Phi Beta, I think, also has a chapter in Liberia. Alpha Kappa Alpha has a chapter in South Africa. The Kappas, I think, have a chapter also in South Africa. So again, this direct engagement with, and one of the things I always will say is one thing to attend an HBCU in terms of kind of looking at African students coming to the US and attending HBCUs. It's quite another to go through the intake process of a Black fraternity and sorority. I mean, that's a whole nother level of commitment. And it says a lot about your identification with African-American communities. Because it's not just something you just, okay, you decide on a Friday you're gonna do, and then Sunday you come out wearing, pretty colors. So it's a lifelong commitment. And so I think we're also seeing today HBCUs increasingly initiating members that are both first and second generation African students. And they have also helped engage their chapters more in Africa issues. So chapters at HBCUs are also engaged in travel to Africa, often via trips led by members of these organizations. So one example is one of my good friends that I'm really proud of, Dr. Beverly Booker Ama, who is a member of Delta Sigma Theta, who she became a member, I think, at Hampton University, taught at Howard University, taught at Hampton University, and in both campuses engaged their local Delta Sigma Theta chapters, as well as other students on campus through service learning trips to Ghana. She takes them every year through her group 3GC. And so this is, again, another example of someone who's in an organization who has intentionally connected with her sorority sisters on her campus. Wherever campus she's on, she's connected with them, and through there have kind of engaged those sorority sisters of hers in what she was doing in Africa. So one of the wonderful things that have come out of recently the celebrations of political leaders from HBCUs is, so, we have Kamala Harris. So the Tanzanian pronunciation is Kamala, and I just have to keep, sometimes I don't want to mispronounce, it's Kamala. So Kamala Harris, being a Howard graduate, but also a member of Alpha Kappa Alpha. And then you have Keisha Lance Bottoms in Atlanta, who's a member of Delta Sigma Theta, but also a graduate of FAMU, Florida A&M University. What we saw was a coming together across color lines, if you could say. And when I say color lines, I mean different sorority and fraternity colors. So you saw Deltas and Sigma Gamma Rhos and Zetas all celebrating Kamala Harris's victory. You saw, I know when we weren't sure who Biden was going to go with, I know a lot of us were like, okay, we hope it's either Kamala or Keisha, because both of them are HBCU graduates and both of them are members of Black sorority. So it would mean a lot for either. And I know that a lot of, my sorority sisters were like, okay, if it's Keisha, we're going to, just going to campaign just as hard as if it was Kamala. And so we saw that again and again and again, that it wasn't about, oh, well, she's an AKA, so we're not going to support. It was, this is something for us all. This means something for us all. And then even more recently, there was an image that went viral. Stacey Plaskett, the Congresswoman, who's also a member of Delta Sigma Theta, her aide, Michael McCreary, who is a member of Kappa Alpha Psi from Jackson State University, he had on a Kappa Alpha Psi face mask walking through Congress. This was during the impeachment trials. And so that kind of, went viral on the kind of Black fraternity sorority social media sites. And so I think this really presents a really good, important channels for engagement. Because the reality is, outside of personal connections, the political and economic networks that members of these organizations operate in are underutilized. I mean, we just really don't. And I think the structures of these organizations are very unique. The bonds of membership go beyond graduation. So I think organizations that are other non-Black Greek-lettered organizations, you often find a lot of activity stopping at graduation. But for Black Greek-lettered organizations, it goes beyond that. I mean, people join in graduate chapter, and it's literally, I mean, at your funeral services, sorority sisters and fraternity brothers are coming to sing songs. So it's like, and you become, like, for my sorority, an Ivy Beyond the Wall. So even in death, you are still a member. And so I think that I would like to see us definitely kind of utilize these networks more to engage these organizations and chapters more in partnerships around U.S. Africa policy. I know, just as a kind of quick side note, as an undergraduate, one of the things that I was really happy about being able to do is, your chapter is always trying to find, projects to do. So I'm like, we could do this, this, and this. And it was all these Africa related projects. Which, you've got a chapter of X number of women with X number of resources. And it's like, great, let's do this campaign around, I don't know, this issue in Africa, or let's, lobby this, congressperson about this policy in Africa. So I think that presents a really great challenge, and I think, or great opportunity. So I really kind of wanted to bring that up because I thought it hadn't been brought up. So I wanted to kind of shed some light on what I thought would be was a missing opportunity that we hadn't yet really tapped into.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Clark. You were on time, just as Dr. Daniels was. So let's move on to Dr. James Hope. Oh, James Pope, I apologize.
Oh, no worries, no worries. Everybody can hear me, correct?
Yes.
Okay, good to go. All right, I would like to thank Howard's Center for African Studies for organizing this important symposium and conversation. And I want to kind of preface my comments looking at it through some historical continuities of our historical lens, but also kind of move towards some of the recommendations through which some of my experiences have been at WSSU, but also beyond the institution itself, the academic institution itself. So I'm going to be doing a little bit of reading here because my thoughts have been racing for a few days, and I'm also actually editing an article right now that's looking at or critiquing foreign policy in the context of Africana traditions, I should say. So as a graduate of as a graduate of Howard University, and as someone who is deeply invested in contributing to critical conversations around HBCUs, specifically developing efforts for community-to-community knowledge and material exchange throughout the African world, as someone who travels to the continent and throughout the diaspora with students tagging along with me in an effort to deepen their understanding of the Africana world, as someone who is intent to break down the real and imagined barriers of knowledge production and access in relation to the African world, the Africana world, I hope that my thoughts I will share with you today will prove to be useful in some way and in some form and in some fashion. I also would like to say that the thoughts I will share today are in a long tradition of those who understood that Africa is both material and non-material in its form and function, and the source to which we all must return. Equally important, I share these thoughts in the tradition of those who understood then, as we do now, that, and I quote, "The Negro problem is but a local phase of a world problem. And with this, humanity is not a thing that one proves, one asserts it perhaps, or one accepts it. One does not really set out to prove it." So when I was thinking about this in the context of development, in the context of US engagement, but also in filtering in HBCUs in this whole conversation, the questions that come to fore as we think about the role of HBCUs in engagement with Africa, whether through development or US-Africa foreign policy, to be honest, they highlight many contradictions. But yet I would also like to point out that it also provides opportunities or avenues avenues for opportunity. In order to address the contradictions, the questions we raise, the way we conceptualize various interdependent components and inform the way we approach these contradictions will also help us understand why, how, and in what ways HBCUs can impact development or any appendage of foreign policy engagement with Africa. To be clear, HBCU engagement will require innovation, creativity, will, courage, and more importantly, the ability to move beyond individualist notions of community and development, which are in fact central to the socio-political and economic apparatus of the development industrial complex, but also into the foreign policy elite in the context of the United States. To be clear, we must address racial capitalist expressions of equality and human development. So what do I mean and what am I suggesting here? If we look historically, HBCU engagement with Africa, development or otherwise, has been a mixed bag. But I want to highlight the fact that predominantly has been antithetical to the dominant discourses around engagement with Africa. So let's look quickly and identify just a few of the many instances that engagement with Africa was in the forefront of student activity, as well as those engaged in grassroots efforts outside of HBCUs, but who were themselves also graduates of HBCUs. And there's a long history of this. We can see that for the most part, most were indeed antithetical. This radical tradition, this Black internationalism is essential to center in our approaches to how we engage with Africa, development or otherwise. let me share a little story to kind of contextualize what I mean and once we get to the end, I think and I hope that I will kind of categorize or kind of center our focus of why I'm structuring my comments in this particular way. So let me start with Maddie Hall Zuma. I'm not sure if any of you guys know, but she was once considered to be the African-American mother of a nation. Maddie Hall Zuma was the wife of Dr. A.B. Zuma. She was born and raised in Winston-Salem, attended Winston-Salem State University, then called Teachers College, obtained her BA. She went on to obtain her master's from Columbia University. But we will not diminish her role as being solely the wife of A.B. Zuma. By the time she left South Africa, she had become a major community figure. She revitalized the Women's League of the African National Congress and launched the Zenzele Club, a network of women's organizations, eventually linked to the international YWCA, which provided women with new opportunities for leadership and service. This work earned her the title of Mother of the Nation, which was later bestowed upon, as we know, Winnie Mandela, who, by the way, moved through those very organizational formations Maddie Hall Zuma centered when she got to South Africa and started to do work along with her husband and the group that eventually culminates into the anti-apartheid movement. Her work was during, as I just said, was during the burgeoning anti-apartheid movement in South Africa as A.B. Zuma was elected to the head of the ANC. We're not going to get into the intricacies of the politics, but being part of a media collective, I'm sure that some of you guys know, some of you may not know, I'm part of Africa Vote Now Project and Africa Now. And we have produced a number of programs on this, so we won't have time and we won't get into the politics of, South African politics then, today, I guess then, now, and today, but we can at some particular point, or you could just go to the archive and listen to a number of those particular programs. But to move further down this historical trajectory or genealogy, we can point to the Council of African Affairs with Du Bois and Robeson, and importantly, Alpheus Hunting Jr. played a vital and important role as the council's executive director and editor of the council's publication, New Africa, from 1943 through the organization's delusion in 1955. Important to notice Huntington's articulation of a radical anti-colonial critique of liberalism and racial capitalism, and his advance of a Pan-African Black identity that centered the inextricable continuities between the African world as well as other colonized people of which throughout the world, and is still important today. Of course, we've heard about Randall Robinson and his efforts with Trans-Africa Today, a graduate of Virginia Union University in Richmond, Virginia, organization which I had some affiliation with at some particular points in time. And then, of course, we've heard the Free South Africa movement, those who are involved in African liberation activities. And of course, we know by just looking at the panel and listening to the panel today, there are many of those who were engaged in those particular struggles, particularly in the Free South Africa movement. In an effort not to belabor the point, at risk leaving out other various expressions, the point is those involved were connected with HBCUs, all indicating the historical antithetical approach to engagement with Africa. So the questions we ask, the way we frame our engagement, the forms of knowledge we use to conceptualize phenomena are essential to moving towards the answers we are looking for. But more importantly, if we frame properly, we will find that once we arrive, we will then have a need to ask more questions. So how do we approach questions around the role of HBCUs in engagement with Africa? They all must take into account the forms of knowledge that drive the way we look for answers. And quite frankly, the way development is approached is a contradiction to its lauded purpose. This is not a revolutionary statement, of course. We know this as the moderator opened this up with this particular panel. Therefore, what has been and is the approach to development and engagement with Africa? Where are we now? And from what point did we arrive? I mentioned to you that I'm working on an article I'm actually editing right now. And in this article, I argue that the origins of US engagement with Africa is rooted in its role in the Berlin Conference. More specifically, I argue that US engagement with continental Africa had two objectives. Both objectives can be mapped to the origins and proceedings of the Berlin Conference, where official and unofficial representatives maneuvered that period's imperial powers to secure a position to determine and control the terms of global trade. This is important, particularly when we're talking about the racial capitalist structure of development, but also the interest of those foreign policy elite today. Again, the contradictions, right? So if we were to move forward, this two-pronged approach of African engagement lies first in protecting its global economic interests, specifically monopoly capital interests, and second, carefully maneuvering this interest to avoid becoming involved in direct conflict with or between imperial powers. This historical genealogy becomes important to contextualize and map, particularly as we have witnessed an intentional increase in US militarization on the African continent. Of course, AFRICOM and the global intelligence apparatus. So I wanted to open up in the context because I said I'm coming to this particular work through a genealogy of intellectual formations, particularly through a radical formation or a radical Black internationalist formation, which informs all of the work that I do as far as developing program, as far as engaging students in the African world, but also the work I do outside of the academy. All right. So now, what are some strategies or ways we can begin to engage development or HBCU engagement with Africa? I would suggest that we work on two fronts. Both require an intentionality to bridge the work of those who have been engaged in efforts in the tradition of radical engagement, and those who are tasked with engaging the young minds who come to our classrooms, many looking for creative and innovative approaches to engaging the global African world. So to reiterate that, we have to work on two fronts. We have to engage with those who have been working, particularly those in the tradition of HBCUs that have been engaged in struggles, that have engaged in grassroots efforts, that have engaged in understanding this long genealogy of African diasporic connection with the continent of Africa, but also us, and I'm talking directly to those of us in the classrooms, we have to also understand that the young people that come into our classrooms, they're coming to our classrooms really looking for creative and innovative approaches to engage in the global African world. Because once they are exposed to a lot of the inequities that we see in development, inequities that we see are the improper practice of human rights or the expansion of poverty and disease, they see these same continuities and oppressive and marginalizing structures in their own communities. So they're clearly understanding this. And so it becomes a very important task that, for us to be able to make sure that we guide them to the different forms of knowledge and the ways of knowing that can shape them to engage in creative ways or help them engage in creative and innovative ways with the African world. Okay, so what am I saying? Hopefully I'm not going too fast because I'm actually coming to the end of what I wanted to say today, because I wanted to get into a lot of the conversation, because a lot of what I'm doing and a lot of what I have been doing, particularly in program development, but also in curriculum development on campus at WSSU, has been really involved in the way that we formulate the ways of knowing and also the access to knowledge that we are engaging with our students. Ways that HBCUs can engage with Africa's development or foreign policy, and I hope to expand upon this in the discussion, but these are things I've led or been a part of at WSSU, okay? So first, the curriculum at HBCUs must be critically expansive. It must disrupt the way that we understand how knowledge is produced and how we gain access to it. The internationalization of HBCUs curriculum is essential in the current global economy. I heard the concept at I think it was the second panel or the first panel, talk about this notion of a think tank in earlier conversations. I would argue that these must truly be independent. We can look to Vincent Harding of the many meditations he had on this notion of internationalization in his article in the 1968 Negro Digest, where he discusses some international implications of the Black university itself, okay? Second, efforts must be made to increase community-to-community interaction, not only with study abroad, of which I am currently the interim director of, but substantive programming rooted in creative exchange beyond governmental sponsorship, of which I'm glad to hear the nonprofit that my colleague was just mentioning before. Now, I also must point to an important thought on this community interaction by Cedric Robinson in his article, In Search of a Pan-African Commonwealth. If you get a chance, please read that meditation on what he's arguing in this particular article, In Search of a Pan-African Commonwealth. I can explain it in the discussion part of this. 3, there must be collaborative partnerships with organizations who are engaged in grassroots efforts or grassroots work, specifically in places where young folk are engaged in their own struggles. Here I'm thinking of the social justice centers popping up in Kibera and Korogocho in the communities outside of Nairobi. I travel generally every March to Kenya, and we in and out of Nairobi, all around, all the way out to Mombasa, all the way out to the Masai Mara. And what I have been able to do is develop community partnerships with the communities and with the different organization formations in Kibera and Korogocho itself. I can also point out to Salvador Bahia with the Steve Biko Center, of which I'm working on and solidifying a relationship with the Steve Biko Center down there. I could point to the Fernando Ortiz African Cultural Center and other centers in Santiago de Cuba, the Casas de las Americas in Havana, of which I've developed community partnerships with the programming and also exchanges of knowledge when students come, and also as we are teaching the classes before students go. And again, I mentioned selfishly, these centers I've developed relationships with, and I bring students there to engage not only with the students and also young people, but also in the community on a wide range of issues. But it's really based upon really on getting students and young people to understand their direct connections with the places we are actually visiting. Lastly, and this is what I would love to talk about and expand a little bit more, because this is just a overview of the many different things. And those who know me know I'm kind of like a tree. I generally give short comments, and then you have to shake everything out me, hit me a couple of points, and then stuff just starts to fall out. All right, so lastly, we must be courageous. And to do something that Amakar Cabral astutely presented, we must be aware of the necessity to engage in class suicide. This falls into the category of creating sustainable traditions of engagement. Our programs must be institutional and not centered on individuals. When something is not working based on the approaches of those in certain positions, it's time to make room for other forms of knowing. I have taught, and we have taught at 2 HBCUs. Most of you guys know the bureaucratic structure of HBCUs. We know we fight them as professors, as students, and alumni, and all of those other particular things. And this is something that I think is important, because being able to have an experience at 2 HBCUs, again, I was able to attend grad school, get my PhD from Howard University, and taught at Howard University for a little while. I taught at Georgetown and Virginia Commonwealth, and then was brought down to WSSU. Different geographical area, same circumstances as the HBCU, and we could talk about that a little bit more. And also the fact that knowledge production and the way that we engage are really a bureaucratic system. And of course, I will point to the white architects of Black education that talks about that colonial processes of how HBCUs kind of cycle and reinscribe the same power relations and the same knowledge development techniques and practices that we are actually supposed to be getting our students to creatively and innovatively disrupt. And especially if we're going to be talking about African engagement, whether it is development, and I'm talking engagement period. With that being said, as I just said, I generally give short comments unless you listen to my intros on the radio program, which tends to be 10, 15 minutes because I got time to talk about it. And with those, I would love to engage in more conversation around some of the ideas that I kind of peppered you with today, because I have more. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Pope, for that vibrant presentation. We coming now to our last but not least presenter, Dr. Suleiman Conte.
Hi there, everybody. First and foremost, thank you, Dr. Kamara. Thank you, Dr. Johnson, and the Center for African Studies for inviting me here to talk today. I really appreciate it. Also, thank my colleagues here on this particular panel, Dr. Daniels, Dr. Clark, and Dr. Pope. Really, some very good insights today. Dr. Pope, I really, your recommendations I think were spot on. A couple of things that I liked were the internationalization of the HBCUs, and then also the community engagement, because I think really getting people to know one another and to engage each other at that grassroots level really promotes the development of the continent in a different way than we see normally. Also, Dr. Clark, just wanted to say we would, I think the continent would be happy to receive some of those dues, those hefty dues. But all in all, no, very, very good insights. And Dr. Daniels, the works that you guys are doing, really trying to get folks to have exposure to the continent and have exposure to international relations is key, particularly for the Foreign Service. If you ever want to pass the Foreign Service exam, there's no way to do that without having a lot of international exposure. And I think that's one of the disadvantages our communities have, is that they don't have that exposure. And right off the bat, you're already, 50% behind the ball. So that work that you're doing is very, very key. It opens up the minds of our youth, and it allows them, even if they don't pursue foreign service per se, to pursue other international ventures that are often lucrative. So it's beyond, sort of finding this sort of interest from like the emotional standpoint, but even in terms of economics, it's the right way to go. So appreciate all the commentary here today. So as far as my talk, I think I'll probably talk a little bit more on raw government to government development, foreign assistance type of conversation. But before I get there, let me talk a little bit about my day job. So my day job, essentially, as Dr. Johnson mentioned, I'm a career civil servant, foreign affairs officer at the U.S. Department of State. Now, I'm currently here in Abuja as a political officer. I cover ECOWAS. I cover illicit finance and anti-corruption issues, as well as insecurity. Now, folks that are familiar with Nigeria will know that insecurity is pretty big here right now. There's lots of violence happening. So I do spend a lot of my time on that. So that is my day job. It is literally 9:30, 10 o'clock here. So I'm saying this to let you all know that I'm operating in my personal capacity today. So anything that I say here really is not to be attributed to the U.S. government. It's not a government position. These are my individual independent thoughts. So just wanted to say that. I think in order to kind of get the conversation going, I wanted to talk a little bit about some of the U.S. Sort of past foreign policy and foreign assistance strategies on the continent. And I don't want to go too far back. I'll probably start with Clinton or so, because there was a little bit of a shift in trajectory around his time, and then talk on to George W. Bush, Barack Obama, and then Trump, and then look forward to the Biden-Harris administration and what they're thinking. Not that I know anything specifically. They haven't really came out with a strategy yet, but what potentially is out there, and where U.S. Africa policy, Africa foreign assistance policy should go. I should say there's actually a little bit of difference between the two. U.S. foreign assistance is really about money, and then you have your U.S. or you have foreign policy, generally speaking, international relations, which largely is about carrots and sticks. And on that, I'll say one little point about U.S. foreign policy In Africa, I think traditionally speaking, we've been a pretty balanced type of approach to Africa, sort of trying to look at things on the merits and making a judgment call about sticks and carrots. And we often fall, I think, on the stick side a little bit heavier than necessary. I would advocate for a shift in that sort of methodology. Most of the time when people are thinking foreign policy, at least governments, it's not necessarily only on the merits of the issue. It is also on the geopolitical importance of a region. And I think we don't take that into account enough in the geopolitical calculation on the continent. A billion people, resource-rich continent that needs to be considered, I think, in a different light when it comes to the geopolitical stance. Having said that, I guess my policy is more carrots, less sticks. One sort of example is that, so for instance, if we have a lot of bad actors, bad military actors on the continent, and they may have some human rights abuses, things like that. And one of our strategies is to use a blunt sort of instrument to say, hey, this particular military branch or whatever has some human rights violations. We're going to restrict foreign assistance funding altogether. Now, on one side, that is obviously a smart move. You don't want to be funding people that are violating people's human rights. But on the other hand, it kind of cuts your hand or it hamstrings you a little bit in the ability to assist that nation in combating those issues. So again, there's some recalculations in terms of how and why we do things that I think is probably pertinent for the conversation. As far as foreign, before I actually go into sort of the meat, I don't know, I may be running over, but I'll try not to. But essentially, I wrote a couple of papers that I think that are probably interesting for folks to look at. I wrote a paper in December 2018, right after the Trump administration came out with the Prosper Africa initiative, and after the signing of the BUILD Act. And I wrote a paper that's titled, "Will Africa Welcome a Change in U.S. African Foreign Assistance Strategy?" And essentially that talked a little bit about what I call the geo-economic shift that Trump was taking on the continent. And really that meant adding additional resources to broken foreign direct investment mechanisms to allow more money to African countries in the development of infrastructure and things of that nature. And by and large, I think a lot of the African community liked that policy shift. Now, that didn't mean that the U.S. stopped doing all of its other programming, but ultimately it meant that there was a shift in thought process, meaning a little bit of a shift away from foreign assistance in aid to foreign assistance in foreign direct investment. So I think essentially that went from about $30 billion to about $60 billion total worldwide. And the Africa exposure was about $8 billion. So another piece that I wrote right after the George Floyd was brutally murdered, I wrote a piece called "The Rebirth of Pan-Africanism and the Rise of the Black Pantheon." And essentially that talks a little bit about foreign policy and a little bit about Pan-Africanism. Well, I guess a lot of it about sort of a rebirth of Pan-Africanism, but also how that flows to the diaspora, how the new wave of Africa enthusiasts, and not only African American African enthusiasts, but enthusiasts across the board, people that supported human rights, how that all was building a foundation that was already there, built by pioneers like Kwame Nkrumah and W.E.B. Du Bois and others, but really was using those same concepts to build what I call this Black Pantheon. So I think it's a good read. So it's something worthwhile to look at. I also wrote something on in September about the coups and constitutions, recurring problems in West Africa. It largely talks about Mali and the Sahel, but I won't get too deep on that. The last thing that I wrote 2 articles that I think are particularly interesting for this particular conversation. One was titled U.S. Department of State Diversity and Inclusion, a Case for Foreign Service Reform. So I talked about the institutional culture at the State Department, some of the ways that folks have trouble, or Black folks are not, or have barriers rather to entry, how the system, the promotional system within the organization has its set of restrictions, and overall just a new look at how the Foreign Service should probably be set up. I think it was well received by a lot of folks. And then lastly, I wrote a piece just a few weeks ago called A Bolder Approach to U.S. African Foreign Policy. And in that piece, I talked a little bit about an Africa $150 billion Marshall Plan. So it was a little bit of a pie in the sky type of piece. I got some criticisms. I think folks felt like I was, putting Africa in a position of charity, and that's not necessarily the way I looked at it. One of the key points that I tried to draw in that piece was the idea of an ally, and I looked at U.S. allies, the European bloc after World War II was NATO, considered a major ally to the United States. What the United States did at that point in time was issue the original Marshall Plan, and I think, I can't remember the amount that it was, but the current dollar figure is about 162 billion. So I figured, hey, if the African continent was as strategically important as Europe was to the United States in the 1950s or late 40s, then perhaps something of that would equal in measure in terms of building an ally relationship, an equal partnership, if you will. And I think a lot of that will be heavily or well received by African nations. It doesn't mean that it's a handout or charity. What it really means is that development does not happen in a vacuum. So it's something that allows African countries to have access to capital. Right now, there's about a $60 billion to $100 billion infrastructure funding gap that the African continent, including the African Development Bank and the AU and other regional economic communities, are working direly to fill. And China is getting a lot of credit for funding infrastructure on the continent, but at the same time, they don't do nearly as much as the U.S. government does. So one of the key, so to talk a little bit about, some of the historical items. How am I doing on time, Dr. Kamara? I didn't.
You have 3 more minutes.
All right, so I will speed through. So anyway, yeah. So in terms of so I won't go through my whole spiel here, but in terms of just development, the United States, we do a lot in terms of humanitarian development, which is key, which is a very fundamental aspect of aid. So the Chinese are not playing a heavy role there. We do a lot on education and in health on the continent. One of my 2 favorite programs are George W. Bush programs. One is PEPFAR, and the other one is the MCC. I'll talk a bit about the MCC because it is my ultimate favorite, and that is, it essentially has a 2-pronged approach. One, a policy side approach, which is really looking at indicators for democracy and governance. And once a country hits some of those marks, it allocates, it signs a compact agreement with that country and does a big, long-lasting project of usually they're roughly around $500–600 million projects to build electric grids or to build roads or bridges or whatever it may be. It's a heavy lift that the U.S. government is doing to increase development opportunities in these countries. Now, the U.S. does a lot of other programs that, in my opinion, are not as effective, and they cost a lot. They cost a lot of money, and they don't do a whole lot in terms of infrastructure or long-lasting projects that people can see and say, okay, the U.S. was here and did this type of project. So again, George W. Bush, in my opinion, probably did the most. He had better support from Congress. Barack Obama, one of his main accomplishments was YALI, which I think is good. I think he doubled the fellowships, and again, that kind of hits at the community engagement level. But it also allows for young leaders to really get access to the United States, access to other leaders, and really kind of help spark something that otherwise may not have, they may not have had the opportunity to do so. Quickly, because I'm running out of time, Donald Trump and Prosper Africa. So Prosper Africa actually is looked on positively throughout most of the continent. And that is, again, because it shifts a bit of the, it shifts a little the foreign assistance from aid to something more like foreign direct investment. But I do think, I think we should be clear, the U.S. would be, puts in a lot of money in terms of foreign direct investment through the BUILD Act, but as well, it still does a heavy lift on humanitarian affairs. It's still one of the, it's still the largest donor on the continent in terms of just feeding refugees, things of that nature that are important. And I think sometimes that gets overlooked. But ultimately, the final goal is really to align U.S. interests with African interests. And I think one of the disconnects that the United States have had in the past is that the United States has looked at its interest and has funded that and has not necessarily taken the interests of the individual countries in Africa and said, hey, what is it that you want? And one of the things that makes China so attractive to a lot of African countries is that that is exactly what China does. They say, what is it that you want? We'll provide that, and then you give us what we want. All right. Anyway, I think I'll leave it there, and maybe we can have a conversation. People can ask some questions.
All right. Thank you very much, Dr. Conte. And now we're going to open for Q&A. We have a lot of questions here, very pertinent ones. So what I would like to do is to put one question to each presenter. We go around and come back so everybody has the opportunity to address some of the questions at least that we have received. So I'd like to begin with Dr. Daniels. One of the questions we have for you, Dr. Daniels, is what should be done to improve access to grants for students in the President Biden era?
That's a great question. So there's a good amount of grants that are primarily or only for HBCUs or minority serving institutions. So what they need to do is they need to increase the funding for those. A lot of the federal government funds, if they increase the funds for targeted projects for HBCUs that are reserved only for HBCUs, I think that would be a great way to get more money into them. And then also we definitely should encourage private sector partners or other private sector entities to put out grants that are targeted just for HBCUs as well. And the dollar amounts need to be large dollar amounts. There's too many like big proclamations of these programs for HBCUs. It's like there's 100 HBCUs and they give us $100,000. So it's like, all right, once we spread that out amongst 100 different HBCUs, we're not getting anything. So it sounds great on paper, like, oh, we're giving $1 million to HBCUs, but they're not saying that they're giving, $100 million to Cal Berkeley, $100 million to Stanford. They're giving large amounts of money to these predominantly white institutions. So we need similar amounts of fundings coming into HBCUs.
Okay. Thank you very much. We might come back to with a follow-up on that. But now let me go to Dr. Clark. You have a question. I'm going to read it as it is on the feed here. Dr. Clark, could you elaborate on the potential for international chapters at the 1,225 universities in the 54 countries on the continent of Africa? And more to the point, the position of these divine 9 organizations on issues that empower Africans and African Americans in trade, commerce, and cultural exchange.
Thank you. So I doubt very seriously if they're going to have them on the college campuses. I know that the chapters that are there are graduate chapters, so they're not affiliated with any of the undergraduate or any of the universities. And right now, you know, the bulk of the membership, you know, and I'm not sure what percentage of the membership are people who are citizens of that country versus expats, or people, you know, who are from the diaspora who relocated. But I would guess that probably a lot of the membership are people who, you know, from the diaspora who relocated. So it would be tough for the university to kind of, simply because, you know, even kind of trying to describe to someone the idea, the concept of fraternities and sororities is difficult, especially when most individuals have seen kind of, you know, on TV, like these depictions of them. You know, there have been a couple of Black, you know, films on Black, but even those have not been really good, accurate depictions on the legacies of these organizations. So I think it would be really difficult to have them in the universities. But as far as their engagement, yeah. For example, and I was actually, while I was looking some of the stuff up, Delta Sigma Theta, for example, has international programs in South Africa, Kenya, and Haiti. So that is a national initiative, something that the organization as a whole. Now you also have each individual chapter. So for example, the chapters, the Zeta and the Sigma chapters that are in Ghana, their initiatives are probably going to be focused on work in Ghana. The AK chapter in South Africa, I know is definitely focused on, I know they were doing something around gender-based violence in South Africa, and, you know, trying to address the high incidence of sexual assaults there. There are other chapters that as a chapter, they can do a project in an African country. So if a chapter is somehow connected to an NGO in Kenya, they can decide, okay, well, we're going to get together and do this service project for this school in Kenya. So a lot of it is, you've got the national organization that has its own kind of priorities and projects that they work on, individual chapters that have their projects, and then you have individuals that are engaged in things. And so even though those individuals don't officially speak on behalf of the organizations, there are times individuals will come together based on their shared membership and engage in certain projects. And that goes, you know, the same for here in the US. I know I've done a lot of things with, you know, one of my sorority sisters, Melina Abdullah, is one of the founders of the Black Lives Matter LA chapter. And so she will sometimes call on me. And so she knows when she calls on me that there's also that, you know, when she starts to call with soror, it's like, okay, there's an extra layer of, I need this favor. And so there's also an extra layer of expectation that you're going to come through. So there are many different levels in which these organizations engage. And so, yeah, I would say that they're definitely doing a lot in Africa. It's just on different levels.
Okay. Thank you. I'm sure there will be also a follow-up on that for further discussion. Now, a question to Dr. Pope. When you say, quote, non-traditional ways of engaging Africa, end quote, could you lay out a few of these in the areas of film, finance, and family building?
Wow. That's a huge question. Well, how long we have? We have like another 2 hours. But but real quickly, what I mean about a non-traditional approach to the way to non-traditional in the way that we approach, I'm talking about pedagogy. I'm talking about the forms of knowledge. To give you just one example, we use film, which is interesting because being part of Africa World Now project, of which I know some of my colleagues are on this call right now, is that we actually use film as a tool for educating, as a tool for introducing concepts and ideas that we don't necessarily see in the dominant mainstream industry, multimedia industry, or anything like that. Now, I'll give you another example of the way that we approach disrupting students' normative assumptions about themselves in relation to Africa, but also normative assumptions about the way that they think about Africa itself, is that, let's take the concept of indigenous, for example. What we would do is that we would introduce indigenous knowledge systems as being inclusive of African indigenous knowledge systems, ancient, current, and of course. So those are the types of things that we attempt to do, particularly with students, but also, again, with our multimedia projects that we do outside of campus. So we use, of course, a wide range, but one of the things that we do, or that we intend to do, is really massage the students' mental and intellectual capacities to absorb when they do go to the continent or when they do go to Latin America. So we spend a lot of time. Give you an example of how the programs that have been developed, how developed the programs, of which my colleagues, a few colleagues, Dr. Michelle Lewis, who goes with me to Brazil, Dr. Tasneem Siddiqui, who goes to Kenya, and also we had a range of other people who were involved as well, is that we really take the time. We never send a student to a country without engaging them intellectually, but also in the context of making sure that they understand that they have a connection to these particular places. So we won't just go take a student, jump on a plane, and just go to Kenya, go to Brazil, Salvador Bahia, or those particular places. So we really take the time throughout the semester before we even travel, except for Kenya, because that's in the middle of the spring break. We take the time to really engage. How do we do that outside of academia? It's the same way. A lot of things that we introduce, you're not going to, the concepts and ideas, the way that we attempt to think when we're in the media platform, is really to disrupt the way or present counter narratives to the way that people think about, again, themselves in relation to the African world, but also the African world in relation to each other. So those are the examples that we can give. The best thing I can do, I can tell, is to go listen to our particular programs that we're available. We're worldwide on every podcast. You can just go to Africa Now with my colleague Maurice Mutali, and then Africa World Now Project. And that's my particular attempt to break down those real and imagined barriers to knowledge development and access. That's that community aspect. Or that global community aspect that I think is very, very important to really, do what we say we're going to do in the context of, moving towards a more inclusive world, centering African, indigenous, and African forms of ways, African forms and ways of knowing. I hope that answers the question. Probably more complex, but.
Well, I think it does bring a lot of light to that very complicated interaction, but I think it does help. Okay, Dr. Conte, you spoke about sticks and carrots, and you concluded by saying that you would like to see the United States in its relations with Africa to use perhaps fewer sticks and more carrots. Would you care to further elaborate on that?
Yeah, so again, I was mostly talking on foreign assistance. So didn't want to dive too heavily on foreign policy in that regard. But again, I think it's really the idea of restrictions, sanctions. That can be visa. I'm sure you guys heard of the visa ban or whatever it was being called. Things of that nature. So Nigeria, if you recall, was on that list of countries that were restricted, that had visa restrictions over, issues of, that are, around information sharing, things like that. So essentially, like I said, if you're following the policy closely, we have a lot of annual reports, whether it's the International Religious Freedom Report or the Trafficking in Persons Report, and other, sort of annualized process that we go through and determine which country falls on which list. And, African countries tend to get in my estimation, a little harder look at. So that's the point that I'm making there. But for this conversation, I really didn't want to dive too much into that. I want to talk a little bit more about foreign assistance. I wanted to say one thing that I didn't get to mention in my remarks. There are two groups that I think are very critical to African development and also increasing the symbiotic relationship between Africa and the diaspora. And one is on the United States side is the sort of mega billionaires or mega millionaires in whether it's the entertainment industry or whatever it may be, from the Oprah Winfrey's to the Jay-Z's, folks that have access to a lot of capital. They can do a lot of work on the continent, and not in a altruistic way, but in a way that is an investment driven. There's lots of investment opportunities on the continent that I think would benefit them and would benefit the symbiotic relationship between the African diaspora and Africa and the African continent. And then lastly, I think the African governments need to do a better job at reaching out to African American and diasporans. For instance, I think Dr. Daniels mentioned what is it called, the year of return. So year of return actually generated $1.9 billion in revenue for the Ghanaian government. So that's 1.9 billion, and over 1.5 million diasporans returned back to Ghana, even if just for a day or two. So essentially, creating investment opportunities within the scope of that would be very helpful. And last point, folks, I know folks asked where they can have access to some of the papers that I mentioned. Please add me on LinkedIn. I tend to publish all my stuff on my LinkedIn page for various reasons, but please add me on LinkedIn, and then you'll have access to those. And like and share.
Okay. Thank you very much. Going back to Dr. Daniels, a question for you. Are there efforts underway for smaller rural HBCUs to work collaboratively with one another on study abroad or international engagement?
Yeah, so that actually was one of the purposes for founding the nonprofit Motherland Connect, was because that a lot of smaller HBCUs don't really have like a lot of, like at Howard you have the Bunch Center and other institutions like that. A lot of the smaller institutions don't have those. So through a nonprofit, it's easier to kind of work between universities. So a lot of those smaller schools that may not have a more robust program, it's easier because some of the bigger providers, if you don't have 20 or 30 people or 50 people or, a minimal amount of people, it doesn't make sense for them. But if you work together and you can kind of bring, 5 people from this school, 5 people from that school, 5 people from that school, then you still can put like, international opportunities together. So that's definitely something that we want to do, to work with, as many HBCUs as possible, no matter how big or small, no matter how many, participants that they may have in their particular programs, and bring people together to do trips, because then you're able to do it and you're able to keep the cost of the trips down because you have enough people where it's not overly expensive for the student participants.
Okay, thank you. Dr. Clark, a question here is, you spoke about the fraternities and sororities in HBCUs. The question is, should we still encourage a system that transposes these Greek organizations from American HBCUs to African campuses, or should there be a more, a better approach, perhaps to use these organizations' experience to help African students on their campuses to create similar organizations that are rooted in African traditions, African values, and connect with sororities and fraternities in HBCUs?
So I kind of was expecting this question. I think that's the, I think as a Pan-Africanist, I think those of us who are Pan-Africanists and in these organizations, we often face this question. So I would say that, well, one, at Howard, you do have a fraternity and a sorority now, a new one that is, it's not for African students, but it was created by African and Caribbean students. So the Knights fraternity, do not remember the women's sorority that was just created, I think like a year or so ago. But the Knights have been there for a while, and most of their members are first generation, thank you, Nubia International Sorority, or African students or Caribbean students. So they do have that. And I'm not going to speak on the reasons behind their establishment, vis-a-vis kind of the African-American fraternities and sororities. I will say that you do have African students who have the option of becoming members of either. You cannot become members of both. I wanted to really work with the Nubia International Sorority when they were being founded, but they told me I cannot because I'm an AKA. They were like, no, you're already in this, you can't. So I was, kind of disappointed about that. But so they're definitely different, but it's not in an antagonistic kind of way. So I would say that is already happening. And I feel like that it is something that is complementary. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if further down the line, you may even see in those organizations, in terms of the MPHC kind of because I mean, MPHC used to be the, Elite 8, used to be 8. And then, Iota Phi Theta came in and was the 9th. And so, who knows? It may be that some of that gets restructured to kind of become more inclusive of these organizations, whether or not, or they may not want that. They may want to kind of keep something different. So I do think that that's already happening. And I do and I totally respect and understand the feelings around Greek lettered organizations. I don't use the term Black Greeks because I think it just sounds ridiculous. So I always say Greek lettered because I think that's really the only thing about these organizations that are Greek. I mean, it's kind of like when we get our degrees from Howard University, they're in this, I can't read my degree. I can't read it because it's in Latin. I have no idea what it says. And so, but I know I have a degree from an HBCU that's just in this Latin script. And so I would say that as far as a lot of these fraternities and sororities, the only thing that's really Greek about them is the letters. Beyond that, there is no kind of, and somebody will probably correct me and have something to say about it, but I would, but I get it. I understand it. And I'm not mad about it. It's not for everybody.
Okay. Moving on for a question for Dr. Pope. It is believed that higher education in Africa, African institutions of higher education have not reached their full potentials in terms of contribution to development. How would you frame the possible contribution of HBCUs to improving that contribution, to helping African universities contribute more and better to African development?
Again, do we have 2 hours? But what's interesting about this question is one of the places that we actually, and I can give you the context. I can talk about this in a more nuanced and a more complex way. But let me just give you an example of there's some assumptions in that particular question as well. One of those particular assumptions are that African educational institutions are using their own systems of knowledge to actually teach their own students. Those systems are colonial. We have to be clear, and we have to be very, very upfront about those particular ways of knowing. That's the reason why I say one of the things that we center and we go to the community, even though, let me give you an example, even though we are rooted, we stay at Kenyatta University when we go to Kenya. Kenyatta University is so gracious that they have let me and expand the program that we basically sleep and eat there, but we don't stay. Everything else we do is off campus. And so what we do is we actually bring folk that are in the community, and they bring folk on campus and engage the students, because it's just one of the ways. So one of the things that I think that is important in the context of African institutions, again, you can look at the archive of programming. We've talked about African education and universities. One of the ways I think it has to be, and I think this is also very, very important, a lot of young folk on the continent are doing some of the same things that young folk were doing here with the development of a Black studies movement or the Africana studies movement. A number of young folk are actually creating community or universities in the community that are actually supplementing education and also the sharing of information. Again, I point to Kibera, for instance. They have a social justice center that we are actually involved with an artist collective that we send books to them. Matter of fact, we have another shipment of books that we have to send to them because they're interested in expanding their particular knowledge base. Because just like students here, when they come into my Intro to Africana Studies class or they take an African history class, whatever, they get kind of like upset of why we didn't know this. Students on the continent of Africa don't know the same history as well. So one of the things that we do when we're there is that we sit students down. What is interesting, when I'll share one last sharing of knowledge thing, is when we're in Kenya during that particular period, interestingly, the Yeli program students are on campus with us. And so students from our university are literally mixing and having conversations with those particular students. And you should hear the conversations. Matter of fact, I think as a multimedia person, I'm just literally thinking out loud. I probably should have recorded most of these conversations, but I will record the conversations moving forward because the conversations are robust. They are asking questions and they're finding that there's gaps in the knowledge development process. And they are literally working these out in real time and sharing information. And then, of course, they will call, upon the syllabus that we may bring, and they will share this information, in that particular context. So I think that question is, there's an assumption there, right? As far as like that, and also the education system that is implemented based upon that colonial process is not designed to develop Africa. So, I mean, let's start there and then kind of move backwards or move forwards, because again, we deal with folk that deal with indigenous knowledge systems, meaning that they understand how to build community outside of the nation state. They understand how to work the land and read the land. So knowledge development is one of the things that I think is essential for us to really engage in pedagogy here in the United States with our students, but also share that knowledge collaboratively, not in the way that we have the answers. Because one of the things we tell students to do is that we don't have the answers, that we're coming there to engage collaboratively. We're not there to teach. We're not there, we're there to listen and exchange. And so I think that is very, very important. And let's start with the fact that universities, and I've ran workshops. I ran a huge hip hop workshop in Kenyatta University, that a lot of the folk were like, we have a robust system here, and there could be some critiques on how hip hop studies is here. We can get some critiques on that, but however, it's not even there, but the students want it. But they're also engaging in universities outside of those institutional formations that I think is important, which is also mimicking the Black University conferences at Howard, which are mimicking Malcolm X Liberation University in Durham. So there's a lot of things that are going on that I think that we have to be aware about and plug into to really get to that particular development question that is at the center of that question.
Okay, thank you very much. Unfortunately, we are running out of time. I think we have time for one last question, which goes to Dr. Conte. Dr. Pope, you just mentioned YALI, and I remember, for instance, in December 2019, Dr. Winstead, Dean Patterson, and I traveled to Angola, and we met there, I think, at least one YALI alumnus who was very involved, very engaged in everything that was going on there. So that leads me to the last question to Dr. Conte. You also, Dr. Conte, talked about YALI. How, from your perspective and your experience, how could HBCUs leverage the YALI initiative and tradition and engage young African leaders and young African entrepreneurs, and therefore contribute to African development going forward?
Yeah, thank you for that question. I would say lower tuition. So, which is, I mean, it's a true statement. I mean, it's a little bit of a pet peeve of mine, but I do think that particularly HBCUs should be trying their hardest to lower tuitions such that African Americans from poor communities, that's kind of what the bedrock of HBCUs are, can have access to quality education, and then also for this relationship with Africa. So again, a lot of African students would love to come to the United States and go to an HBCU or go to any university, and they're bargain shoppers to some degree, just because cost of tuition is high for an American person, and you can times that by 10 or 100 for some of these YALI students that are coming from very, very poor backgrounds. Now, having said that, there is an understanding that, yeah, if you get a sort of a Western education from an HBCU or other, that you may be able to earn more money that way. True, but then often that also means that they would have to potentially, a good portion of them anyway, stay in the United States or stay in other places where the wages are relative. So I think that again, that tuition comment is a little bit flippant, but at the same time, I think it's an accurate statement. Tuition, from my vantage point, sometimes seems as if tuition is set at the level by which student loan payments will be approved at. So I mean, there's some aspects about that I think are need some looking at. I was very happy when wait, what's the guy's name? sorry, Robert Smith, sorry, I had to look up his name, donated to pay tuition for the 2019 graduating class at Morehouse because he didn't just do a blanket donation. I know we want these donations to our HBCUs, and I think that's good. But ultimately, we want the donations to the HBCUs to benefit the students. So by paying tuitions for the students, he essentially did a huge donation, however millions. Now, normally a rich person would write that check to an HBCU, but he chose to essentially write it to the students. And I think that really took a weight off their back and a weight off the backs of young Black people on the continent that are already having a hard go at it. And I think it will be even more beneficial for African Yali individuals wanting to be educated in the United States. And then lastly, I think more partnerships with other universities that leverage fellowship opportunities would be a great way to enhance that.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Conte. On that note, we are coming to the end of our allocated time. I thank you all colleagues for these wonderful presentations and this dialogue, and I hope that we will continue the conversation and move forward. Dr. Johnson?
Thank you very much, Dr. Kumar, and thank you to all the panelists of our fourth and final panel. It was worth staying the entire day to listen to your remarks, and really you brought it home in terms of really giving us some of the, as I keep saying, some of the very tangible, but really I think unique ways in which HBCUs are engaging African publics, African institutions on the continent, and that need to be supported. We've come to the end of our day, which has been an extremely rich and stimulating conversation. Certainly, I think it's fair to say that we've all certainly benefited from this. I know I have, and it's certainly lived up to our expectations of what we hoped to achieve today. So thank you very much for everyone's participation. I'll just say, I mean, there's no point in me trying. We covered a lot of ground today, and we in many ways have our tasks laid out ahead of us. I just will say, you know, from the perspective of Howard University, I was really pleased, of course, being a Howard Symposium, that our history and our institutional architecture was really highlighted, and that really was, you know, kind of laid bare that we have a very rich and very durable history in which to build on. I would just add to, I guess, some of the names that have already been thrown out there. I'm very pleased that Brenda Arrington talked about the work of Professor Joseph Harris, and even more recently, his work in forming the Howard South Africa program that I know our colleague Jean Bailey has also been instrumental in basically leading that and in nurturing that. So, but in addition to that, certainly coming from the Department of African Studies, I can't forget, you know, all of the shoulders on which I stand. I can't name everybody, but let's begin with, of course, the late Suleiman Yang, former chair of the department, and the late Robert Cummings, former chair of the department, and one of the faculty members who brought the Title VI National Resource Center to Howard. And then, of course, my most recent predecessor, Professor Mbai Cham, who, of course, is still with us. But I say that to say that Howard has really developed the institutional architecture. And in addition to the Bunch Center and the Ron Walter Center, I think, as everyone is saying, that really, I think, can provide at least the base. I would tend to agree that probably we're not going to become a think tank simply because of the politics of the administration. It's not going to allow for that. But we can certainly be an institutional base right here in Washington, D.C., right in the seat of power. And I think that there's a lot of opportunities for these institutional hubs that we have at Howard to work more collaboratively together to achieve basic aims. I got a lot of rich conversation and, as I said, and ideas out of this meeting, both ideas, but also really tangible things to act on. It's quite clear that we need a lot more data collection and a lot more inventory and documentation of what has happened, what models do we existed in the past, what models worked, what models didn't work. There's a lot of rich history there of successes that we can build on, and that needs to be documented so that we can really learn and build on those lessons. I really like Ambassador Carson and Ambassador Battle's emphasis on really the need to collaborate as a broader HBCU community. Of course, Howard, as my colleague Chris was, mentioning, many of the HBCUs tend to be in smaller rural areas, and Howard tends to get a lot of the attention because we are right here in Washington, D.C., and we are so big. But we would be so much more strengthened if we're able to present a more, not just a unified front, but come together with HBCUs and really put forward an HBCU and a strong HBCU platform. And I'm sure we will find partners within government that will allow us to really push forward some very tangible and concrete programming. So on that note, I want to also just highlight to everybody that this is the beginning. We anticipate having many more of these conversations and engagements. As I said before, we're hoping to bring on campus later this semester Ambassador Linda Thomas Greenfield. She's agreed to do that. And so we'll engage her in a number of the issues that we've discussed here today. As I also mentioned before, and as everyone else has mentioned, it's important to have the HBCU voice in these at the policy table. And so in an effort to do that, not only are we going to produce a written summary and commentary of this symposium that will be available on our website for all to see, but we're going to produce, and we've asked the panelists as well to help us in terms of preparing written remarks that can be developed into policy briefs, working papers, occasional papers, to really inform, as Congresswoman Karen Bass invited us to do, right? To really inform her policy making by providing some of the context and some of the data and perspectives that only we can provide from the HBCU perspective. So I'm asking you to look forward to all of that activity that is hopefully going to be coming from us in the next coming months and so on. I want to also just make sure that everybody is aware that this symposium was recorded, and it was streaming live on YouTube, and that recording is now available on YouTube. The link has been put a couple of times in the chat. I'll make sure that it's put in there again. Please, everybody, one of the better ways to at least connect with us or to stay in touch with us and make sure that you're aware of future programming and whatnot is to be sure to sign up for our center newsletter. You can go to cfas.howard.edu, which is our website. There you can sign up for our newsletter and see our upcoming events and keep in touch. We're also on LinkedIn, on Facebook and Twitter, as everybody else is. And so there's definitely ways for us to connect and to continue to keep this conversation going. So I want to thank everybody again for their participation today. The panelists were wonderful. The audience was wonderful, had really important contributions to make. And I hope that we do indeed meet again and take up some of these issues and begin to build concrete plans for moving our priorities and our interests forward. So thank you very much, everyone.